Good morning. Thank you. Good morning to a standing room only of day one Fed Supernova. I love it. I love seeing everyone in person. Welcome. My name is Cindy Schultz. I am Capital Factory's Director of Sales, and I want to welcome each and every one of you here to day one of Fed Supernova. This is our third year of Fed Supernova, and we're so glad to see all of you here in person this year. I want to thank our title sponsor, IBM, for helping us make this event a huge success. Seeing all of you guys here and standing room only here in Voltron is very, very exciting. As this is only, like I said, our third year, we're so excited to see it growing and to hear all of the wonderful speakers that we have today for you guys. Before we get started with content, I want to cover a few tips to ensure that you guys have a successful event and get the most out of Fed Supernova. You can keep up with the schedule of events and get more information about the topics and speakers of the event using the QR codes that you can find printed on our signage found around the building. All events at Capital Factory are filled with super important information, such so that, of course, I have it written down so as not to forget to tell you guys. However, what makes Capital Factory so special is the serendipitous connections that you guys can make during our breaks. So we made sure to program in lots of breaks so that you guys can network with one another, get to know each other, share LinkedIn. You never know who you're going to meet here at Capital Factory, so please utilize those breaks. If you have any questions along the way, please find a Capital Factory staff member. Most of us are wearing a various Capital Factory t-shirt or have a staff lanyard. We're here to make sure that you guys get the most of your event. So please stop us and ask any questions that you guys have. Now, I'd like to turn it over to our title sponsor of Fed Supernova to say a few words. Please help me welcome Global Chief Data Officer at IBM, Dr. Inderpal Bhandari, to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. It's great to be here. I am Inderpal Bhandari. I'm the Global Chief Data Officer at IBM. I've actually done this job 4 times now. Can you hear me now? I think I just got to hold it up a little. I think that should work now. So I've done this job 4 times, and when I first got this job in 2006, there were only 4 of us globally that had that title. And I was fortunate, the profession took off. Now there are literally thousands of us, especially if you factor in the related professions, Chief Analytics Officer, Chief Transformation Officer, Chief Digital Officer, etc. There literally are thousands of us. So I had the fortune of growing with the profession. I'm also the last one standing of the original 4, still doing this job. So I don't know if that's good or bad, but it has allowed me to make a craft of it. What I'm going to try and do in the few minutes that we have here is kind of bridge over from data to culture, because the title of this welcome address was Igniting Culture, why you need to disrupt the status quo to achieve greatness and sometimes even survival. So I will bridge that over. They're very related. I mean, if you talk to my boss, who is our Chief Financial Officer, also runs all our operations. IBM doesn't have a Chief Operating Officer. The CFO doubles up as the Senior VP of Operations. If you ask him about my job, he uses just 2 words to describe it. He says, change agent. So I'm going to give you a sense of what that means by just taking you through my journey at IBM, and then we'll relate back to some of my other journeys to kind of bring home that data, culture change, all that stuff, how that works together. So when I got to IBM, it was clear, this was in 2015, December. It was clear the company wanted to make money through cloud, AI, and data. We had a lot of different places we were making money, like our mainframes, the middleware, and so forth. But strategically, the business strategy was make money through cloud and AI. And they brought me in as Chief Data Officer. They didn't have one. They didn't have that capability, organizational capability before. And I started looking at the first thing I do is try and understand the business strategy. So which said, okay, so that we want to make money through cloud and AI. Now, the problem was nobody really understood what AI meant for the enterprise. We all had a good sense of what it meant for the consumer, thanks to the advances made by Google and Amazon, the recommendations that you get and so forth. Consumers had a good idea about what to expect. But in an enterprise, what did it mean? So it was kind of the first question that we raised with the senior leadership. Finally, long story short, I said, data strategy must enable the business strategy. So what we're going to do for a data strategy is we are going to make IBM itself into an AI enterprise, and then use that as a showcase for our clients and customers. Because if we didn't do that, our clients and customers would not know what they were buying, and obviously it would not be successful. So they loved the idea, right? So from a strategy standpoint, make IBM into an AI enterprise, and then use that as a showcase. When we did this, we understood that what it really meant to make an enterprise an AI enterprise. It meant you have to infuse AI into every major business process. So think of it, it kind of makes sense, right? You've got tens of thousands of people in these major processes like supply chain, like procurement, like the data processes that I run, and they're making tens of thousands of decisions. And if you are able to make those decisions better, quicker, smarter, it's going to have a huge impact in the company. And we saw that. Over the 6 years, we've kind of seen that the key metric for AI in an enterprise is your ability to reduce the end-to-end cycle time of a major process. And if you're able to reduce those, and on average, we kind of find we reduce them by 70%, you get huge gains to the enterprise. All right, so this is, I'm obviously cutting things short, but here's what it took to get there. There were many missteps because we kind of understood that there is a blueprint here for moving an enterprise into AI, and it involves 4 key dimensions. Data, obviously, you've got to make sure the data is fit for purpose, otherwise, AI doesn't work if the data is not good because it's trained on data. Technology, because when you're really going after AI and you're doing esoteric stuff like reinforcement learning and stuff like that, you've got to have these special purpose processors that work in sync with your general purpose processors, and you've got to have very fast interconnects. There's a lot of engineering, a lot of technology, obviously technology. But then process. Infuse AI into your business process, right? So you need process to keep pace as well. If you can't transform the process, it's all going to slow down. But what is process? Process is people. You've got to get the people to buy in. And that's where the culture aspect comes in, right? So those 4 dimensions, data, technology, process, and culture change, become very critical. I'm just going to give you one data point here so you kind of understand the importance of this and why you have to keep these in sync. So a couple of years in, we had created the central data and AI enablement platform for all of IBM. And we had over 100,000 active users out of our 300,000 so strong population using it. The 100,000 active users, about maybe 10 to 15,000 came top down, which means, somebody high up said, go off and do this, get on that platform, get this thing done. 85,000 came bottom up. And how did we create that bottom up? Obviously, we didn't start out with the bottom up. In fact, I didn't even have it in my area, in my department. But I understood that we were not going to get the traction and the adoption if we didn't do something bottom up. So we ended up creating a department which was staffed by IBMers who had spent a long time at the company and who understood every major process. And we empowered them completely. We said, you go find a like-minded team in supply chain and accounts receivable, and they want to move ahead and get this thing done, start using the platform. You don't need to come back for permission. You don't need to come back for funding. You're empowered. Go off and enable them. And then it just took off. Essentially, we had 85,000 people sign on, and now, of course, we've got pretty much the whole company using it. So culture change, bottom up. Strategy, top down. You need it for the funding, you need all that stuff. But for the culture change, you've got to have something bottom up that helps you drive it. Another aspect of culture that people kind of miss out on is it's not limited to your company. You obviously need to come to some shared values, common objectives, all that stuff, so they move forward with it. But it's actually much broader than that. So if you look at the truly, the companies that have revolutionized their industry, they've started off with some big, huge, audacious idea, which means it's counterintuitive, contrarian, et cetera, right? So look at Uber, ride sharing. They don't own any cars. Look at Airbnb. They don't own any real estate. Look at, social media, Meta. They don't create any content. But they are the biggest companies in those areas. Imagine the amount of change they had to introduce into the ecosystem. So the ecosystem itself has to change. This is my second go-around at IBM. My first go-around, I was at IBM Research for 7 years, and I created this computer program called Advanced Scout, which ended up being used by every National Basketball Association coach, including the Houston Rockets, Dallas Mavericks. They were all using it to understand which players to play in playoff games, where you essentially get to a knockout stage. And it was an extremely successful program. It was a smart program. I should have written the book Moneyball, actually, because this was like, this was all before Moneyball. I didn't do that. I went and, but I did go back to my executives at IBM and said, I really think, I got a breakthrough idea. I really think that what we've got to do is take this kind of smart data mining technology, put it in the hands of everyday people. Because there's so much data coming out on the internet, it's going to affect everybody's life, and we've got to do this. They refused. They heard me all the way to the top, but they refused. And by this time, I was so sure that I wanted to do the end-to-end thing. I just didn't want to be a researcher, so I left. I started my own company, did every possible thing that you could think, you could do wrong running your company. For 10 years, I did that. And of course, it was a tremendous amount of learning. But I understood later why they refused. They refused because of what they would have to do internally in a company that was used to dealing with enterprises, what they would have to do with their ecosystem, and so forth. Another key example like that, right when I joined the first time around, IBM was in deep trouble. They were thinking of splitting up the company. Lou Gerstner came in, no, we won't split up the company. We're going to keep it together because it's very good at identifying and integrating solutions. And eventually, customers need end-to-end solutions. So not a good idea. We're not going to do it. He ended up acquiring Lotus in a hostile takeover. I mean, that's why it was such a great achievement that he ended up doing. What he wanted was Lotus's capability to work with enterprise applications, to create and work with enterprise applications that ran on the desktop, which is kind of why we were under pressure. And by doing a hostile takeover, he risked alienating the very capability. I don't mean the technology. We could have done the technology all day long, but the capability of actually working with those folks who were using those applications. But he managed to do it because he paid a huge premium. He went in with the premium, saying, we're going to buy you. Then he had a whole all-out, couple of angles of war on PR, employee relations, ended up making the deal. So all the big bets are placed on culture. I mean, that's really where people end up placing the big bets. I'm going to end with one more point. You guys might have heard of Peter Drucker, his famous quote, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So what does that really mean? I'll use a personal anecdote. We talked about the IBM strategy and then the culture change and so forth. That kind of strategy, where you're saying, okay, we're going to move the whole enterprise in this direction, make it an AI enterprise, is a kind of a rising tide. It's it lifts everybody. But there are business strategies, and even with that, we had to, we needed a particular device to get the bottom-up change. There are strategies like, if you're an M&A, your strategy is achieving synergy targets. So one of my previous jobs, I was at this merger, $100 billion merger, and I ended up with the job of merging the systems, the analytics and data systems and departments for these two big companies. And the culture was shot because the acquiring company felt that, well, they were the conquerors. You know, they could do what they wanted. The acquired company that I was actually a part of, because they decided to keep the systems from the acquired company, but they fired most of the people. So obviously, you can just imagine where this was going to go. And even though the strategy was clear and everybody understood, yeah, we've got to meet these synergy targets, nobody wanted to do this. Again, I had to use a device. What I did was I said, hey, if we combine the data of the two companies, we have a really valuable asset. We'll create a product out of this asset. You know, small amount of P&L out of that, like $100 million or something like that for the size of the company. But it essentially told everybody, we're not going east, we're not going west, where you were marching before, we're going north. And then the synergy target was attained. So that culture change with, you know, strategy is clear, but no culture, you're not going to attain it. So that's why I think culture change is so important. I hope we have a great conference. I think you're going to learn a lot in that dimension. And I will be in and out. Please, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Dr. Bhandari and IBM. Thank you for that wonderful welcome. Now, without further ado, well, first, quickly, I'd like to encourage anyone who is standing and getting uncomfortable to go to the 8th floor where we have a live viewing area for anyone who chooses not to stand for the remainder of the programming. It's great content. We want to make sure everyone is comfortable and has good viewing options. So, with that, now, without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage and introduce Josh Baer, our co-founder and CEO of Capital Factory, and Michelle Shimp, the SBA's Deputy Associate Administrator for the Office of Investment and Innovation, for their fireside chat on how SBA continues to improve the America's Seed Fund program to bolster strength and resilience across the emergent technology and small business sectors. Welcome Josh and Michelle to the stage, please.
Thanks so much, Cindy. Wow, you know, culture change, that was a big theme. We hear a lot about culture change. A big part of when the Army came here was about culture change. Out of DC, out of the kind of the traditional way of doing things. And some of their cultures rubbed off on us. That's been an unexpected good side effect. I also, you know, when Interpol talked about how they adopted AI within IBM to make themselves be able to sell AI better, we call that dog fooding, like eating your own dog food. And that definitely resonated too. We try to do that ourselves as we see the world changing around us here at Capital Factory. But I'm super excited to be here with all of you today for Fed Supernova. It's one of I get a lot of side benefits of this job, and one of them is just being able to bring together such great groups of people, and I love having this room full of people. And so thank you for making it full of people and having it be such a great day. And so is different groups of people that come together for different reasons. And you know, last night it might have been 100 students from UT all talking about something else, and then another night it might be, you know, a totally different topic, and that's one of the things that makes it so special. But we're so fortunate to have Michelle here today, and the SBA is a big part of what goes on here, and what we've been excited about over the past few years. One of the things that makes Capital Factory so unique is our Center for Defense Innovation on the 8th floor, and that's where there are two things about that are so unique, is that one, there's multiple different government agencies there. There's the Army and the Air Force and the National Guard and many, many others all in one place together, and that doesn't usually happen. And the second thing is that there's it's public space. It's not a government space. It's like a private. Actually, it's a private space. It's not. You don't have to go through security to get in there. Like, you can just walk up there. You can just walk up there right now. And that means when there's government innovators up there, they can just bump into people. They can have these serendipitous interactions that you can't really have in a government building where you can't get in unless they already know that they want to meet with you. But the number one way we measure whether it's working is how much money do they get. right? And that's what we've been tracking since this all started, which for us, it started really in kind of 2017 it started, so 2018 was the first year that we were tracking the money, and that's what we've seen grow, almost exponentially. It's been doubling every year. So I think it's now, what, $250 or $300 million in non-dilutive funding that just the companies in our portfolio that we're tracking have gotten, and most of that has come through you guys. So thank you very much for sending all that funding to us. And Capital Factory has even benefited from that too. We recently participated in the Growth Accelerator Fund competition that you did, and Capital Factory benefited from that too. So thank you. That really helped us as well. So one of the things, they put together a list of questions for this thing, and maybe these are things that you all understand, but I look at it and it's like complete alphabet soup. So just to start, we're gonna do a quick vocabulary lesson. Raise your hands, please. We have to move quickly, but all right, who can tell us what does SBA stand for? All right, right here, go. You win. All right. Normally we'd throw out T-shirts. I don't know where. I didn't tell anybody about that, but you should get a T-shirt. All right. SBIC. Small. There you go. All right. There you go. All right. POTUS. Trick question. All right. You got it. All right. STTR. Say it louder. All right. Right. So kind of SBIR for universities. OTA. All right, I don't know what that means, but it's money. It's money. All right, FAST. This is when I was learning more about FAST. Stumped
All right.
you.
Federal and State Technology Partnership. They receive grants from the Small Business Administration to help businesses apply for SBIR and STTR. So that's their main role. They're out of UT San Antonio here for Texas.
All right, so I'm learning one too. All right, SPIT. Just checking, make sure you're all paying attention. All right, okay, so thank you. Now we're all on the same page. We're gonna try to avoid a whole bunch more acronyms and jargon, but if we do slip in, you can feel free to call us out and raise your hand or tell us what it means. So Michelle, all this stuff going on, all these different things happening with funding, how is it getting easier for small businesses, particularly tech startups, those are the ones, we love them all, but those are the ones we care about the most, to access all of this non-dilutive government capital? Why is it easier today than it has been before?
Well, I think a big part of it is awareness. We've gone through the pandemic, and the SBA went through the pandemic like a unicorn company in the federal government. We went from touching several tens of thousands small businesses through our largest programs, our loan programs prior to the pandemic. Now 10 million U.S. small businesses know about the SBA. Can I ask anyone in the room benefit from the Paycheck Protection Program for your companies? Economic injury disaster loans. I mean, 1 out of 10 U.S. small businesses now know about us. And what I think is the terrific opportunity for us then is how do we turn people and businesses we helped during the pandemic into long-term relationships, right? And so, there's a very good and well-informed group of people in this room, and I know you care about people in this room a lot. But that's also, who else? Who else haven't we been reaching? Who else doesn't know those geographies that we normally see, or in, industries or other places that could and should be benefiting from America's Seed Fund? The other piece, I think that is, so getting out the word, leveraging those kinds of, people that we helped during the pandemic, trying to move our culture into meeting businesses where they are and meeting their needs. So a lot of people know about SBIR, but small business investment companies, and several of you knew what they are investment companies. And so as you move through the phases, access to investment capital becomes super important. That's part of our portfolio in my office. And we are looking to, it's not a program that had been traditionally well set up to reach early stage companies, and some modifications that we've got on the books is in order to be able to provide that access to investment capital at phase 2, phase 3, and on to scale. And then I'd already mentioned the federal and state technology partnership. You should definitely access it if you don't already. And you benefited growth accelerators. I don't want to throw out another acronym, but since 2014, SBA in our own little modest way is offering prizes to business accelerators like Capital Factory that we've been really happy to support. And this year we'll be doing $3 million worth of surprises with last year's money, prizes with last year's money, and then we'll be doing another $10 million if we get our budget request.
We like surprises. We'll take them. Awesome. So, like as you mentioned, the amount of options for entrepreneurs are really growing, and it's getting adopted. We're seeing more and more technology entrepreneurs, in particular, using it and tapping into it. Why are more people finding out about it? Was it because of COVID? Was it because of the PPP? Like, what's driving that, and how do we make sure that everybody knows? Because right now, the main thing I would tell them is like, well, go watch the SBA website, look for announcements, and they have so many websites to watch. Like, how are you reaching them, and how can we help them reach you?
Yeah, it's like an ongoing project and effort for us. We used to do road tours and things like that in the virtual era, for better or worse, right? We can do a lot of virtual events. We can get in front of larger groups. Jennifer Shee, who is our ecosystems development director, we've been astounded by the thousands of businesses that register for things like the America's Startup Expo. And the other piece is, we put out there successful companies in the room that have used these resources and have just amazing, amazing stories to tell. So nothing will sell better than your successes. And then I think virtual's great. Virtual enables, it's very efficient and all of that, and big crowds, but we want to be back out there, this kind of an event. We were here before, it was South by Southwest, CES, other places to be. And so I do just want to underscore, this was such a great privilege, and thanks for Capital Factory and the sponsors for bringing us in. Jennifer and I are here for the next couple of days. We want to meet with all of you. You don't have to absorb what I'm saying and reply it to your business or investment firm. We can help you with that on the margin.
Did you bring a checkbook?
I brought a lot of cards. I stocked up on cards.
With business cards.
Did you get a big paper check when you won the
It can
award?
be arranged. We may have those in the back. We keep those around. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so another thing. When I first learned, I got an SBA loan for my first business that I started when I started in college, and I bootstrapped that business. I didn't know there was any such thing as investors or anybody would give me any money, and it was super helpful. But it was more like a Main Street business than a tech startup, right? Or felt that actually it was a tech startup. I had to make it look like a Main Street business to do that.
You didn't find out about SBIR or anything like
that?
Oh
no, and this was a long time ago, and it wasn't probably wouldn't have been an option. But so I'm just kind of curious, like, do you think about those differently? Is like a retail store or something like that any different than a tech startup, or like because we do, like, they feel different to us. Like, how is that the same or different for you?
I know it really is, and I think there's a lot of the 30 million small businesses. They're 99.9% of the U.S. firms. So there's a lot of Main Street out there and a lot of traditional to support, and that's super important. But it does tend to crowd out in terms of our brand, in terms of how people think of us and why what they come to us about. So I guess on that, we've done a lot in terms of using technology in order to make SBIR.gov a lot more accessible and for the new applicants and things like that. I'm just curious. I was told before I came here that about 100% of the companies in the audience have applied for or gotten a Small Business Innovative Research Award, or STTR.
So how many people have been part of some kind of SBIR process?
Show of hands, how many of you have applied?
Good question. Yeah,
not 100% then.
Well,
one? All right, so look around the room, others that applied and didn't win, the people to talk to. But I guess I'd appreciate your thoughts, Josh, because you're talking all the time with businesses. Is there something that, for me, and we've got a lot of colleagues from federal agencies in the room, that we should be doing in order to be raising the awareness and meeting this kind of a community?
Sure. Well, thank you for asking. We're kind of new to this. We've only been doing it for a few years, but we have worked with probably 100 companies that have gotten hundreds of millions of dollars of funding this way. And we've seen it go through these cycles, particularly through COVID, through other times, through kind of for example, the AFWorks open topics ramping up over time and becoming, getting really exciting, and then that's continued, but the cycle of it kind of changed during COVID, just like everything changed during COVID. And so not to in any way cause any blame. I don't think it was like it wasn't a choice they had or something like that. It was very situational. But it created this situation that pointed out that that consistency is actually a really important part of it, I think, for the startups. When the open topics for AFWorks were happening 3 times a year on a super regular cycle, and they knew when it was going to happen, then startups started to build that into their business model. They were like, it didn't mean they knew they were going to get it, but they were like planning for it, and it was like part of their plan, and they knew there was another one coming, so if they didn't get this one, they were going to try to get the next one, and this whole thing started to erupt around it. And when COVID hit, it understandably disrupted that cycle, and startups went out of business. Like, I know startups that went out of business and that doesn't mean like maybe they should have gone out of business. I don't know. You can say all kinds of different things, but like they were depending on that next cycle to happen, which they probably thought we were going to win an award for, and it didn't happen because of something else, and it actually caused them, I'm not talking about lots of them, but I know of some, or maybe it causes their IP to get sold off or something like that. So this consistency, one, lets it be part of their business model, lets it be something that they can really plan on and make bets around and focus on, and then also, just makes them, it's important to the business. So that's one thing I learned through that.
Super helpful.
Yeah.
So I know the authorization expiring is really stable and predictable, right?
Oh, but we were like freaking out, right? So she's referring to the fact that they just reauthorized the SBIR program, right? And there was
Or they're about to, hopefully based on a vote.
Or I guess, yeah, so I guess
the
the main objection was removed.
Yeah.
We won't get into the politics and name any names, but there was a threat of that, like, that it was going to be held up and it wasn't going to happen, and then this same situation would be in. So many companies that have built this business model on thinking that if they've got their phase 1, they're going to get a phase 2 or phase 2 to phase 3, and then it goes away. So, whew. That was a big relief.
And it'll be interesting to see, but based on the Senate version that passed, you mentioned the whole open topics issue. That is in the Senate bill. That'll be voted on this evening, I think, by the House. And so, that mandates DoD to issue an open topics announcement within the next 6 months, and do so, annually going forward.
Across more departments, right?
Yeah, it says DoD as a whole rather than just,
So what's that mean?
What is it? It means we've got to do it. You can speak to some of our DoD colleagues about their plans. This is all fairly fresh information that we're absorbing right now, and what it's going to mean. There's also some elements in the reauthorization that, at least what was passed by the Senate, that relate to security and foreign influence that is going to affect applicants. Frankly, we're figuring out how to do it and do it right, but probably you're going to have to disclose information about foreign involvement in your companies when you apply. And so, and I think another popular provision might be that there are benchmarks that winners of multiple awards, we're talking 50 awards over 5-10 year periods and things like that, have to meet in terms of successful commercialization.
Yeah. I'll tell you that this idea of the open topics, for those of you who may or may not be familiar, the open topic is it's an open solicitation. It basically is like, give us your ideas, we'll review them, and try to see if we have a fit for them. And I would say, not like in the ways that there's many different ways to be successful and different ways to approach a problem. This has been a somewhat pretty fairly significantly different approach between the Army and the Air Force so far. Is the Air Force has been doing a lot of the open topics and really kind of bringing in ideas that they maybe weren't already looking for, although they certainly have things they're looking for. And the Army is very focused on specific priorities that they have funding for, that they know, and just a different way of looking at it. They're like, hey, we know if you give us something for this, we can fund it. So that's why we want to focus on these. The startups like open topics, because a lot of times they don't know where to start. Like, I'm not saying one's better than the other. I like both of them. I think they're great. But I think from our community's perspective, the idea of more open doors, more ability to do that, they like just because they want to have those conversations. I also understand why the Army says, they're afraid of having all these conversations and then not having money to back up, to bring these things to transition, through it. So different trade-offs that they're trying to balance. But in general, I think the startups are going to like more open topics. So talk about transition. What does transition mean for the SBA?
So, for SBA.
Transitions has a capital T. That's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
special word around
Yeah,
here.
right. Not a political transition or, transition.
But it's like
for
becoming
other,
real, right? Like going
individual
from
transition.
a project to like
Yeah.
something that is official and everyone's using it, right?
So each business and each technology and each product is going to have its different path. I think if it benefits through the Small Business Innovation Research Program, transition not only means that businesses, product or technology getting brought to usage, right, for whatever it was intended, but also meeting the need of the funding agency, because we all, in the federal government, it's taxpayer resources, it's serving a public purpose. The purpose is not to have a competitive technology bought out by a big company and never brought to scale. It's for the business to find that success through usage. So, broad varieties of examples, but you've got examples like NIH-funded technology to protect against brain trauma that gets commercialized, never bought by government, but in bike helmets and trucker helmets and things like that in order to prevent brain injuries. Or, NASA rover technology, multiple SBIR-funded technologies are on the rovers. And, and that serves NASA's purposes and it serves the purposes of the businesses themselves. And then some are, sort of a more traditional Aurora space technology, which is in Manassas, Virginia, close to home, originally got SBIR funding for drone technology. Then they got investments by the Small Business Investment Company, brought that to a very commercially viable, very competitive business that then was sold to Boeing several years ago, and one of the biggest deals ever overseen by our Small Business Investment Company portfolio. So, there's a lot there. I think so, but, meeting our needs, meeting the business's needs, and sort of finding that connection is the key for success.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about just what was the biggest difference between what we see happening in this type of funding and the venture capital world, and maybe as a note to leave us on, something to think about. And I don't think this is another one where I don't think there's an easy right answer. I don't think that there's a lot of it's complicated. But in the venture capital world, if I get a pitch from somebody, and the pitch is coming from someone they hired to do the pitch for them, that's not usually a good sign. Startups don't have to hire someone to go pitch VCs for them. Because again, it's actually a negative signal overall. And in the SBIR world, the most successful companies that we see they do have to hire someone to go help them do it. It's probably somebody that used to work there, right? And it's nothing wrong. It's just because they can't figure it out. It's hard. It's a different language. It's these two things. And even though everyone's trying to make it easier, that still is the case. And then it's inefficient. And the whole point of this is that small businesses are efficient. And they're giving up a percentage of all the money they're getting, to help capture these things. And I don't think that ever is going to go away at some level. I think they're going to need help. But I do think, that it's an interesting dynamic to consider. In the venture capital world, that's a negative signal. And in this world, it's not a negative signal. It's pretty much required. It's very few companies that we see are able to navigate it completely on their own. And so everything that we can do to make that easier and more open, which sounds like the things you're trying to go do, is gonna I think will really help too.
Yeah, I think filling out the paperwork should not be the biggest obstacle for us as government. And so but I know, because I feel like I'm half the time using government systems, I'm doing somebody else's data entry for them. So it's not just you. But the piece is, we'll look. We're going to be, revisiting the policy directive associated with the Small Business Innovation Research Program. Make sure that at least SBA is not putting any undue requirements on agencies that make it harder than it needs to be. I do urge folks also to really take advantage of UT San Antonio and that federal and state technology group, because you shouldn't have to pay a bunch of money for that. In terms of doing your own pitches, I don't know, I've seen so many great businesses talking to us about what they do, and it's the founders that sell it.
They sell it the best.
So we're seeing it. I did want to also just underscore to the group, I know we're coming up on time here, that, the access to those investment resources too, we totally get it. And there's an America's Seed Fund, but there's also an America's Growth Fund. And these are investment funds that come to our office to seek licenses And if they get a license, they agree to only invest in U.S. small businesses. And for every dollar in private capital they raise, we provide $2 in government-backed debt. So that's $3 flowing to the small business investment. They make money, they pay us back. Your business grows with the benefit of their work. There are 4 active small business investment companies here in Austin: Live Oak, Dos Rios, Escalante, and I said Live Oak, Dos Rios, Blue Sage, thank you. And if you don't know them, but that whole community, there's a group out of Washington, IMB Capital. A lot of them are very, very interested in the kind of work that you all do. And so, I know, I'd be curious whether you think.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because we looked into that a few years ago, and it wasn't a fit for us at the time, and we need to look into that again. That is I'm really glad that you brought that up again.
And I'm going to be I hope to talk to, because we have some changes in store for that program that I think are going to enable them to be a better bridge to SBIR firms, and so I want some introductions. Are there investors in here? If
Anybody
so,
running funds?
We're around for the next 2 days.
I know there's a bunch.
All right, if you
sometimes
know
they're hesitant to
investors
raise
who
their
show
hands,
up,
but
bring them by so that we can talk to them.
Awesome. Well, hey, Michelle, we're so glad you came here, and we're glad that we can do this again like this, and we want to see you and the SBA here more. We would love to see an SBA presence here up there on the 8th floor.
Can we bring our dog? I think that's the key, right?
We'd love to
if
see
I can bring my dog,
SBA dogs. They're welcome too, as long as they have security clearance. And also, and we have office hours here, and there's ways you have yours, but we'd love to have someone from your group on our office hours, so it's just even easier for them to connect to you and things like that. So I hope that we can see that continue to grow. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and we're going to hand it off to the rest of the day. It's such a great group, and we have a lot in store. So thank you all for joining us, and thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you, Josh and Michelle. Did anyone where was that big check that we were supposed to go find? Not in my car. Okay, thank you guys again. For anyone who answered the questions correctly that Josh asked, we have a t-shirt for you. We're gonna use the honor system since we're all honorable here. We will meet you by the front door. We have your t-shirts for you. We can't wait for you to model it tomorrow. Now it is time for a 5-minute break. We encourage anyone to get up, introduce yourself to someone else. When you return, we will be having a keynote provided by Major General Alice Trevino.
turns green, that means the mic is on.
Hello again. I know it was a short break. I love that everyone is talking to one another, getting to know each other. Lots of good conversations. Before we get started, I will plug again to anyone who is standing that I omitted a floor. We actually have 2 floors where we are live streaming this content today, both our 8th floor and our 16th floor. We are live streaming the content today up to those floors, plenty of seating if any of you would like to hop on an elevator and catch the programming from those floors. Thank you. We will have another break after this keynote, a longer break this time. So we welcome everyone back. The next up, we have an amazing keynote that I'm super excited about, titled Breaking the Bottleneck, Getting Innovation to the Service Members. During this keynote, you're going to have a chance to hear from Major General Alice Trevino on how Air Force leaders are accelerating change in technology acquisition. General Trevino is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Contracting in the Office of the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics. Please help me in welcoming General Trevino to the stage.
All right, how am I doing? Okay, how are you guys doing? So already so far, lots of talk about culture, what's going on with small business, pretty exciting. I'll make sure that I don't beep anymore. What I want to talk about was, so I love the title of this, breaking the bottlenecks. Really obstacles, breakthroughs, it's kind of my game. Making sure that we give our people top cover so that they can go out and do great things that we don't even think about. It's really about empowerment. But when I thought about today, just kind of as a keynote, to me, life is about relationships and learning. And what I really thought was cool about Fed Supernova is that's what all of you are going to do this week. You're going to learn a lot. You're going to meet a lot of people. So it's all about learning and relationships. And when I started also thinking about Supernova, then I had to go back, have everybody seen Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Is anybody here ever smarter than a fifth grader? Okay, I used to watch that show. I, kind of timed out at first grade, second grade, third grade. Had to go vote a friend, phone a friend, call somebody in. But when I was thinking about what is a supernova? Anybody? Cataclysmic explosion of a star, but it's very, very bright. And when I started thinking about supernovas, I also started thinking about superpowers. So, to me, we all have superpowers, and it's our innate talents. It's what we build upon. One of them, I have two superpowers. I'm going to tell you about. My first superpower is I'm a collaborator. I can collaborate like nobody's business, and I make room and I help other people learn how to collaborate. And it's hard. It's not easy. You have to ask yourself, this is the cycle that I go through. So I'll teach you all how to be good collaborators. It entails communication and it entails sharing. So you will have to share your superpowers. Hopefully you will share your superpowers with others. That's how we make ourselves a better world, really. But about 2017, 2018, I worked in DCMA, so Defense Contract Management Agency. I'm going to really try not to use acronyms today, so hold me accountable, hold my hand up like, we don't know what you're talking about. But when I was in DCMA, so now you know what that is, I can tell you, so I can move on. Now you know what it is, I've set the level plate. I moved to a new job, and the new job was I was invited to interview to be the principal military assistant for Secretary Shanahan and work on Secretary Mattis's staff. And a week later, I was notified that I got the job and I was moving to Washington, D.C. from the West Coast. I was in California. And got to be on that staff. And what Secretary Mattis introduced us to was a Marine Corps instruction. The Marine Corps instruction is called command and feedback. Anybody in here? I see one hand. Yeah, so command and feedback is what do you know, who needs to know it, and have you told them? That is the essence of it. Now, the Secretary Mattis had a senior military assistant. Some of you may know him or have heard of him. It was Admiral Fowler when I was there. And he was a 4-star retired out of Southcom. He was a Southcom commander. But he took it a step further, because that's what Navy officers do. They take it a step further. The Marines, what do you know? Who needs to know it? Have you told them? And if the answer is no, then what is your plan? And so you have to have a plan. You can't be one of those people who says, and maybe you are one of these people, maybe you know somebody who does this. It's always been irritating to me. It's very irritating to my husband. And I told you so. So I told you so, or I didn't tell you, but I knew that was going to happen. Why didn't you tell me? So how are we going to prevent that? So that is one way to be a better collaborator. Kind of think through, hey, who else needs to know this? Somebody else needs to know this. And when you're innovating and trying to make breakthroughs for us, which the warfighter, not just our airmen and guardians, but for the warfighter, that is kind of what we're looking for. It's outreach. It is events like this, forums like this, communication like this, and it doesn't stop today. It better not stop today. This is kind of just an entry point. As our previous speaker, Michelle, just said, you have to keep going. You have to look for those connections. And sometimes, as hard as it may be, to realize that most people aren't going to come knocking on your door. You got to come knock on other people's doors. So that's my first superpower. I'm a collaborator, and I hope you guys can all learn how to be better collaborators, and we can share our superpowers. The second superpower that I have is I am an incurable, many have tried, but I am an incurable, but realistic optimist. And I have, now I'm not saying that life is perfect, and I'm not I don't have no Pollyannish ideals. I know that we have adversaries that are nipping at our heels. We have, China is a pacing threat, and Russia is an acute threat. And those are real things that, after 29 years in the Air Force, trust me, I am acutely aware that life is not rosy all the time. But what helps me is that because of my superpower, I am able to get up every morning and just want to work with others, see superpower 1, and go after this threat together. So this is probably, I don't know, maybe 3 years ago, I was sitting in a senior leader conference in Air Force Material Command, and they had brought in these panels of speakers. And you had an expert on Russia, an expert on China, an expert on some third country nationals and third country threats. And they just asked them a million questions about everything, and it was like a speed round. And the proctor who had brought this panel together, at the end, he was telling us a story about Dr. Ed Teller. So does anybody know Dr. Ed Teller? He's the father of the hydrogen bomb, physicist, worked on the A-bomb, worked on the Oppenheimer project, and he was known. What he had said, and the proctor, he had written it down, and I haven't been able to actually find the exact quote, but the essence of that quote is that somebody who knows that a pessimist is someone who knows everything and they get absolutely no enjoyment out of it. So they're always right, but they get no enjoyment out of it. And an optimist is someone who knows there are things that are going wrong in the world. They know that there are things that we have to go after, but they want to do something about it. And that was kind of like, I think anybody who works in national security, anybody who's interested in working in national security, they have to be an optimist, because there are things that are, again, nipping at our heels. They're going to try to take us out. They want to make it, bad for our national economy. There are things that are always at play here. But working together, we know that we can move forward on this. So I leave those two superpowers with you, and I hope that you, kind of embrace your own innate superpowers this week. And I would say, use this week, set your intentions. What do you want to get out of this week? Hopefully you'll get some real good learning, meet some new people, expand your network, and meet some new relationships. I got to see some people that I know from the past, so that's kind of cool. And but truly today, the talk that I wanted to kind of get out to, a couple things going on. So I also, Josh, thanks for inviting us to love partnering with Capital Factory. I have not been here since November of 2018, so it's wonderful to be back. And it was probably the first time in 2018 when I remember all of the pictures of robots and kind of superheroes that I'm thinking about superpowers. This is like subliminal, coming back to me. But today, I want to share some things with you. The first one is So 3 things you're going to get away, because this is what we do. We're in the Air Force. We have been taught. We tell you 3 things. I'm going to tell you about those 3 things. And at the end, I'm going to tell you what I told you about those 3 things. And you shall remember them. If I forget them, remind me. Number 1, industry. I'm going to share with you how important industry is. Number 2, I'm going to share with you about the operational imperatives. Sometimes they are shortened to the OIs. But if you remember them as the operational imperatives, the I is really important. They are imperative for our national security. And the third one is some tips because, again, Josh and the team here gave me a bunch of questions. I'm going to try to address them. And I'm going to try to leave some time at the end to ask questions. But if not, then I'll try to address all the questions that I was given beforehand. So the first one is how important industry is. Now, when I'm talking about industry, I'm talking about defense industry. I'm talking about commercial industry, non-traditional, traditional industry. I'm talking about large, medium, small. I'm talking about academia, really, and nonprofits. That, to me, is the national treasure of the United States. It's industry. Without industry, we have no innovation to the warfighter, period. It's an economic engine for a reason. If you've read, there's a great book out, it's called Freedom's Forge, and it talks about how industry basically helped us fight World War II, and how we came together as a nation and used all kinds of industries who changed over so that they could give bombs, bullets, tanks, whatever we needed for our nation. These were the Henry Fords that were no longer building the Ford Model T, but okay, now I'm going to build a tank. Same thing. But how hard that was, it wasn't easy. It's not, again, there were optimists there, but guess what? They kind of had to fight an uphill battle, making sure that they were getting the money from Congress, just like we're doing today, making sure that we are partnering with our Congress senators and House, and making sure that we're partnering with industry. But without industry, there's no ability to fight. You will have people, but they will have no equipment. And so if you leave here today, on behalf of the United States Air Force, and I know all of our joint partners are here as well, we need you, and this is a symbiotic relationship. And so that's kind of point number 1. Point number 2 is the operational imperatives. Now, I am not going to, I'm going to expose you to the OIs. I'm going to explain them to you in a very, very high level, and I would encourage you to go do some of your own homework because I am not going to make you an expert on OIs. Now, there are 7 operational imperatives, and Secretary Kendall chose, you will know, I keep saying imperatives, it's because it's the criticality, the vitality of that. Those OIs, they're not initiatives, they're not efforts, they're not things that we want to do, they're imperatives that the Air Force do to be able to execute our mission and be able to be the best air and space force on the planet, frankly. I guess the Space Force would say they're not on the planet, but you kind of get my point. But the OIs, they've been out for a year. And did anybody here go to AFA last week, the Air and Space? Oh, great. Okay, so hey, good to see you again, Innovation Radio. It's been a while. Didn't see you, but I just met you, so that's kind of cool. Anybody over here? Okay, nice to meet you. Some folks over here? Nobody in this section. All right, one person, one brave person. All right. So at AFA, Secretary Kendall talked about his OIs, and after a year, the people are trying to memorize them, like OI 3, OI 5, OI 6. If you look at them in concert, they are all mutually supporting. The OIs do not exist solo. They're not in a stovepipe. They all have, every single one of them, are executed or required for integration by multiple PEOs, Program Executive Officers, multiple program managers. I am the functional for contracting, so multiple senior contracting officials, multiple major commands, frankly, multiple services. So when we're talking about them, we kind of need everybody. This is joint and coalition. So we are trying, you'll hear this term, it's called integrated by design, and it's where we're trying to, everything that we're doing, even for weapon systems platforms, we are integrating by design with our allies and partners as well up front, proactively, because if anybody has ever tried to do integration at the end, it's a little bit difficult, right? We have some systems engineers out here, that's a little bit hard, isn't it? So first, number one is space order of battle. Everything to do with space. Now, when I go over the other 6, you will realize you cannot do anything without space. You may have not been able to get here without space. GPS. You can't use it without space. Those satellites are up there for us for a reason. The second OI, and this is it's kind of cool because so it's Advanced Battle Management System, but now it is, and so you'll hear this acronym, ABMS, but Advanced Battle Management System is so imperative. Like, how can you be, like, imperative squared, I guess? It's so integral to what we do that last week at AFA, Secretary Kendall and my boss, Honorable Hunter, announced that they are appointing a new PEO. So I'm allowed to use acronyms when I've used them before. So Program Executive Officer, a new PEO, Brigadier General Luke Cropsey. He is the new C3BM, Command, Control, Communication, Battle Management. So ABMS is so important, and integration is so important, and it takes so many platforms and so much that they appointed a new PEO to be able to take care of that and report directly to Honorable Hunter to tell him how it's going and inform the Secretary of the Air Force. So that's number 2. Pretty cool. Number 2, oh, you owe us a quarter? No? Nobody plays that. If your phone goes off in a meeting, okay. That's it. Air Force nerds, whatever. Any way to get money. The third one is moving target engagement. So moving target engagement, dividing into 2, ground and aerial. And it's everything, so again, you need space because how are you going to target something that's moving and being able to target it, whether it's in the ground or in the air, right? Again, I told you I'm simplifying. So in my job, I have the term, my husband is, anybody here former Army? Anybody? How many Army folks do we have? Active duty or any active duty Army? Okay, all right. And then former Army? Over here, okay. Have you heard of the Napoleonic, the form? It's like the Napoleon's corporal. Okay, has anybody that's not in the Army heard of Napoleon's corporal? Like, this came with the marriage, right? I'm like, had to learn Napoleon's corporal. So I will break it down. It simplifies life. If the Napoleon's corporal can transmit your order, that means you probably got it right. If you don't, and the Napoleon's corporal cannot transmit what you're trying to say, you probably got it wrong. So it's, how do you simplify things? So I'm simplifying the OIs to you, but I would encourage you to go do more homework there. The fourth is tactical air dominance, which is our next generation air dominance, NGAD, and that is our 6th generation, our 6th generation stealth. So that's pretty cool. And that will eventually replace the F-22. The fifth is near and dear to my heart, and it probably is near and dear to everybody in Airman and Guardian, is resilient basing. Because if we don't have resilient basing, we can't prosecute the fight against our adversaries because we're either having to move or we are being targeted ourselves, and you're hopping and you're trying to escape the enemy instead of being able to be on the offensive. So resilient basing. And then the 6th is global strike, long-range strike. And, of course, you will hear The platforms that are there, you have the B-21 that works in concert with the B-2 and the B-52, and then you have the ground-based strategic deterrent, GBSD, which will be replacing the Minuteman III. And then the seventh is also near and dear to my heart because as a contracting professional, I've deployed 4 or 5 times, do contingency contracting out in the field, and it's the readiness to be able to deploy, and it's to immediately go to a wartime posture at a moment's notice. So those are the 7 OIs, operational imperatives, and the way that Secretary Kendall, and he announced this at AFA last week for folks that he actually announced it a year ago, but the way that the Air Force is using those operational imperatives is what our priorities are. So we've identified that those are the most important things that the Air Force needs to do, and we are asking for help from industry to support those. And we don't have all the answers. So, his plea would be the same plea that I would have. I have shared how much we value our industry partners and the OIs. There will be reverse industry days. Have anybody been in a reverse industry day? An industry day is when you have a requirement and you bring people in and you say, hey, tell me about, this is the requirement I have. A reverse industry day is, we got, again, open topics, or here's our topics. This is, how do you think we should solve this? And so thinking that way, that's a lot different. They've been, reverse industry days are not new, but how we're using them and how targeting to make sure that that is the topic of interest, that will be new. And so that's pretty cool. So Secretary Kendall, Honorable Hunter, we're going to continue to reach out to industry, and we're going to ask for your ideas, your concepts, and your ways of how we can close those capability gaps, which are those OIs, to be able to make sure that we have the strongest force that we can and deter our enemies. And the third kind of piece that I wanted to talk about, these are the tips, right? So now this is where everybody should get your phones out or record me or write down. I'm like a big note taker. And I had fun kind of preparing for this too, because whenever I prepare for some event like this, I really get kind of into it. It's like, oh, I didn't know that, and that was really good out there, and I need to know more about that. And so the first one, of course, you see, so I have a little thing here. So when your boss writes a book, you read it. This is his book. This was published in 2017. It's Getting Defense Acquisition Right. And it's kind of cool because it's a collection. See, I told you I was a nerd. Like, there's all my highlighting there. Yeah, like stars, like that's a special highlighter, so use the purple one. He talks about better business power, and he talks about, there are a collection of articles in Acquisition Technology and Logistics magazine, but then he compiles and then he puts out, and then he'll add, more discussion on them. But Chapter 4 is all about industry. Chapter 4 is called Working with Industry. So if you want to get a peek underneath the tent, you could probably buy his book, or find it, or rent it, or go to the library. Do they still have the libraries? My dad goes to the library all the time. He and I talk about books he should give me too. He was pretty funny. I saw him at Christmas. Segue. I said, oh man, I'm just finishing a book. Wish I did. He's like, ooh, his eyes like lit up, and he got out his iPad and he started going down his library list. So now he gets them from the library, and so of course I was putting it on my Kindle, and all the books he was giving me was like $10.99. Not that I said, where are the $1.99 books to read, Dad? I'm trying to save money here. The second tip I would have for you is, if this is an 11 August 22 article that came out, airforcemagazine.com. This is free. You can do this, search for this. Is more United States Air Force operational imperatives likely coming. That's the title of it. So we have 7. We're probably going to have more over the next year. 1 minute. No, they told me I could go to 11:10. I'm not getting off the stage. Ha ha. I have a third superpower. I don't listen. And I kept that one to myself. So read the article. That kind of like very simplifies, tell you what it is. The third one is Air Force Doctrine Pub-1. It's actually Air Force Doctrine. Everybody has doctrine. Secretary Mattis used to say that people who use doctrine are not very inventive. It is a guide. It's not prescriptive. He gave me a lot of good things to do. But the Air Force Doctrine Pub-1, if you read it, what I love about it is all about mission command. So I talked about resilient basing, right? So mission command, distributed control, and decentralized execution. That's what this Pub-1 is about. Mission command is what is the commander's intent. Distributed control is empowering your people, and decentralized execution is so that your people can prosecute whatever it is you told them to do. Without resilient basing and without readiness, it doesn't matter if I cannot communicate and I don't have IT infrastructure and we have no connectivity. If you don't understand what I told you to do and where I am empowering at the lowest capable level, that means when our comms are cut, you won't be able to do your job. And that's what that is about. And it's I'm a big empowerment proponent, making sure that folks are able to do what they need to do and just get out of their way. The fourth thing I would encourage you to do, if you want to know what's going on with the Department of Defense, Air Force, there's a Defense News Early Bird out there. You can search for that. It's called the Defense News Early Bird Brief. And then even Air Force.mil.news, you can sign up for headlines and summaries. Pretty cool because I read it every morning, and what it'll do is it'll break down, and there'll be 5 top stories, and they'll cover everything. And then it breaks it down by Air Force, Army, Marines, Navy, and then it breaks it down by defense industry, and then it breaks down on what's going overseas with our allies. There's a section on Ukraine, what's going on day 220, and beyond. And then there's commentary at the very bottom. So there's really nice opinion pieces there if you want to, kind of get some more background. But those are a lot of good ways to see what's going on. What are we seeking, and then kind of get your foot in front of it and be proactive. So I wanted to hit the last some of the questions that we got, and some of them Michelle and Josh talked about earlier. And that's with the SBIR sitters. So everybody was asking, is it going to be reauthorized? So it is on track to be reauthorized for another 3 years. And as Michelle said, they will be voting this evening. So the Senate passed it, and now it's with the House to reauthorize it. Where's Riddler? Is Riddler here? All right, so he's probably upstairs. But Colonel Riddler Salinas, he's the chief of the Spark Division here for the Air Force. And I talked to his boss, Colonel Nate Diller, and just kind of the stuff that they're doing, which I love about Capital Factory. And this is what's kind of new about SBIRs as we go into fiscal year 23, as long as we get authorization tonight. So last year in the Air Force, we had up to $1 billion. And going forward, hopefully for fiscal year 23, we're going to have $1.3 billion. Not M, B, billion. But the collaboration with industry, I talked earlier about the reverse industry days. What AFWorks has is they call them challenge days. And they're the same thing. They have open topics. You go in, and what they're doing differently, and this is, again, life is about learning. And life is about relationships. And learning means you fail a lot. And I would say, if you're not failing, you're probably not trying hard enough. And we, the Air Force, contracting, all of acquisition, program management, we learn a lot. We're not perfect. Nobody's perfect. If you are, you're probably a robot. I don't know. We just being a little bit tongue-in-cheek there, but what we were missing from a lot of SBIRs is we were so excited. And we would go in and we'd have program managers and we'd have the PCOs. Well, who was missing? The operator, the warfighter, the user. And so now what AFWorks is doing is they're bringing in those components. So you should have, in those challenge days, you should have the program manager or the PEO. You should have the PCO, buyers or specialists. You should have a warfighter, operator, user, commercial user, somebody who's actually going to use what you're offering. And then budget. Because if you don't have budget, all you really have is a dream. And that's the sad part, but we have to bring that closer together, and that's really the only way you get over the valley of the death. That's the only way, is bringing that as close. And maybe you don't remove the valley of the death, but you close that gap. You close that gap, and that's a good thing. I really am excited about that. So when I was talking to Colonel Dillard on the phone, I said, well, you know what, to me, that's really deliberate strategic planning, which is what planning is all about, and being a little bit more deliberate about that. So for our Air Force folks here, so we have Air Force folks over here. So we have Colonel Oberfeld, Miss Audra Dorn, Tim Tulane, Justin, Chase, good to see you. Forgot to see you last night. Chase Eiserman. Been a while, you got a nice tan. I do have a fourth superpower. I stay out of the sun. I think I'm allergic to it by now. Last kind of tip, so inflation, if you haven't seen, we partner with OSD and Defense Pricing and Contracting. They issued formal authority on the 9th of September for extraordinary contracting relief. And that is under existing fixed price contracts. So if you have a contract today, I would encourage you to work with your PCO and program manager. But there are exceptions out there, and of course any request for extraordinary contractual relief has to have the justification for it. But we are monitoring inflation very closely. And personally, again, I think this was in one of either the Daily News, Early Bird, comes out every day. But Dr. LaPlante, he's the Undersecretary for Acquisition and Sustainment. He said, everything, all of these ideas, he didn't talk about the Air Force OIs, but he really does, because the operational imperatives for the Air Force are the operational imperatives for DoD, and they do work in concert with a lot of things what our joint partners are doing. But we need team effort, we need ideas from industry, and of course we need to continue to partner with the Hill. But this is his quote that I liked out there. He said, "We could put out the most beautiful, eloquent Shakespearean guidance on inflation, but if we don't get the money, it doesn't matter." And it's true. So China is you'll hear terms, China is a pacing threat, and Russia is an acute threat. And this was also in that article, but these are the things that China is driving for their DoD investments. So the areas, when I meet with industry, they want to know, well, what should I be doing? What do you need? So I've shared some of that with you, but specific kind of overarching things are cyber, anything to do with, cyber space, we already talked about, naval, aircraft, missiles, missile defense, AI, we talked about AI, hypersonics, long-range fires, and unmanned systems. And with hypersonics, it's not really the S&T piece, because we have 60 years of hypersonics in the S&T community. What we really need is production. We need hypersonics production, and Dr. LaPlante calls that an art. So focus on the production, not the S&T. And then for Russia, it's ground combat vehicles and the nuclear triad recapitalization. So those are kind of the things I wanted to share with you today. I think I hit them all. The last one actually this is really cool, and so I brought my phone up here too. It wasn't to take a picture of you guys. I should do that too. Just kidding. AFWorks. So this year, the Congress has provided $134 million in flexibilities, and the goal of that is to build out Prime. So has everybody heard of Prime? Has anybody heard of Prime? Okay, we have some people. Now, and do the opposite. Has anybody not know what Prime is? Anybody? Okay. So prime, you'll hear prime or orbital prime and agility prime. Those are the two programs that we have done in the past. And Congress has just authorized us $134 million to build out prime, the prime concept. The next one is autonomy prime. That is out on the street right now. That's why I share it with you. AFWorks releases Autonomy Prime RFI. This was published September 19th. So this is out there. And it is a collaborative development of autonomy technologies with industry to accelerate military adoption. The program will follow the philosophy of Agility Prime, collaborative risk reduction across the industry to accelerate the development and implementation of emerging technologies critical to national security. Okay, we'll go back to the Napoleon's Corporal. What does that mean? Anything to do with electrical aviation, autonomous vehicles, directly aircraft related is what they're looking for, you know, getting out of traffic, evading traffic, those types of things. So the RFI is out on the street right now, and we need engagement and feedback from industry because, you know, how you think we should tackle that capability gap. It is a capability gap, and it will feed our operational imperatives. So that is what we ask of you. It's, you know, it's a two-way street here, right? Yeah, ask for me, I ask of you. So this is the last thing I'll share, and this is, I thought it was pretty cool because when Mr. Benderi was talking, did you hear him say change agent? So I'm a huge change agent proponent, and we actually have a change agent motto that we use, and I've been following, you know, kind of like change agents and just learning more about change and how it is. Culture does eat strategy for lunch every day. If you don't have buy-in from your people, you're not going to be able to do anything. And change in itself is, there's lots of change, you know, means different things to different people. There's revolutionary change, there's evolutionary change. There is change where you are just, for what I just asked you for, what are your ideas on how we should tackle these OIs? There's brainstorming that can evolve into change. There are groundbreaking technology advancements that are leap ahead technology, destruction, you know, you call it, what is it? Disruptive. Yeah, disruptive, where the disruptive tech, I'm trying to think of creative destructionism. So creative destructionism, where it doesn't even exist anymore. Think the typewriter as we went to the, you know, to the computer. And then there's just incremental changes every day. And I would say that all of those are good. Any type of innovation is good. But what I love about the OIs is that Secretary Kendall is prioritizing what we're doing, and we are aligned with what we're doing, and everything that we're doing in the Air Force aligns with what we need for DoD, national security, and all of our airmen, soldiers, Marines, sailors, and guardians. But if we don't see ourselves as change agents, we're exactly what Dr. Ed Teller said, right? We're the pessimists. We're right. We know we need to change. We're just not doing it. And then the optimists are the ones that they see that the world is uncertain and we do want to do something about it. So I have left 7 minutes for a question. If there's anybody who wants to ask a question. Yes, sir.
One thing you did not mention was the Air Force Medical Readiness Agency in San Antonio. Is there room for innovation there in the healthcare?
Oh, medical readiness. So Air Force Medical Readiness, actually that's one of our, so you have a lot of innovation that is going on in medical readiness. You have medical readiness innovation going on with DHA, Department of Health Agency, which all of the services are aligned to, and then you have you have innovation going on at just the operational level, you know, in clinics, multiple medical treatment facilities. MTFs. Yeah. Oh, yes. So we have right here, so Chase Eiserman And we will get you in touch with the 773rd Enterprise Sourcing Squadron, make sure you have some POCs there. And very good. Okay, thank you. So for that, I actually have a gift for you, sir. I do. I bring gifts all the time. So I have a United States flag for you that you can wear on your lapel. I'll come to you. I love questions.
Thank you so much.
Who else has a question? Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I was just curious. One of my
Only
biggest-
easy questions, please, though.
It's not going to be
Oh
easy.
my God. Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm curious how, at this point in time, we have a Microsoft contract with every branch of service. You spoke about communication being key, and we don't have a global address list that you can search everybody out half the time. Basic communication between teams, between branches. If you're in the Air Force, you can't team someone in the Army. There's workarounds, but all the contracts are with Microsoft for every branch. Everyone should have at whatever branch teams. It blows my mind that didn't happen. And is there anything that's in the works to fix that?
Okay. That's a great question. So I didn't share earlier so I have a philosophy with change agents, and to be a change agent, I believe you have to be relentlessly positive. You have to be relentlessly patient. You have to be relentlessly curious, and you have to be relentlessly courageous. So yes, the curiosity, you started off with that, so of course my mind went there. I do not have an answer on a win, but I know that there are other people that share that with you. I do also like how you spelled out the acronym GAL, so other people would know. So for that, I also have a flag for you. So that's cool. I don't have the answer, like I said, but I know it frustrates folks. But you know what I find myself thinking about often is in the Air Force after 29 years, when I didn't have a GAL, 29 years ago, and then the GAL that was created, it's gotten a lot better. And I know that that's not answering your question, but I told you I'm an incurable, realistic optimist. And you can't go after those changes until you have the budget, until you have like a joint integrating function that would actually do that for all of DoD, and until you have enforcement that would say, you must do this. If you don't do this, we're gonna, what's the incentive, right? Negative incentives or positive incentive. Negative incentive, you don't do it, I take your money, and guess what? Now you're off the whatever, But how do we make sure, I think the essence of your question is, how do we make sure that we can reach each other so that we can communicate, so we can build our global network, so we can find people that we know exist out there without having to go through Kevin Bacon's 6 degrees of separation and finally find that, somebody who has that person. I have stalked people on LinkedIn to find their emails just because they're in another service, but they're not on my GAL. So I share your pain. Don't have the perfect solution for it, but I know that I'm optimistic we will get there. So, yes, sir.
I just want your thoughts on this. I lived in Northeast Asia for 10 years as an American veteran in entrepreneur.
Okay.
And I found it to be a very low trust environment. But I also found the federal contracting to be a very low trust environment. And one of the things I observed was it would be really cool for the ATO process to have 3 reviewers and not one person whenever we give the award, so that there's no value to the relationship. So that it's just pure being theoretically competitive. And I found that a lot of this relationship stuff, it always works when we think we're going to be the winner. But when we're on the losing side, it's not fun anymore. What that does is it creates a low trust environment. And I wonder if there was a pathway to change the entire procurement system so that there is no room for relationships giving people an advantage.
So I would say it's almost like, sir, you've read the book. So I'll go with you. So, chapter 4, working with industry. What Secretary Kendall says, he has a couple of these. in essence, there's a paragraph in here, 2 of them. Communicate as fully with industry as the rules allow. And that's the more we communicate our intent and priorities to industry, the more we listen to industry concerns, the better. Up until the time of final RFP, you can communicate, and then that's kind of where you have to go into source selection. The other one is to what you went after, which was treat industry fairly and keep your word. And it's interesting, he says, it's interesting that the commercial world has no requirement for one firm to treat another fairly. Try to imagine a protest of a commercial contract because the buyer's source selection wasn't equal to all possible bidders. Because we're an arm of the United States government and we expend public funds, we are held to that standard. It's also the right thing to do ethically. And it is necessary if we want to have a constructive relationship with industry. So what we have to do, I think that is, a component of trust that's there and communication. And it's not always, again, perfect. It isn't, but I think we can't lose that. And so they are going to now get me off the stage. But I do have a flag for you, sir. So thank you. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Cindy.
Thank you, General Trevino. I know that I saw many of you writing down notes as I was from her keynote, so I appreciate that super informative session. Before I send you guys on a break, I just wanted to plug that Army Applications Laboratory is proud to announce the launch of the DoDX Catalyst podcast series, which will provide an inside look at what's happening inside defense innovation. So y'all grab a headset outside of Johnny 5, which is right out here off of the atrium, where you can listen in to what's happening on that podcast. Podcasters supporting the launch will include Warrior Maven, our Mad Scientist Laboratories Convergence podcast, DIU, and AAL. The full schedule can be found on AAL's Twitter and LinkedIn pages. So now we will take a break and come back at 11:25, where we will have a panel led by Colonel Jay Wisham. Thank you guys so much. That's okay.
Yeah.
Check. Jeremy, check. Check, 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 check. Nothing? I feel like I can hear me. Got me? Good? One more. Can you hear me now? Check. I can hear me. Good? Good to go?
Test, test.
Looks like it's good. I was talking quiet, but yeah.
Test, test.
Yes.
Hello again. Welcome back. Oh, thanks. Hi, guys. I hate to interrupt great networking, of course. But welcome back from your break. I hope that you guys stretched your legs, got another contact in your Rolodex. This is our last programming before lunch, where I look forward to having more conversations with you all. But I am super excited to welcome someone that is in our space often, dare I say almost every single day, to the stage, and some great panelists. Next in our programming is a panel titled Admiring the Problem, Can the Army Scale Innovation? It's moderated by friend of Capital Factory, Colonel Jay Wisham, Director of Army Applications Lab. And on his panel will include Lieutenant General Thomas Todd, Deputy Commanding General and Chief Innovation Officer at AFC, Mr. Young Bang, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Army in Acquisition, Logistics, and Technology, and Mr. Zach Beecher, Chief of Staff of America's Frontier Fund. Welcome, gentlemen, to the stage.
All right, you guys hear us? Yeah. Okay. So we'll kind of just smash into this, and we'll give you a little bit of a preamble on kind of what the conversational topic is, and really we let the panelists kind of do their own introductions, because that's generally the best way to let that happen. So when we wanted to take a look at how we wanted to engage the Fed Supernova kind of community, like for this event, we took a look at some of the hot topics over the last year. And one of those really related to a conversation that happened primarily on the commercial and the investing side of, like, is there a window closing where private capital will look at continuing to invest in non-traditional small businesses and other activities that support defense? That was sort of our initial thought. And then as we took a look at it, the DoD innovation space and acceleration space has changed dramatically over the last probably 12 to 15 months. And some of that we can kind of highlight here. And if you've been in the Austin area, you know a lot of that change is focused out of the Austin area. You have a very strong collaborative activity with the joint partners going on right now, how we engage private capital, how we look at these things. But there's still these mechanical things, whether it's an ASALT activity, a requirements activity, an S&T activity, just getting something into the system. We wanted to kind of really pull the senior folks from the Army and the commercial side that kind of address that in a kind of a three-tiered way between ASALT as the acquisition and procurement expertise for the Army, AFC is the S&T and requirements expertise for the Army, and then we've got a commercial and private capital expert that's coming in looking specifically at the defense space. That's sort of the premise of our conversation today. So with that, what I'd like to do is kind of with each of you, quick, not your full bio necessarily, but just kind of who you are and kind of what are you doing right now for the Army, and then we can kind of flow out of that a little bit. So Mr. Bang, we'll kind of start with you.
Thanks, Jay. Young Bang, huge title, but probably don't know what that means. But essentially, it's the Army's procurer, buyer of weapons, buyer of technology, buyer of software. And when we say buyer or developer. My background, I'm actually one of y'all. Right? I came from industry, retired my time from industry, and then before that I was in the Army as well. So getting back into public service is great. Great to be on this side again, but really my whole context is really around technology from the commercial side.
Okay, can you hear me? See if I can operate the tech. Thomas Todd, Army Futures Command. I oversee our science and technology integration. If you really think about it, that's something that we haven't done a whole lot of in the past. And also, as Chief Innovation Officer of Army Futures Command, my job is to help us with the velocity at which we do things. And we're getting after that a little bit better each and every day. There's no magic pill, for sure, to that. But I work hand in hand with Young. I work very much on the architect side of the future operating environment. That is our specific mission from the Secretary and the Chief, which is to really get up some early tech, to get after some future concepts, and look for that intersection of technology and the future concepts and see what it can make, and see if we can spin it out and actually hand it over to ASALT to go and actually procure and get that to the field in rapid fashion. We do that. We have some cases, and hopefully we'll get the chance to talk about that today. Don't certainly have all the answers yet. Certainly looking for your input and look forward to the discussion. Thanks, Jay.
Zach?
I, too, am trying to make sure I get the tech right. So I'm Zach Beecher. I'm the Chief of Staff at America's Frontier Fund. America's Frontier Fund really comes out of a recognition of the urgency of a moment, right? We look abroad and we see an incredible mobilization of resources elsewhere, all around these foundational, deep technologies that are going to unlock possibilities around a new future. And technology has been the high ground both of conflict, global state competition, and the economy, ad nauseum, right, if you look through history. And so what AFF is trying to do is think through what are all of the different mechanisms and tools that we need to revitalize foundational deep technology investment, research, and commercialization. We want to be a partner to government. We want to be a partner to academia, industry, and we want to be able to help identify best practices, communicate those, and then frankly invest in them, commercialize them, and demonstrate that deep tech and foundational technologies, a little bit more even upstream than just dual use, presents a strategic imperative and opportunity for the nation and for our partners. So I'm very lucky to have an opportunity to play a role in that, lead a lot of our partnerships and strategy efforts. And for me as well, I have a background in helping scale up different teams across the innovation sector. Prior to that, I was an Army officer as well. So very excited to have an opportunity to engage with those government partners today. Very excited to be on this panel and have a chance to speak with y'all.
All right, awesome. So let's kind of just smash into it. So General Todd, Mr. Bang, kind of had the first sort of volleyball to you, and kind of the way we'll do this. I will throw a beat on the table, and we will watch everybody go after it. But this is actually a pretty key thing, I think, to help the audience understand how does ASALT and AFC operate now in terms of like identifying capabilities, technologies, innovation activities, and how do we get it into the system? How do we do that as a coherent team on the Army side? And maybe where do you want that to go? Like where versus where we're doing it now, but where do you want it to be? And I'll kind of start off from you, Mr. Bang. We'll kind of go with Mr. General Todd.
Yeah, so I look at it at multi-dimensions, but one of the areas is around science and technology, right? And so we work extremely well together. I think if you think about the science and technology and the research that's being done out in the community, the ecosystem, as well as in the labs, I think we work extremely well with Thomas here because they take the ideas, they take the technology, right? And I'm sure he'll talk a little bit more about that, but we're on the receiving end of that. And so it's like a partnership. We have to kind of push-pull together, right, and kind of meet in the middle. And that's what we do from a technology perspective. And, you know, they help scout it, mature it. We look at, you know, the capabilities together, where we have gaps potentially and where we need to go. And then we try to fill those gaps at a high level. The other dimension is that I'm going to equate it to like a Scrum team, right? They develop requirements, right? Whether it's epics or user stories. When we're doing sprints, we have the engineers, right, or the developers. And in the Scrum, you work together. That's essentially how we do things from a DevCom, from an AFC, and an ASALT perspective.
Yeah, no, that's great. I would say there should be no light between us. He and I close those gaps every day together. But at the end of the day, the goal is to, you know, quit having false starts, right? I know that's a fairly simple term, but you know, we have a lot of efforts that never get off the ground, and I think it's up to us to admit that. Some of that sometimes is the way our resources are programmed. Some of that sometimes is the way we handle, you know, the evolution of learning. What I will say is we're on the cusp of something really grand here. You know, we have gone from an Army that did not experiment operationally very much to an Army that right now senior leaders track 265 plus operational experiments inside each fiscal year and the results of those experiments. And why is operational experimentation so important? It's so important because for the longest time we had requirements development with simulations, whether they be constructive or not. And whether or not that turned out to be a feasible requirement to go after really was questionable. And I would say now with the formation of Army Futures Command, the combination of concepts and technology and experimentation being the middle of that, we have a pretty good set of results coming annually. So what I would say is we are now handing, you know, solid requirements over to the final engineers that go and actually finish the final design and then take it through test and field it. But we don't do that without, in a sense, flying before we buy, right? Try before we buy. And we do that through demonstrations in those experiments, and it's yielding tremendous results already today. I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that you'll see many things beyond the original 31 efforts that we started here at AFC and ASALT will deliver come fairly rapidly. The point being is let's quit being episodic. Any of those that have heard me talk before is we have to be persistent. We have to get after maybe not 31 new things every year. But at the end of the day, our soldiers expect us to deliver modernization, and we don't want future generations of soldiers to not expect to be modernized.
Yeah, I'm going to riff on that a little bit
Please.
more. So I think that's great what Thomas said, and it's everything, if you think about the old ways that we used to do things, requirements, right, acquisition, development, I mean, the long lead time, 15, 20 years to get a new system out there, right? And I think what Thomas said is really critical, right? Everything was in series, right? Sequential order. And, you know, from a technology perspective, if you do that, technology is way out of date. And so what we're trying to do is meet literally in the middle, right? The experimentation, the tech demos that he's talking about, it's pulling tech, it's pulling requirements in, it's pulling acquisitions in, to meet in the middle to say, hey, this is an MVP. Is it viable? Is it not? Is it going to work into capabilities and fill these gaps, or are we going to have to kill it, right? So from an innovation standpoint, y'all understand that. Things are going to work, great. Let's move forward with that MVP and scale that and deploy that, right, and operationalize that. Or, hey, maybe it's not going to work, we kill it, but maybe we shift it this way. And so that is really key, what he said, is that tech demo, the experimentation. It's really where we're bringing everything into the middle to accelerate that. Instead of being sequential like this, we're really trying to accelerate that, and that's really how we're going to get 24 new capabilities by next year, 23, right? And like I said, when I came in the Army, it took 15, 20 years to get one system out the door. And so that really highlights the need and criticality of meeting in the middle. The reason why AFC and ASALT work so well together is because we have to get in the middle so we can get our capabilities out to the warfighter faster.
Awesome. So now let's just kind of tackle, you mentioned scale, so let's kind of tackle the name and the title, right? Scale is an interesting term because it means something very different based on where you sit in a process. Could you guys kind of articulate what does scale, a relevant scale to the Army mean to you individually? We'll start this with you, Zach. So, like, how does that look from an investment or a commercial standpoint? What does scale mean to you when you look at a monolithic structure like the Army, at least from the outside? And then, from an experimentation side with General Todd, and maybe from a procurement side, what does scale mean from your perspective? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I actually would even take it a step further back, right, and say, how do you take these capability requirements, and there's an interest in the private sector to do business with the Army, right? There's immense opportunity for exactly what you're talking about, scale. But I think it actually starts back at the perception of what it's going to take to get to scale, right? So if you're private capital and you're thinking through what it's actually going to be able to get through the door, get through the MVP process, and then ultimately reach scale. To Mr. Bang's point around 15 to 20 years, that still is sometimes the perception, right? I mean, just a couple weeks ago when Mike Brown left DIU, there was a piece around the calcified acquisition process. Now, is that fair? I don't think that takes into account all the work that's happened, to your point, around the last 15 to 20 months, but that perception persists, right? And so private capital feels concerned around how do you actually partner with government? How do you scale and achieve those types of contracts? How do you make it worthwhile for early stage innovators to push into that as a market focus? And at the same time, I'd also maybe push back a little bit, right? So we've learned certain lessons around the battlefield. Drones is something that everybody has seen. It's come into living color right now in terms of what we've seen in the battlefield in Ukraine. But these lessons are the same lessons that we saw in 2017 when we were fighting ISIS in Inherent Resolve in northern Iraq. Everyone saw that we were using commercial over-the-shelf drones in order to fight. But to this day, across the 117 brigades in the Army, which infantry squad has a drone, right? And I'm sure there's tools working on that and driving towards that, but that's 5 years. We're 5 years on from some of the lessons, some of the realities that we've seen in combat. So I do think there's a perception aspect. I think there's a communication and how to actually execute against those barriers in order to achieve scale. And from our side, on the venture aspect, we're always going to be thinking about how do we get sticky revenue? How do we get year-over-year growth? How do we achieve this and keep this company sustainable? And SBIRs are a great tool to drive R&D, but is it a great tool to drive commercialization? And I think these are some of the items that venture capitalists and the private capital markets really wrestle with when thinking through, on the small, medium business side, how to work with government, how to work with the Army. So I think there's a thread there, and the thread is positive. It's trending positive, and the world is driving us in that direction. But I do think these are questions that private capital and small businesses, startups in particular, have to wrestle with.
Sure. Yeah, so scaling is a very big financial decision for the Army because a lot of times it's a cost to us, and it's a significant cost to us. I would say, when you say scale, I think it meant something different probably to all three of us. And so I'll back up a little bit into experimentation. There's limited fiscal risk for the U.S. Army when it comes to experimentation. There's huge value in it, though. It's kind of like research, right? What's the value of one researcher? I don't know. It depends on what they find, right? If they find the cure to cancer, that was really worth it, right? So inside experimentation, I think we answer the question of the value and the operational value, and that helps us understand scalability from an operational standpoint. But also, there are just some technologies that aren't scalable as well. People think, I don't know of anybody that doesn't think their technology is not scalable to some degree. We found huge scalability in software. We found limited scalability in what I would consider components and subcomponents technology. And then platform technology, not so much. It's pretty hard to produce new platforms in general. And the technology is just not evolving so much that it's worth the bang for the buck to move in the way of new platforms sometimes, at least quickly. So what we try to do in experimentation is just figure out what the next step is, what the next scaling event is. I don't think that's been the way we've done business in the past. We've kind of done this, okay, I got it, now you got it. And the Army looks at ASALT, and not to speak for you, Young, but there's a lot of pressure for huge scaling inside ASALT. So it's not really a ramp. There's not a slope. It's kind of this big, huge step. And I would argue, the verticality of the step increases your probability of failure when it comes to that big fiscal investment. And so for us, I think AFC is always going to be in the position of what's the next step, when it comes to scale. So if it is demonstrate at Project Convergence, which is one of our capstone experiments, which we'll be having, it's already ongoing now, it'll be going all the way through November the 9th. It's a very long, very big investment by all of DoD. If you're in it, what we're looking for is, should we take the next step with you? You demonstrated, individual technologies. Should we then move to collective technologies in a company or a battalion? And then see what that does ultimately in the collective. Because make no mistake about it, we're not after individual solutions unless they serve the greater good of the collective. And I think sometimes that's missed. We may have individual technologies that do really great things. But ultimately, why did the Army make the next step? It was usually because it served the overall mission of the Army. And that's a very complex mission at the collective level. So for us inside AFC, we're looking at, ultimately one day handing it off and going to hopefully the final engineering design with ASALT and a large production of that capability, large being relative, given what type of unit it's going to be in. But inside AFC, the constant question we're always asking ourselves is, do we take it to the next level from an individual tech to a collective tech? And you can just think about the way our formations are built, right? Platoons, companies, battalions, brigades. That's kind of how we think about it.
Yeah, I want to build on both what Zach and Thomas was talking about. I think Zach's right. Army does a terrible job of communicating all the wonderful things that we're doing. The tech that, he was talking about, that was in Iraq, Afghanistan, all those type of things. Yeah, it's already incorporated into the Army, into our TTPs. We're actually deploying and advancing a lot of the drone technology into loitering munitions and all those type of things, but there's no good press about it, right? So I agree with that 100%. I think we need to get better at actually explaining the wonderful things that we're doing, explaining our needs to industry, right? And where you can kind of fill that gap, right? The other dimension of what Thomas said is right on target. And it's actually a really good way that you kind of did this, right? Kind of sequential order.
I've done this before.
Yeah, clearly. But, I look at it from a scale, from a maturity perspective, right? And so, trust me, I've had 2 exits, right? I've sold a product company, I've sold a services company. I get how this works. And where you guys are at from a startup perspective is, hey, I got a great idea, and I'm going to build something. And this great idea might be tech, might be software, might be something awesome, right? And what I would say is that is probably really good for the idea to start a business case, right? And then you want to get funding, VCs, right? But they're looking at things from a little bit different perspective of, okay, from a business perspective, am I going to make returns in this type of model, or is this business model correct, or is the tech mature to do certain things and all Absolutely. And then Thomas will look at that tech from an experimentation standpoint, right? Like he said. I look at it from a scale perspective. So if you think about like a Silicon Valley model, they're going to buy little companies that has niche capabilities, possibly. Maybe that's a breakthrough capability or technology, right? But they look at it in the bigger context of how does this fit into my overall product development roadmap? Is it a niche capability and it's going to accelerate my overall product development timeline by 5 years? Great, might fit in there, right? Which is a scenario. Or if I do this, am I going to be able to integrate this because, no offense, 10 hobby shop garage built technology isn't going to scale for me if I'm going to actually take that to a manufacturing environment, right? If I can get my process to work once, great, successful MVP, but can I do that 100, 1,000 times over, and can that chip now fit in the circuit board that can actually do all these other things, right? That's what large companies look at from an integration and a buyout perspective, right? And the VC guys know this, and y'all should know this too. That's what I look at it. Is this technology mature from this experiment? Can I repeat it 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 times over because we have to field it 1,000,000 times over? Am I going to be able to have the right supply chain in place just because I took and built my own printed circuit board and actually put a couple chips on it? Okay, where's the supply chain? Can I actually manufacture and have all the components there and the chips so I can mass produce this, right? So I look at it from a what we call the low rate of initial production. Can I reproduce everything that you did? It's like product development and piloting things, right? And pilot before you get to manufacturing. That's what I'm looking at. Scale is critically important in that context. And then I look at how can I integrate that to the Army enterprise? Is it secure, right? From a technology perspective, y'all might have gotten chips and components from China. Great, to show it works. I can't afford to do that. If your semiconductors are coming from China, guess what? That's a no-go with us, right? And so we look at it from those type of components, from a scalability, from a manufacturing repeatability process, as well as from a security risks, cyber and vulnerability process, and supply chain process. So hopefully that helps you understand you can't just start with your idea and expect, boom, multi-billion-dollar contracts from the Army. There's a life cycle of scalability that we all look at, and that's why it's critical for us to work together, because again, like I said, if we could kind of meet towards the middle, we could hopefully accelerate that. And there's a lot of things that y'all might be hearing from the press that the acquisition community is actually meeting in the middle to offset the risk. So a lot of times, some of these large companies will say, hey, we got to take the risk because, you know, the manufacturing process or your orders are this, this, and this. And we're just like, got it. So we're going to meet in the middle, and we're actually buying down some of your risk, buying down some of your costs, and helping with these long lead time items and paying for that ahead of time, right, to burn down those risks. So just like y'all look at burning down risk, we do the same thing. That's why this relationship here, not just Thomas and I, this is critical, but with the VC and you all are critically important so we can all kind of meet in the middle to accelerate this timeline.
I want to double down on that point because I think that point is so important, right? It's around how different types of capital come into the marketplace in order to drive to the right end, right? And so where government dollars come in and where there's a really good swing right now, right? If you look at the CHIPS and Science Act, which became law at the beginning of August, that could be as large as $280 billion to help onshore a lot of our semiconductor capability. But critically, it's also about developing new regional ecosystems to develop that. Texas is one of those ecosystems where there is a huge amount of activity for that. Also, if you begin to look at DoD's larger budget, the budget envelope for DoD in FY22 is $112 billion. It was a 15.6% increase over the year before out of a $722 billion budget. Now, that's still historically low, but it's the largest increase in the DoD's budget ever for R&D. So these questions around how you de-risk entrants, both as startups and venture capitalists, to support these startups, get faster iterations of innovation, to get new solutions to the warfighter, that's the type of partnership that you need to be effective. The question is, can you scale it, right? And I think that kind of almost takes us back to the beginning here, right? Which is identifying and iterating ourselves as partners around how those puzzle pieces, for lack of a better phrase, fit together. So I think each of those components, as they get operationalized, are going to be key to how we can scale innovation, continue to compete, and advance national interest.
No, I appreciate that, Zach. Kind of to pull off of that, General Todd, you said something earlier where you're kind of articulating the Army's posture and how it's changing on experimentation. I've heard you speak before on this, and I think this would probably be relevant, particularly to what we just kind of went through. The Army generally has a problem with going from a handful of prototypes to I need 117 brigades worth of stuff. And that's that interim step, that huge vertical step. You've talked a lot about like how do you get after operationally relevant scale or experimental issue to units, which is a form of like a long form experiment. So instead of going from 10 prototypes to 100 brigades, I mean, what are your thoughts on potentially going like, hey, can we just get a brigade this capability, let them employ it, deploy it, utilize it, learn from it in real time? Do you think there's an appetite from your perspective to not pure fleet a brigade or parts of the Army to like get that mid step in that scale? And I'd be kind of interested to hear how how you would react to that from the private side and where you from the ASALT side think that fits or doesn't in our traditional models.
Yeah. So I think to start, it really depends. You can do harm to a brigade by inserting a radio that doesn't work with all the other radios. So to have one battalion, right? So I think, you know, it depends. It's pretty big way that we look at it each and every time. What I will say is we are open to it now, right? Before, if you think about before Army Futures Command and before this idea of the concepts community and the technology community coming together. And I say concepts because that's pre-requirements, right? That's all about what could we do. And that's, I think, the space we want to be in. You know, about the only way you got a battalion's worth of anything that wasn't a full Army big program fielding effort was what's called a directed requirement. And that came through really a request from a commander that went up through, you know, all the way through the Joint Staff and came down to the service and said, this is validated, please go field that to just that unit, right? So while that might have been a good start, it was a false start in a sense because we struggled with scaling off of that. There was no requirement that followed behind it. You know, there was no way to really say, is that really worth it for the rest of the Army or not? So this is the idea of operational experimentation because operational experimentation creates a sense of urgency, right, around certain technologies and capabilities. Where before, we didn't have a way to take that sense of urgency that one commander, one battalion, one organization might have had. So we thought that maybe a proponent might do that, right? So a proponent for that technology or that branch inside the Army would do that, but they weren't able to move the Army, right? Because it's obviously a very large organization. The beauty of what our Army-led joint experiments, operational experiments is, we walk out of that with a sense of urgency now about certain technologies. And before, I'm not sure we had that, right? The real question that's proposed now to senior leaders is, let me explain to you the risk of not doing this, right? So, and that's a whole different way of looking at the problem, right? It's not pushing your capability. It's not saying what you need. It's not talking about what you gotta have. It's saying, we just showed you a huge risk. Senior leaders, we need to close that gap, and then we need to make our organizations more successful in the future battlefield. And what that does is it presents a whole different, now it's not just one side of the equation. Let me tell you about my problem. It's let me tell you what we discovered, and you didn't know it, but you're in a really bad spot. Oh, by the way, you got to fix that, like now. And that creates a sense of urgency. And sometimes it is to a battalion level with a follow-on plan now. It's not just a one-time event anymore because we don't come out of our experiments without informing a requirement and ultimately informing a requirement for the Army to digest in real time as we learn with that battalion level fielding. Make no mistake about it. Again, we're not there yet, but we're getting there. We're starting to see real examples where we are fielding capabilities with the help of ASALT to battalions, to companies, and sometimes brigades. And so the Army is grappling with, okay, now, we're no longer talking about do we scale or don't we scale. We're just trying to define how much we scale.
So let's lead off with you, then we'll kind of have your
Yeah.
perspective from the commercial side hearing this.
I mean, conceptually, I'm all in on it. I think there's an approach where you have to have our traditional way of fielding.
Right.
But there's other scenarios where I think whether soldier touch points, and we do more of those, as well as, like you said, maybe fielding to a battalion or a brigade to get a better sense of how we would actually employ the technology. Because some of these technologies are so new, we don't have any doctrine or concepts developed to employ it correctly. We can employ it like we are fighting today, or we can employ it about how we might fight in the future. And right now we're employing it about how we're going to fight today, right? And so I think in those type of scenarios where technology is revolutionizing the battlefield, drones for instance, right? If we field, say, a class 3 drone to the whole Army, well, you know what? They fight differently, right? Our infantry guys aren't going to want a huge class 3 for certain missions. They're going to want our little drones that we have on our hand and fly that out. So why would we actually field everybody the same way if we have light units that jump out of the airplane that only can take what they have? You want smaller drones, right? Or if you have mechanized units that have these huge platforms, they could probably afford to kind of have better type of technology that way. And so I think there has to be a little bit of the tech informing the requirements, but tech informing the concepts, right? So I always kind of, and I'm going to date myself, remember when we were digitizing everything? And everyone was like, oh, digitize this form, digitize this form, digitize this form. I'm like, whoa, hold on. You could digitize a paper-based process, and then you're just going to make a bad process even worse, and you're going to have more, you're going to accelerate all the backlog, right? Or you could redesign the whole process from scratch, like redesign an application and make it cloud native from the get-go, right? Don't abstract certain things and rebuild it that way, right? So my whole point is, like, if you take a technology, you can fight the way we fight today, which will probably be a little incrementally better, or you can reimagine how we're going to fight with this new technology in the future. And I think there needs to be a little bit of both, and that's why I said conceptually I'm all in with the whole notion of fielding, testing, informing concepts, informing requirements, and that's exactly what AFC and Thomas and the group does here. And I do think that if you look at it from a commercial standpoint, I always kind of equate this with human-centered design, right? When we're doing software development in Agile, I was one of the first ones to put HCD as a way to get to Agile faster and better, because what are you thinking about? Journey maps, pain points right off the bat. The adoption becomes faster, better, easier, right? The Army, I was so glad to see this, that we're doing so many more soldier touch points, so we're getting that human-centered design up front. The soldiers are given that feedback, hey, this works, this is awful, you need to change this, before we get everything done and then we field it to it, right? So same thing from a software perspective, right? In the scrums, you have the product owners. If you have HCD, you're going to look at obstacles and pain points right off the bat. I think, if you think about that type of analogy, more soldier touch points, the better, as well as kind of this whole notion of let's field technology and use that to inform requirements, but more importantly, develop new concepts of how we're going to do this in the future.
Go ahead, Zach.
I would take it back to what do we mean by innovation, right? Innovation to me is problem solving. And for the Army, problem solving is happening on the battlefield. And that's measured in blood and treasure as you figure that out. So for me, with the Army officer hat on, I would think around, you want iterative cycles in order to better identify how you can solve those problems. And the Army and the Department of Defense has invested an incredible amount of capital in JRTC, NTC, and you see NTC, they had the 40 drone swarm in September that made the national news. There's a lot of activity around identifying how to be iterative, how to problem solve, how to get soldiers thinking about these new future concepts on the battlefield. And so as an Army officer, I think that's incredibly important and it's essential. And frankly, on the private capital side, that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see the application of an MVP. You want to see an iterative cycle to shorten the improvement cycles so that you can get to the best possible product to deliver the right end at the right time, at the right place. And if you can do that, you've got a great product. And that great product, in this particular case, is going to be applied on the battlefield, right? So as a private capital allocator, that's exactly what you're thinking about. How do I get to the best possible product? And it's working with the military, the Department of Defense, and the Army specifically in order to do that, right? And that's where perception comes in. That's where I'd kind of tie all these different pieces together. You know, if there's this idea that you're the least cold piece of pizza in the box, like, people aren't going to want to work with you. So that's not on the Army, right? But it's on both sides of the party. How do you actually bridge the divide, pull people together, and get into these iterative cycles? And last comment here would be, every unit, whether you look at an airborne brigade combat team, a heavy brigade combat team, a light infantry brigade combat team, right? They have specific requirements. They have specific MTOs in order to enable those requirements. We should think about innovation in the same way. And I think private capital allocators will be heartened to see that kind of thinking, right? Because it means that platforms can be applied, or in venture speak, right? Like, your product platform can be applied to different types of scenarios with different types of add-ons and features, right? But to me, it's all about trying to bridge the divide, get into that iterative cycle, optimize that, be in communication, and break down barriers. So I couldn't agree with both of you more.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. We'll go with one kind of targeted question per. Feel free to jump in, but it's kind of a little bit of a lightning round feel, and after that, we'll have a kind of a closing thought piece from each of you. I think that'll bring us down to our time. So Zach, we're going to stick with you for a second. You just kind of sat through our VC summit yesterday upstairs at Army Applications Lab. A lot of our joint partners, DIU and AFWorks, were there. From your perspective, this actually might be kind of cool for you too, sir. What signals do you need to hear from the Army that allow you to make business decisions and view the space better? Like, what are the type of communications that you need to see on the private sector side that help you understand how you can inject into the national security process? So I totally dropped my mind. And actually, I'd be curious from your commercial standpoint after Zach finishes that up.
Yeah, I mean, from our perspective, right, it's, I call it the path to partnership, right? So what is a clear idea that you're going to hit these particular marks and these particular requirements, and there's going to be revenue gates? And there's a certain degree of that, right? But there's always that hope of, you know, what's it going to take that step to scale, right? I think that's where the clarity moment is kind of lacking, right? And so when you look at existing vehicles in which to kind of work with the Department of Defense, one of them is the SBIR program, right? But then when you look at the data, you know, DIU, 23% of the companies that go through DIU never went through the SBIR process. So then, as a venture private allocator, you're wondering, you know, what's the efficacy of working in which program, and how do I think about it? Why would I go with one or the other? And so for me, I think it's a clear signal. It's a clear path to prosperity, a clear path to, you know, these are our requirements and this is where we're going. And I think a willingness to work with the company, right? I think as a venture team, your concern is always that the government is not a bad customer, but a challenging customer, right? In terms of it has very specific requirements. So how can you be fluid together in terms of identifying and meeting those requirements? And I think that fluidity, that communication, that clarity of expectations is the most vital piece that we can see in terms of signaling, and that there's a revenue return point that will make it worthwhile and scalable.
Sir, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, multiple. So let me start backwards. So in FY23, the Army, from a technology perspective, will look at networks, AI and autonomy and ML, right? We'll look at biotech, and we'll look at several of these areas, right? So from a demand signal perspective, you know, we're going to invest our S&T areas in a lot of areas, but those are some of those areas specifically. So if some of y'all are in that space, great. If you're not, think about how you can apply your tech to those spaces, right? And so taking my hat off, you said from a commercial perspective, right? One of the things I always, you can have a great product, but if the client doesn't see how it's going to apply to them, okay, it's another great product and another great idea. And so kind of on the theme about meeting in the middle, got it. I've heard the feedback a lot that it's hard to do business with the DoD and the government and the Army. Okay, I would just say meet us in the middle. right? Just like that scenario saying, I have great tech, but unless you do your homework to sell that to whatever client, commercial client, government client, whatever, do a little bit of homework. And so bringing that back to what I just said about some of those technology areas we're going to invest in, those are heavily areas in FY23 that we're going to invest in. If you have tech that falls in there, great, demand signal. If you don't, then figure out how your tech or your innovations or whatever it is can affect or impact that mission, or shift your presentation or your sales pitch to enable us to see how it can actually help us with some of those missions that we're talking about in those areas, right? And so hopefully that answers a lot of your question. My whole thing is about meet in the middle. There are demand signals that we're putting out there. Sometimes I tell companies that you're tone deaf. We've told you. And I say sometimes we are harder to work in, but again, meet us in the middle. Do some homework. Help us interpret your tech, right? Understand some of our mission a little bit better and apply that and meet us in the middle.
Awesome. Okay. Last two questions. General Todd, you're up on this one. This is one we actually had a lot of people want me to ask you, so fair warning.
Am I cold pizza?
No, sir. I would say you're piping hot. What makes a capability so compelling that it's worth disrupting an existing program or going back for adjustments to inside the palm money? And have you seen any examples of that in your career? Because that's a fundamental question we get a lot.
So repeat the first part.
Yes, sir. What will make a capability so compelling that it is worth disrupting an existing program? So the Army's already doing a thing.
Yeah.
We've been doing it for 3 years. Going to keep doing it for another 7.
Yeah.
Somebody comes in with a different approach or a better way, or what could be a better way.
Mm-hmm.
What would make that compelling to the Army to even look at?
Yeah. Well, first, the risk of not doing it, right?
Yeah.
And helping the Army see itself. Because I would say one of the biggest faults of many companies, to pivot off of what Young was saying, is you don't see yourself. You don't see the meeting. You didn't just see what you did to us in the meeting. So the Army's guilty of that as well, right? We don't see ourselves very well. And the first part of learning is to be able to see yourself really well. I remember working when I worked at ARCIC, which was Futures and Concept Center back, before it came over here. Our leader then used to say, we still don't see ourselves. So, we are almost always dedicated at what next, dedicated to what next in Futures Command, right? The whole word futures means something to us, and we take it very seriously. We do view our job as to disrupt somewhat. The static way of doing business, right? The serial process that Young spoke to. I would say that there are instances of that inside DoD, but this is the first real commitment I think a service has made to doing that. So in that cycle of disruption, or in that cycle of presenting other options, we've got to break the paradigm of a 1-year budget looking like a 7-year budget. And right now, that's how we program dollars. I will tell you that experiments in FY21 had FY24 dollars available. That makes no sense. That makes no sense to not have in-year dollars that we can then pivot on. And so one of the things that we're working together is innovation funds, right? Innovation funds are hugely important inside the lexicon we use for innovation funds, because it's some of the few non-program dollars that we're entrusted to use by Congress, that we just keep them up to date on what we're doing and the linkages with the analysis and the experimentation. We're learning how to do that each and every day. I think we're getting pretty good at it. As far as the narrative, we hope those innovation funds are reinforced each and every year with confidence. Because I tell you, the service wants to be reactive. It's just we have to structurally change our business model. This is a structural issue that we're butting our heads against all the time. This is not a behavioral issue. It might be a cultural issue, but it's not a behavioral issue. Structurally, we have to be able to show the Army itself react to what we learn in real time, and that includes with resources. And if we can get resources behind it, at least early resources, we can light the spark of innovation, right? Especially in the technology arena. And we can create momentum. And if the one thing we've been talking about today that we all want, I'm convinced we all want it, and that is this continuous momentum that allows us to go through the process of both science and technology, engineering and development, all the way to the end point of putting it in the hands of the soldiers and seeing the soldiers say, well done, right? Because I got to tell you, nothing frustrates me more, and I was a PEO before this, than handing something to a soldier and saying you missed the mark. And that is not our goal. Our goal is not just to meet the requirement, it is to meet the intent of the user, right? And so, seeing ourselves, yes, proposing really hard questions for the Army to have to deal with, that, oh, by the way, senior leaders want. They're receptive to it. It's the structure that might not be receptive, and we're on a campaign right now to help change that with the help of ASALT, with the help of OSD, and with the help of Congress.
Awesome.
I want to jump in here, too.
Go ahead. I got to go and line up for you, too. It'll be awesome.
Okay. So I'm looking, and so I think this analogy will work because we're not entirely millennials here. So remember back in the old days, that BASF commercial, we don't make anything, we make everything better? So I would say, to answer your question, think about that. We don't want BASFs, right? To your question about what would be so disruptive, it may change a program record type of thing. We want true disruption, right? That would help us break the cycle from a programming standpoint. And I know people are all here about innovations, right? But I would actually ask you to look at yourselves as well. Are you really innovating? Or are you just making some things a little bit better, right? And so if you're thinking about disruption, it has to be a positive disruption. It has to be a different business model. It has to be a different way we're going to do this technology and get rid of all this waste or whatever it is. We want real disruption. And I think at the heart of all that is really about innovation. So I would also pose that question back to you. Are you really making things a little bit better? Or are you actually truly innovating, right, and giving us disruption? I would say if you are giving us positive disruption like that, that would actually cause us to look at something differently from a program record. And I think that's where we come in. And that's where, if you look at our traditional processes, from an acquisition standpoint, we have to have a requirement, right? And Congress marks us all the time, being ahead of need and blah this and blah that. It's because we have to follow a certain process so we can actually have a requirement so we can plan our budget. It's like a business case, right? And a business model. Well, you have supply and demand. You're going to have all these demands. Okay, now I can make a business model. I can run a profitable company. The Army, just like anything else, is a profit. It's a company, slight different model from a profit perspective, but we actually have to plan with our budget based on requirements. And I say that because programs of record, we're a little constrained by requirements. And we have to plan out our budget multi-years out that way, right? But if we get true disruption and true innovation, this is exactly what we're talking about. We could kind of sidestep that whole requirements process, right? And work from an S&T R&D perspective and work on these type of truly innovative, disruptive concepts and technology to inform the requirements so we can actually scale that and build it into the POM cycle. And so again, it was a little bit a long way to kind of give you a little bit more insights here, but that's why this relationship is critical, as well as with this. If you guys have some great innovations that are disruptive, we are very open to it, even if we don't have a requirement, because we can look at it from an S&T and R&D perspective.
That's awesome. That's actually better than the question I was going to ask you. Okay. So I think with that, we're probably going to land the plane on this one. Really appreciate everybody's time. Really appreciate the audience's time, and we hope that this has been a kind of a fruitful conversation, kind of teeing up some of these big things. Quick pitch, kind of mentioned it earlier, we've got a podcast kicking off over in Johnny 5 here shortly, in about 12:30, where we're going to talk about some innovation activities in Ukraine. It'd be great if some of you could join us over there. With that, Zach, any like one sentence last word?
Hey, I think technology is the high ground, right? So we got to get inside our own OODA loop, and we got to think beyond platforms, and we got to think about how to problem solve. I think partnerships like this are the key to doing that. We've got to embrace these and scale them. So that's my parting thought.
Awesome. Sir?
Yeah, talk to Jay. That's what I want.
I get that a lot.
That's what I want you to do.
Yeah.
Jay is in AAL here is a huge conduit for us to talk to you, especially non-traditionals, especially the commercial sector. You know what we don't know, what we. But I will say this: we put out for every year, and I can count at least 4 broad agency announcements right now. They're just standard open and talk to you about our issues.
Yep.
Right. If you don't know where those are, please go look for those, and we need your proposals against them, please. It can be as simple as a white paper. I will also say we call for proposals against our experiments. So if you're not tracking that, please start doing that. We have, in Projects Convergence alone, probably 234 technologies to be exact, that we are looking at, right, with the operational community over about an 8-week period. That's a huge investment, not only by us, but by those companies that are there. They were selected because you had the technical merit you claim to have, which we do look at when you submit, but you also had operational merit. You had listened, and that's really big for us. So we're not on a shopping spree. We want to work with you on what we think our problems are and what could be for concepts of the future and help shape the Army. So look forward to seeing you on the front end and seeing if we can work together more each and every day. Thanks.
Couple things, sorry. Couple things that Thomas hit on. I mean, I think PC22 is a great event. If you're not familiar with it, you know who to go see. But like Thomas highlighted, the amount of technologies that are in there that we're experimenting, that's your opportunity as industry to show us your stuff works, can plug in, and can help us on the operational side. So kudos to Thomas and team on really driving that and driving a process to get technology in there. And then, you know, the SIBRs, you know, I know there's probably, y'all are probably tracking on the Hill kind of the vote about the SIBRs, but, you know, I know there's a lot of frustrations of perception of the SIBRs. And I say that because I want to highlight, I get it. Trust me, I was on the industry side too. It takes a long time of effort to get into the SIBR and get it awarded, and you know sometimes 90 days to get it awarded, and then once it's awarded, to get the money takes time. I think if y'all aren't aware, again, another example of where the Army needs to do better messaging, we've gotten that process down from 60 to 90 days for an award to 19 days. 19 days. So we're hearing what you're saying, right? We're picking up what you're throwing down. We're taking action, right? And so we want to hear more of that type of feedback, and we're going to promise to work on these type of things. But I think that's a phenomenal story. 19 days to award a SIBR, and that's because we're working together, we're pulling the contracting community together to get those good newses done and streamline the process, right? We want to disrupt that just like you guys are all trying to disrupt things. So listen to some of the things that we're telling you because we're listening to you. We'll do a better job of messaging because these good news stories aren't getting out there. And the other thing is that, you know, that whole chicken and the pig analogy, right? We want you to be the pig. We want you to be all in with us. We need your help, right? It's not sufficient to say, hey, I got this great tech, and I'm just going to pitch it to the VC so I can get bought out. Okay, that's a model. And that may work for us, but a lot of times we want you to be all in with us. We want you to be the pig. Give us the bacon. Give us whatever it needs to be. Be in with us, understand our mission, and help us apply your technology to our mission sets. That will really help us. We talk about bridging the valley of death a lot. There's a valley of death in understanding our side to you and your side to us. So I would implore you all to kind of meet us in the middle. Help us bridge that valley of death and help us to help you by understanding some of our mission.
Awesome. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Yep. We will cede our time to the representative from the Capitol Factory.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. Obviously, Colonel Wisham, who's here almost every single day of the week, and to all of our panelists this morning. I will plug again, the podcast is in Johnny 5. Now, please, we welcome everyone for lunch. There's a general admission lunch available to everyone in the atrium. And then for any of our VIP ticket holders, there is lunch being served on the 16th floor. Thank you all. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock for programming.
Tell them about the Gen issue. Piling the rabbits.
Test 1, 2. For all you that are here already, we got about 5 minutes because we rolled out of there late. So, no, I don't have it out there. Do you want to do it though? You're a cavalryman. Nah, not worth it. I'll give you a VIP ticket next year. I promise. We're supposed to start at 1, but we're kicking off the Igniting Culture track.
Right there, green. You're good to talk. You don't want it on. Just...
All right. Good afternoon. I feel like I have to do a song and dance because it's after lunch, But I'm glad you got your bellies filled, and we look forward to the second half of day 1. How's it been so far? Okay, excellent, excellent. Well, I will be your MC today, and it is such a privilege to invite these folks up on stage. And but I have a couple of to-dos here real quick. Again, welcome back. This is Igniting Culture, so it is going to be on fire. Okay, see, even my jokes aren't gonna work. Okay, but anyway, I am going to get us started is going to be actually one of my friends. I'd like to welcome here to the stage Brian Cook, AFC and Tradoc client lead from IBM, who is our Fed Supernova sponsor. And he's going to say a few words before we get started. But I do have a fun fact on Brian. Where is he? Oh, there. I have a fun fact on you. I think Brian is one of the first colonels to be kicked out of AFC. Is that true? Okay. All right. All right, Brian, I'm turning it over to you, sir.
Okay, so I've got Mike rolling. So first of all, I'm super excited to be here, and thankfully you guys are here because that's what Fed Supernova is really about. I'm Colonel Retired Brian Cook. I'm a consultant with a big company called IBM, and I lead our TRADOC and AFC efforts, as you heard. So just trying to get into this igniting culture track before we get to the panel. Most people want to be really positive about this thing, and I know you've heard from several this morning, and they were very positive about where we are with defense innovation. But the culture is broken. So in a recent book just published called The Myth of Normal, there's a guy named Gabor Mate, and he introduces that the culture in a laboratory is a biomedical brew that's created for the betterment of its organisms. And they behave very well together when it's a good culture. But when it's contaminated, or if the mixture was not right in the first place, it goes awry. And I'm here to tell you, I believe that our defense innovation culture at the moment is a globalized version of a toxic culture. Now, what do you do about that? I mean, we're not gonna stand still, we're Americans, right? So what I would charge to you, armed with the spectacular technological and budgetary resources at hand today in America, we should be on a stable path to gaining great power competition, succeeding at great power competition. But we effort at even some of the most simple-minded solutions out there. I've seen it here in local business, I've seen it here in DC, I've seen it in New York City. There's some real challenge with the culture accepting the change that needs to be done. So bottom line, we need all of you to be catalysts to change this culture. And that's really what we're about here. We've been at an inflection point. For years before, and what actually caused the creation of Army Futures Command, we knew we're falling behind our competition worldwide. And yet, we're still here. AFC's been here for 4+ years now. So we have to change something here. There has to be some type of a culture change, and that's what this Igniting Culture track is designed to do, to draw you in as a catalyst to be the change we need for a defense innovation culture. Thankfully, our Capital Factory friends provide us that place where you have the international, national, regional, and local conversations and collaboration. It's one of the reasons I stayed here in Austin after I was out of the Army, but it's a great place to have those, and Fed Supernova is the one time a year we really get to bring it all together. So we're going to do that exactly today. I'm going to roll through a couple of them. I hope you really enjoyed breaking the bottleneck and admiring the problem. Obviously, we're going to talk about increasing the desire for failure. We are going to talk about turbocharging startups from 155 to 235 with DARPA, small business, and commercial strategy leaders. We'll next step into a panel on strengthening trust, the imperative for AI, robotics, and survival with IBM's Inderbal Bandari, Anderol's Laura French, Colonel Steve Cantrell from AFC, and Sean Anderson from DIU. Kind of mash those all together. It should be a great one. We'll take a network break for your brain and hopefully probably get you wet your whistle. And then we'll kick it back off with how does the DoD frame a problem with the DoD's Rapid Reaction Technology Office and DARPA to tell us how teams define and share the problems they inform their paths forward. But lastly, it'd be short-sighted of me not to take this chance to thank the great team at Capital Factory. They've been amazing teammates to the defense innovation ecosystem here in town, regionally and nationally. And I know they've been a great teammate to Army Futures Command and all the other innovation hubs from throughout the services to include DIU. And this Fed Supernova is just one more feather in your cap. And thanks again for all you being here. You're what make these occasions great and will collide in conversations and collaboration. And with that, off to the panel.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks.
I have to say that IBM has been such an amazing partner to Capital Factory as well. Thank you very much. And I know that you all have participated in, I think, all four of, or at least four, of Fed Supernova. So IBM is, again, another fantastic partner. So we appreciate it, Brian, very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, so next up, I would like to welcome our moderator, Andrew Caprio, to the stage to kick off our next panel about how increasing our desire to fail How counterintuitive to what my mom used to always tell me. I'm not really anyway, but failing is not a bad thing. So get it, Andrew.
Sweet. Hello, hello, hello. Let's get this started. So I'm going to put on the table. So do that. Works. Yeah. Hey everybody, Andrew Caprio here, longtime Air Force member to join the space to get some joint partnership and operations, talk about things that we've been through, talk about desire of failure. So first want to really introduce and thank my panel. So from right to left, we have Blazin Doley, so currently running Reserve Colonel, running the SIBR program for them, analysis, seeing what's going on. Right there we have the Ian Eishen, so Chief U.S. Air Force, hanging out. So big mentor of mine, helped come through and understand innovation policy and strategy from the Chief of Staff of the Air Force Strategic Studies Office. We have newly minted Mr. Scott McKeever, so retired Colonel, U.S. Air Force, was one of the directors for the Strategic Studies Group. And then to my left right here, we have Art Trupton, is the entrepreneur in residence at the Army Application Labs. So upstairs you kind of see, he's pretty much a legend in the space. I just hear more and more stories, war stories for like what's going on. And that's where we start today. And then I'm Andrew Caprio. You guys might know me as Cap, some might know me as Drew. I am a mechanic, so why I'm up here, nobody has any idea, so I really never did anything big. So here we go. Let's go from there. We'll start it off. So I really want to start this with what is increasing desire, right? We talk about failure, we talk about what the term is, how do we push that, but I think from the experience here, we need to really define, and who wants to take the first stab is, what is that desire? Is that desire just failure? Is it the increasing ability to learn? Is it how you push your people? But you guys take it off wherever you want to start, and so who wants to be the first definition for desire?
I think it's a increase in the iterative cycle. Right, everything takes cycles to get through, and you want to be able to increase the number of cycles you can get through to find success. So if you doggedly hold on to something that's not creating the results that you want simply because somebody loves it, it doesn't give you the opportunity to try again or to build into your stack of learnings that allow you to make better decisions going forward.
I have to give Art a pillar here. One of my favorite things is when anybody defines something as love. I truly think that when you put love into it, you put enough of yourself into it that somebody else might have the ability to destroy it. And I think a lot of the times when you come in here and you build that out, that you are putting yourself on the line and then creating an organization or people of culture that are willing to do that with others. That's a beautiful way to say it. Who's ready to go?
Yeah, I'll add. I think, when we think about increasing desire, it's kind of like who's desiring it, right? So is it the individual? Is it the executive? Is it the organization? A recent, look, and probably wherever anybody lives, everybody wants to be in a culture, right? An innovative culture, one that you feel safe to fail. And there's a recent survey, it was like 90% of CEOs of companies want this, but only 16% felt like they actually had it. So I think, this is that desire. Everybody wants it, right? And it's critical, I think, when you think of a large organization or a company, I like to think of it as a portfolio of things that you do. And so many times we de-risk things, and so eventually by the time it gets to some decision, all the risk has been baked out. And so actually the organization as a whole doesn't get to feel the failure. They don't see the failure. And I think that does a disservice to organizations, but it also lets people live in an organization that they don't actually feel the failure because people are getting rid of it. So I think really, for me, it's about having the organization or the company or whatever to realize its full potential. That's that desire for failure, because it's so critical to build new. And without it, you can't, as we just heard, we can't learn through experimentation.
And that's something I learned from Ian a long time ago about how do you manage the space and how do you manage it. Looking at it as a living, breathing entity is something that definitely brings benefits and it changes your perspective. It's not a machine so much as a living, breathing organism. Would you like to follow up on?
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things is we talked about this culture of failure. Good to go? Press it again. This again. Now we're good to go.
Hey,
nice.
We've been here before.
You know what? But I learned, and it's okay, and this is a safe space to do that. If we really break down kind of that desire comment, why do people want
to have the opportunity to fail or the opportunity to experiment. If you really start to break it down, there's things that exist in all of these operations or experiments or innovation initiatives. And really, it's one, I've got some autonomy, and we can go through the autonomy mastery purpose, or we can just say, I have the autonomy to do something, which means that my leadership, my team, they trust me, which means they identify with what I do. They think that I'm good at what I do, good enough to be responsible to do this thing. And then if I mess up, that's okay, because I've got the culture, I've got a group of people around me that know that the mess up, the thing that I do, does not dictate my worth. My worth has already been proven to everybody else. This is just me adding some of that worth again to the discussion. And if you switch and there's lots of people go, maybe we should say failure, maybe we shouldn't. I've been lucky enough to be part of the experimentation and the test world for a long time. And if we look at what we built, so we just built a space test pilot schools. It happens out at Edwards Air Force Base with the Air Force Test Pilot School. We've got Navy Test Pilot School as well, and then we've got the Civilian Test Pilot School down the road. So the entire area of the Mojave Desert is test. And in test, everything we do is based on a hypothesis. It's a scientific method. We're going to try this thing. We think we know what's going to happen because we've done a lot of math, and we've looked at simulators, and we've done a lot of work to try to de-risk the decision. And at some point, we have to fly. At some point, the B-21 is going to fly for the first time. It's going to be really cool. It's a dangerous moment, but hopefully we've de-risked that. And if that experimentation fails, or a piece of that experimentation fails, as long as we don't have catastrophic loss of life, that's okay. Because the idea was we were going to learn. We were going to learn how high can we fly, or how low can we fly, or how fast can we fly, and we just learned that the F-35 or the B-21 or whatever it is can't fly this far, so we did learn. And when we go into things with an idea of experimentation and that thought, everything we do is a learning opportunity. And so it's just a matter, there's very little failure that actually happens in that community because it's an experimental community. And so that experimentation and that kind of idea is something that we have to bring to the other parts of the DoD or the other parts of industry that have to do that same level and that same type of work. And so I think it's just shifting the mindset of the way we attack some of these problems.
I really like it, but it's a quote comes to mind is success is not final, failure is not fatal, and that's kind of take a peek at it. If anybody takes anything from here today, Ian talked about something that is definitely a battle and a passion point of ours, is that looking at your organizations and your teams as a team. He never said family, he never said come together, because you can determine if the people around you are the ones you want, they should be doing the work. You can educate, you can grow, you can cultivate. So, and there's a certain point to bring that team concept into a larger scale, and that's something, how do you bring that to an enterprise level is a very big passion point. So I appreciate you even bringing that up. So Blaze, do you have anything you want to add on the end of there?
Sure, making sure this thing is working. Good.
You sound great.
I think I've been around long enough when there was a time when people talked about, maybe a little too loud, talked about culture as being like frou-frou. And it's not about culture. What is that? What is culture? And then there was a time, and it was all about process. And then there was a time, I think in the not too distant past, when culture became an acceptable term for people's looking at why organizations produced X versus Y. And I think that in the end, it really, like most things in life, it comes back to not one or the other. An innovation culture is not about engineering in isolation. It's not about science in isolation. It's about intertwining the two. And so designing an organization that produces a given X or Y or A outcome, or all three, it boils down to a lot of looking at your culture. But what is culture? And stealing from Ray Dalio's philosophy, culture is a little bit of the talent that you put into it and the processes through which that talent flows. And I think sometimes in the DoD, in the government, and large organizations, even in the private sector, focus is put on changing the culture from on high. But the folks who are on high are oftentimes too far high up and too concerned, or should be, with strategic activities to focus on those processes. And that's where they need help in middle management to be able to, if you're redesigning or reforming or rejigging, whatever level of work you're executing on your organization in order to achieve a given output or change in whatever output you're getting, is to look at your talent, And, but I think most people are fit in the bell curve, so you're going to fit, most people are going to work. Not everybody, but most people. So the real delta in organizational design work is in those processes. And senior folks are too high up to be able to understand those processes. Even if they went through it themselves 15 or 20 years ago, they're too high up. So they need middle-level innovation leaders of whatever form, in order to help them take apart their processes. Because I think most of the time, your process will determine 80% of your outcome. So if you keep tweaking it at the high end and the strategic objectives and org charts and stuff like that, name changes, then you are going to be perplexed why you keep getting kind of the same X outcome when we're looking for something else. But that's hard work. That takes a team at different levels, at different capacities, vertically and capacities horizontally in the organization to tackle that.
So a panel for increasing desire of failure. Not a single one up here talked about the failure of it. You heard team, you heard strategy, you heard love. Like, these are ways, and they view it. They view it as a learning system. That is definitely something to take away from today. Yes, it's a scary word, and as an organization, as a dominant force, we are definitely scared about it. But even the leaders and who are running the thought leaders of it aren't looking at it in that perspective. So I want to get a little creative on this too, to follow up on that question. They have idea, they know what they want to do, they've all been able to execute it, but then how do you incentivize that to continue to grow? And usually our minds go to a fiscal incentive, always pay top of market, how do I get my people more access? But I think there's something to take a look at. There are creative ways now in our world to incentivize these ideas, these behaviors, themes and theories to grow our people. So I would turn to you. What do you think are some creative ways or things you've seen from other organizations are done to incentivize these new behaviors of success? This is what we're looking for, and this is what we want to grow. I take from him, first one up.
So I'll jump on this first. So I think I worry about both of these discussions with incentives, because you'll see some people who will say, I don't need to pay a lot of money for people because the intrinsic motivation and being able to work on your own problems, that should be enough. And for some people it is. What that brushes over is, a good chunk, especially, we've got a lot of DoD members here, and so a good chunk of our enlisted force are sitting on food stamps. And so if you're on food stamps, if that's your issue right now, it doesn't matter if I've got intrinsic motivation to build something really cool. I've got to worry about my family right now. So there is a level that we have to get to, and so there is a monetary level that has to happen to make everybody who's in this world comfortable enough that they're not worried about feeding their children, they're not worried about gas prices and housing and these other things, because they take a long time to change. And then once they're there, then we can start using really cool things like letting them have this autonomy and letting them try out a new job and letting them own things in the position and experiment and all these other things. But if we can't take care of the basics and these basic needs, and go through the Maslow's hierarchy, but if we don't take care of basic needs for military members, then there's no way, or it's very difficult to get them to the point where we can use these other types of motivators that we have the capability to do. So let's say we fix that, then we can start to do some really awesome things, separating them from maybe the day-to-day work, trying to identify them early, trying to operate and give them opportunities for training and education. And we've been building a lot of experiential learning. We've got a whole cohort. We've got 60 people across the DoD starting this week that will be at startups, either AI, blockchain, or robotic startups, a couple cyber, and some venture capital funds. They're paid by the military. They will sit in those companies for a few months. They will build a knowledge and network and then bring that back. And every one of those people have come back more enthused about what they do, with a better tool set and a better network to help solve those problems in the future. So that's one of those intrinsic motivators that I think is great, but we've got to solve the lower level stuff as well.
So you hear that shameless plug as an enlisted mechanic. So one of those things, if we figure that out first, we can then move to the other side. And I think that's very true. I think a parking lot conversation, maybe a future panel that we talk about where that looks like, enlisted pilots, things like that, as the entire organization start to grow. Who would like to take it from there? Scott?
Oh, sure. I would say, depending on where you are in the organization, there's likely failure happening. It's highly likely that it's being filtered from you. So first is find it. Go find that, celebrate that, whatever that means, right? It doesn't mean incompetence, right? So this is you have competent people that are struggling to get something done, right? Go find that. Because if all, maybe you sit, at a certain level in the organization and all you're hearing is, this is good, the next thing is good, you need to approve this, you're actually not finding it. And then I'd say find it, hear about it, participate in it. And then second is go have a meeting with whatever your HR equivalent is or whoever it is that's responsible for developing your workforce, and think about what are the levers in which you are rewarding people, right? So, Ian talked about some certain rewards, but how are people getting promoted in your organization? You really got to do the hard work. Like, how do you measure people? And where is that risk, right? So if all you see on people's reports is amazing, did awesome, did great, right? What are you celebrating? You're celebrating success, which we should, but we're also not saying, experimented with, learned from. I mean, maybe we're seeing those things, but you've really got to find it. So it's the hard work of leadership. Find the failure and then really think about your workforce and how are you incentivizing to become leaders? Because you don't just want the people that have only had success. You want to have people that have struggled and then gone through with grit to figure out what it takes.
I would say breaking news that leadership is hard. So when you go out there and try and figure it out, I would even say this panel, and for those that even brought yourself here today, you probably have a low tolerance for incompetence. And to do this work and to be successful and come through, like those are tips and tricks to come through that take time to develop and go through there. And it's hard, and not everybody wants to do it. So Art, you look like you're ready to launch.
Yeah, I would say that we as Americans are a very polite society. As much, and I know that sounds really weird right now, but if you ask somebody, how are you? It always comes back with, I'm fine. If you ask somebody, how did I do? The default response is to come back and say, you did great. And I can actually point to a direct experience. We were early in our process at Army Applications Labs, and we said, okay, now we need to know how we did. We made some suppositions going into this process, and we approached the community and said, we're going to do all of these things. At the end of it, we asked everybody how we did through surveys and otherwise, and one of them, everybody said, you did fantastic. You know what we learned from that? Nothing, okay? So it actually took our team going through and calling individually the people and saying, I want you to be as harsh as I can. I want you to take away the societal norms. Tell me what we could have done better, what did we do poorly, because it's the only way to improve a program. This is the education, this is the learning, and this is the thing that moves us forward by putting aside some of that and saying, I want to learn, right? It's not failure, it's I want to learn. And that is the opportunity that we create for ourselves and for everyone else when we put aside that facade of fine, that facade of, hey, you did a great job. Yes, Timmy, here's an award. But let's bring it to the point where we can have the honest discussion on what are the thorns and roses? What are the thorns and buds that we can take and move forward from to always want to put an additional degree of better on top of what we already did?
So I want to peel that one back for those of you who might not have DoD experience and been around it. So when you showed up as a headquarters entity and went to go talk to everybody and be a part of their system, it was smooth, right? Everybody talked to you just fine and everything went great, right?
Yeah, that happened every single time. No, we had to convince people that we were ready to be out there in the field and interacting with them. And quite frankly, it took a lot of convincing that we wanted to learn from them. Everybody approaches work with the government as something that is going to be, by definition, difficult, long-lasting. I'm going to spend a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to try and get through it. And here we are showing up on the field saying, we're going to make this easy. And we didn't even know how we were. I mean, Blaze was involved in that. Other people were involved in that process early on. And it took a lot of self-reflection and study to kind of look at ourselves and say, where are we failing, right? Where are we to change the process? It doesn't mean that we're successful yet, right? We cannot count a success until, I don't even know what the measure is going to be. But we are working to make it easier for people to work for us, or at least they know we're working on the same team to solve challenges, solve problems, and get to the end. And that does, by its definition, mean looking at those areas where we have shortcomings. How do we address that inch? How do we address that centimeter? Because inch by inch, centimeter by centimeter. We're all going to work together to get to the end and create success, but we don't do it by thinking that we succeeded on the first run.
And I appreciate the callback, the retro in the line. Like, we might be looking to incentivize and grow, but we might not even really know how to measure what we want to grow towards. Blaze, same kind of transfer. So you guys were in the same area. What would be your take on things? You've been seeing it. What would you like to grow, or what do you think we need to go back and decide on what we should grow?
Well, I won't go into any details about the actual history because I'd like to be invited back. But but I will riff on a couple of points that were my co-panelists brought up. Not to disagree with anything, because I actually do agree, but to put it in a different perspective, what I think is a different perspective. Please. And it's to focus on, or to recognize, at least in my experience, whether it's manufacturing or finance on Wall Street or in the military, and of total length of time, my military experience is the longest, but most of that time was in the operational force, not the institutional stuff that we're talking about, acquisitions and research and technology and stuff like that. So in my experience, most people are competent. Most people are engageable, especially in the military, because it's all volunteer force. So yet when you come across a lot of people who don't seem to be competent, or they don't seem to be producing results, I generally have a high tolerance for incompetency until it's proven to be really true incompetency and not a screwed up organization. So going back to my first comment, it's before you get rid of people or move people on, if you have the time, and in combat you don't have the time usually to do an analysis of your talent pool and make shifts, except in a very, very expedited fashion. But in an organizational culture, valuing your people and not blaming them first for the outcomes of their individual output or their organization, their group's output. But as a leader, first understanding, not focusing so much on what they're producing, because the flip side is also true. You got a golden child who produces lots of great stuff. Please don't promote that person just based on their discrete output. Try to understand the system in which they're operating and what is enabling them to evidence their competency, what's enabling them to produce something. Because most problems are not solvable by individuals, which is a little bit going back to my first comment about how senior leaders try to solve problems, and they need a lot of help because it's one 4-star general. It's a couple of C-suite executives. They're swamped by all the middle management people. They will lose almost every time. So it's incumbent on leaders throughout the organization to first look at, before you fire the person or move them on, look at what are the organizational steps. Because if there's something you can do as a leader, especially a more senior one, is to change, or at least try to change the organizational structure. Because second point that I'll go back to about human nature, at least what I hold to, is that most people are competent enough. Most people want to do the right thing. And if they're not doing the right thing, then there is an incentive structure in place. I firmly believe there's an incentive structure in place that you as a leader may not be aware of, going back to, I think, Art's point about understanding what really works and what's really broken, taking the time and the effort, and then as a leader, trying to fix that problem. If it's the last thing you do for that organization before you retire or quit or die, is try to fix that problem. Because if you fix the systemic issue, one systemic issue, you will have empowered a whole bunch of people in that position as well as those who interact with that.
He told me earlier that he was going to bomb and not know what to say up here, and I think it's the complete opposite, where I might have to lead with Blaze on the next question when we come out. So we talked about everything that we're doing here in building. None of it is insidious. It's out of a place of love. I think sometimes when we talk about it, you look at an organization, you think of love as the individual, and I think it comes back to it's the love of the organization and what they're a part of, and they want to fight through it, and they want to be there. And like Art said originally, that's that balance of how do you come across and show them a new way, and how do you prove that, hey, your love is here, but we might have a new structure in front of you. There might be some things that we're going after and do it together. So as we move forward, definitely on what you just said, I think it's a great leeway to go to Scott. I want to wonder, we look at, let's say this happens. Let's say we pull this off, and in 5 years we come back here and we sit down. Some of us are still around. Hey guys, I'm here for the next 10 years, so you're not getting rid of me. This is it. So we come back through, we hang out. What does it look like 5 years from now? Do we come over some of those work hero hurdles? Do we discover a way, or do we not? I would love to hear, and Scott gave me a great intro earlier and told me a little bit about it. If you take from there, I think it would be fantastic.
Sure, I'll try. So I'm gonna do a quote here because I think it's helpful and it frames, because you asked me to imagine the future. And these are, maybe I'll speak from the DoD sense, or maybe from a large organization sense. But anyway, the founder of Spotify said, "We aim to make mistakes faster than anyone else." And I think that quote is really good because it puts so many of the strategic kind of landscape that we're in all very pithy together. So it's talking about speed, right? Speed of decision is so critically important in this national security space. Or whether you're a company that's competing, in a very competitive market, speed of decision is incredibly important. And it gets to that more than anyone else, right? The competition. So whether, it's the DoD or it's the United States and they're thinking about their competitors, it's incredibly important to think about it. So I think this culture, right, that is accepting of innovation is a place where, many people have probably heard that one of the most effective things to make team output the best is psychological safety. I think it gets to a lot about this, right? So there is the, can you bring your best self to work, all of that. But it's also, can I try something that I have an idea or a concept, or can I find a friend that is gonna allow me to be my best self, even if it's not successful? I experienced, I was able to self-actualize in a way that I felt like I was doing my best for the organization while also doing good for me. I think this is that organization. I think if we were to take a survey, right, and say, do you feel like you're in an innovative culture that gives you the feeling of psychological safety? If we got more than 50%, right, that's huge. I don't even know what the percentage would be in DoD. But I think it's something about this, right, that we start to, especially in this competitive environment, we start to think of speed as most important, status quo is least important. Recognizing that competition is incredibly important, and that the ways we get there is through this psychological safety and the acceptance of failure.
And those are great points to where, as we move that forward, the only thing we can bring with speed, I would say with the move of trust. If you can add trust in your organization, your teams, then you can move all of that together as a collective. So in 5 years, who would take it? Where do you think we might be? Do you think we might have something? Do you think we might, a new term, as you said before, Blaze, that we might have to go after?
Going for me. How do I answer this and get invited back? In 5 years, I don't think we'll be in a hugely different place. I think we will have made improvements. I think everybody's effort to, and by we, I mean the DoD, and really I mean the Army, and I really mean the cyber program. Okay? So one, I don't know everything, and two, I shouldn't speak beyond the limits of my quasi-competency. But I will, so just having made that caveat statement, now I'll go on what I was saying. And so but that's not bad. I think it's kind of setting expectations appropriately, because I think that there is a danger in setting inappropriate expectations because you're focused on the new shiny bauble, whether that is a thing or a concept or whatever. And I like shiny baubles. Look at my dress compared to my darker.
Here we go.
But that was, I think, the first joke I ever made in public. So I like that. I think that's good. There's goodness in that. But inappropriate expectations lead to problems, more problems than I think than should be encountered. And that's whether you're dealing with members of the innovation economy, where it's technology or capital providers, whatever, law firms, accounting. It's your organization, mine, the Army Cyber Program, should be focused on being a transparent communication partner in order to set expectations appropriately. You know, fast no is better than, is second best to a yes, and all of that. And when we think about organizational change, what we're really talking about is really, really hard, enormous problems. And those I don't think, generally change over a 5-year period. Now, if there's an existential threat, we lose the first, hopefully, just the opening battles of the next war, then that's a different scenario. So when there's an existential driver, then some of this gets turned on its head. But if that doesn't happen, then organizations take a long time to change. And the DoD or General Motors circa 1968, 1978, 1988, all the way through the bankruptcy, are living examples of how large organizations are difficult to change. And the single biggest driver, aside from existential threats, is enough time to allow different people to occupy both the middle management as well as the senior leadership. And speaking as a person who is no longer 25, there is I can see some perspective in the limitations of my perspectives on problems and issues. And if I, as a promotable colonel, end up in a position where I am placed in a decision-making position that I am no longer have either the direct experience of at middle management, or can't rely on a good team or an appropriate team of middle management folks to guide those decisions, then I will fall into the same trap as most other senior leaders. And so it just takes time to change the processes and change the talent to a large enough degree where you actually get differences in those two variables that produces most likely a different outcome.
Thank you for the honest answer. I think these get presented, and I really believe that a lot of times it's floated around, but already from the upfront, two of you have given a very honest answer, an honest approach, and if we don't have that, we can't move forward. You have to set objectives and go from there. So to bring us close out, we have about 5 more minutes. Do you guys want to have closing remarks and follow through? Ian, I'll give it to you first, and then over to Art. Kind of close out of what do you think it's 5-year objective?
The interesting thing is if we look at a lot of the innovative organizations across the DoD, they follow a similar path. DIU at the very beginning looks a lot like AFWERX did at the very beginning, even though there were 2 years or so apart. They went out and they said, we're going to do something different. We don't know exactly what that is, but we're going to go out, we're going to go to the Valley, we're going to try some things. So, they don't like to talk about it, but it really is a legitimate DIU 1.0, 2.0, DIU X 1.0, and then we move into 2.0 and 3.0. And over time, what it means is they learned. They said, we think we have objectives, we think we have some metrics of success, we're going to go try some things and figure out what works and what doesn't, and what actually moves the needle, and then they're going to try again. And when they had major shifts in the organization, we, from the outside, kind of show that as a 2.0 or 3.0. AFWERX looks very different today than it did at the beginning. Naval X looks different today than it did at the beginning, and even our research labs look different because they've learned. And so why I don't think, or when I don't think that we're going to be wholeheartedly different, if we do it right, we will have learned and we will be better 5 years from now. 5 years is a very short amount of time in the history of the DoD and the history of our government. Our French friend in the back will let us know that a lot of things happened before the 1700s, so it's even short, a smaller percentage when we look at the world. But if we can open up our eyes and learn and continue to try to make ourselves better and be very deliberate about what we do, then 5 years from now we'll be in a much better place than we are. And there will be a group of people on this stage having similar discussions about new problems. And we only discovered those new problems because we were able to take care of some of the problems that we currently have. And if we continue to learn, then we're going to be ready to discover new ones, and we'll continue on that path and continue to get better 5, 10, and 15 years.
Absolutely. Art, would you like to have last remarks, and I'll close this out?
Sure. I agree with Blaze. I think that 5 years is way too short to measure. But I think if we look at generational, we all know the old words, those damn kids, right? Every generation, kid. Every generation, we're complaining about what the previous generation did. We are seeing differences come up culturally within the U.S. culture that will permeate into the military. They absolutely have to, because that's where our recruits come from, that's where everything comes from, and it's going to be as they advance to leadership. As our recruits of last year are reaching, or the recruits of 2 years are reaching, colonel, reaching the GO level, they will have been exposed to innovation all the way through their careers. So it's that continuous exposure and the amount of that exposure that they have that will actually drive this culture of innovation. And it will make the cultural change. It's probably going to be 25 years, right? I don't really think that 5 years is a fair time frame. But being supportive of that now is going to help that get through. And stop saying those damn kids or get off my lawn or any of those kind of things that we always fall back on. And I never thought I'd say it, but I do. Is to take and support them in their ideas, even for that inch, right? Give them an inch, let them take the mile. And over time, that will become the norm to allow for innovation. It's just going to take time, and we need to be ready for it.
Way to end it. So just because it says failure doesn't actually mean that it's about failure. It's about love, strategy, learning. There's different opportunities out there. So I just want to say thanks to everybody that's here. Thank you to the Army, thank you to the Air Force, thank you to Mackenzie. You guys came out and gave real, honest responses, and it's the first time in a long time I've actually heard that from up there, and I really appreciate you going on the journey with me and taking the time to be out here. So thanks, guys.
What an amazing panel. Oh my gosh, I could listen for a little bit longer here. Thank you so much. And the culture shift is so important right now. And there's so many quotes. I don't know about you, but I have lots of quotes here. Of course, the fail fast and add trust, of course. But the one that I also like is that in order to reach your full potential, not just potential, full potential, you have to fail, and let's all fail fast, right? So thank you guys very much, and thank you, Andrew, for moderating. Okay, so we're gonna take a break. You have 10 minutes. We'll meet back here at 1:55, and we'll be given the inside track with the latest information from DARPA. All right, we're about to get started again. All right, welcome back from break. I hope your first day at Fed Supernova has provided you lots of great information, tons of cards, LinkedIn, new buddies. And we hope that you'll continue to collaborate and connect through the end of tomorrow. Hopefully all of you are staying for tomorrow's programming as well. It's going to be equally as fantastic. All right. Good, and I saw lots of great conversations during break. Okay, so I would now like to welcome Jennifer. How do I say it? Is it Thabet? Thabet. Okay, Jennifer, I thought maybe it was like Tarjay, but it's Jennifer Thabet to the stage to kick off our discussion with DARPA. And the title is Turbocharging Startups, DARPA Strategic Surprise Prevention 2.0. I hope you don't mind that I had to read that. So thank you, Jen. Take it away. Do you need my mic?
I guess so. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. We are going to kick off our presentation with a video. Oh. We are not going to start with a video. We are going to talk to you a little bit about how DARPA is accelerating innovation and really turbocharging all the startups in the room. So I'm going to start with Blake Beckstein over here to kind of give you an overview in general of what we're doing at DARPA, and then we'll go through some specifics.
Yeah, so slides or no slides? Are slides part of the technical difficulty? Yes. Okay. Then we'll wing it. We've done this before. So hi everybody. My name is Blake Beckstein. I'm formerly a program manager in the Biological Technologies Office at DARPA, but I recently moved up into commercialization and sort of the strategy office and the director's office with BB. And so what we want to tell you about today is how to work with DARPA and what we're doing and where we sort of fit into the ecosystem of funding innovation and research, and how we sort of, we're at the very early stages of it, and we sort of push up technology and try to get it into the hands of our customers, which are the warfighters. And as part of that, John's here at the end of our time. He's actually going to tell you a little bit about his office and what they do, and how it's sort of the natural progression of technological advancement that starts at a place like DARPA. We are a funding agency. We don't do the research ourselves. We sit in offices and move money. But we find the tech that makes a lot of sense. And so, yeah, are we going to get the slides, the video? Yeah. Okay. All right, so I'll tell you no, it's good. I'll tell you the inside scoop about how DARPA works. So DARPA is a program manager-centric agency. What that means is we find the best and the brightest working in the research community, and we bring them to DARPA, often from the research community, to enter in and start to put dollars into the right innovative spaces that they want. Program managers are recruited from universities, companies, within government, and usually given a 2-year contract. And so the moment you step into DARPA, you start running. You don't have a lot of time. You got to change the world. You have 2 years to show your worth. Oftentimes you get an additional 2 years. That gives you 4 years to come in and do something great. So you set up programs, and the way that we do that is we really think about what's needed and think about where technology sits so that we can sort of put those two things together, chocolate and peanut butter style. And as we're thinking about ideas, a program manager has a staff, usually 2 or 3 technical experts, a business financial manager, and we start to look at where on that wave are we? We want to make sure that we're not behind the times on the technology that's being developed. We don't want to be way too far in advance. So we really want to look for these technologies that are emerging and are in that right space. From there, we do a whole lot of homework. We talk to everybody that we can find that's an expert in that space. We try to get as smart as possible and find out where the community is and where the right place to put the dollars within that community would be. As we develop those ideas, we also look at the budget. What's a realistic amount of money that we're going to need to actually get this done in a certain amount of time? And often we look at things at technical readiness. I think this room, probably most of you are familiar with technical readiness levels, but we're usually at 0 when we start. And then we start thinking, okay, we want to get to like TRL 2, and then leadership tells you, no, you got to get to 6. So, like I said, it is a race to get there. You want to spend as much of your energy getting this job done. Once we get an idea put together, we have to go up to our director of the agency and pitch this program. If anybody here has a graduate degree, I think it's similar to going and doing a thesis defense. Sometimes you leave the room crying. Sometimes you leave the room cheering. But then when you think about it, the millions of dollars that you get at the end of that process to execute on a dream, totally worth it. If they say yes, then very quickly you have your BAA, which is your broad agency announcement. It's basically an RFP, government style. And we put that out into the community. And the community responds. And what's really awesome is my team and I, as we were developing these ideas, we have an idea of how we would solve the problem. And then when you get the right other people involved, they sometimes have better ideas. You don't admit that. You just take advantage and say that that was your idea all along when it works. And you're a great program manager and you get an extension. So yeah, then once we sort of get the BAA out, we go through the review process. We're very flat, so our review process doesn't rack and stack and fund the ones that rank the highest. As a program manager, you look at what you got within your portfolio and you pick the technologies that you think fit into your dream of what you want to accomplish. Then we go through contracting. As we go through contracting, we try to get through that as quickly as possible, and we're pretty good at it. We have a whole floor of contract managers. We can usually push through contracting in 90 days or less, so we get it moving. And once we're on contract, I always like to say that DARPA has a pretty good amount of money, but it's not easy money. You don't just get funded by DARPA and then we'll turn in your report at the end of 3 years. We set up monthly status reports where we have phone calls and we find out, what did you do the last 4 weeks? What are you going to do the next 4 weeks? How are you spending the government's money? And then we also have clauses within our contracts that say DARPA can exit the relationship whenever we want to. So we also don't put bad money after good. So if something isn't working, if we swung and we missed, we move on. We repurpose those funds. So that gives a little stress to the researchers. But again, if you want to go from TRL, nobody ever thought of this, to 6 and try to get something in a demonstration space, that's how you do it. So I know, Jen, we probably need to start moving through what we're doing. The video's about ready. So the last thing, so I'll tell you after the video.
Coming to DARPA and holding on for dear life.
DARPA's a place where if you don't invent the internet, you only get a B.
A DARPA program manager quite literally invents tomorrow.
We are thinking about innovation unconstrained. Where can we go?
Predict what is emerging as threats.
We're looking for the applications that seem impossible. That passion will be saving lives 5, 10, 15 years from now.
Coming to work every day and being humbled by that.
The innovation and collaboration, it's a team effort.
We're not builders of the ultimate technology.
It's the engineers and scientists at the companies and universities that we fund that ultimately are going to bend metal and write code and deliver these capabilities to warfighters.
DARPA is not one person or one place. It's a collection of people that are excited about moving technology forward.
All right. Do we have the slides also?
Next slide.
Go to the next one. Yeah, so I just have 3 slides. I would have said what I said before the video anyway. But the role of DARPA, like I said, is in that early stage. Just new, completely groundbreaking technologies, moonshots, that's where we sit. If it's not impossible, we probably don't want to do it. If it's iterative, the next thing that's needed, that's not us. And so you can go to the next slide. I'll jump through these kind of quickly. We have 6 technical offices, so we operate in several different spaces. So the Defense Science Office often is considered the DARPA of DARPA. That's where we have physicists and mathematicians, biologists, chemists, doing just a broad range of new ideas. The Biological Technologies Office, where I was for 6.5 years, working on everything from medical countermeasures to agricultural security to climate change, big ideas. I2O is the office that works with computer and software. A lot of nerds down there, but good folks. And the Microsystems Technology Office, they have a big CHIPS initiative, which is a big thing that they've been working through. But basically, I always think of them as the people that do technical things and they make it really small and fit in small things. Strategic Technology Office, that's one of our systems offices. So they basically take all these other early stage pieces, put them together into something that is useful. And then the TTO, they do the big things, launching satellites into space, big airplanes, stuff that goes underwater, kind of this broad range of cool technologies. You can go to the next slide. If you are interested in working with DARPA, there's a lot of different ways to do that. We really think through what we call the Hallmeyer Catechism. George Hallmeyer was a director back in the 70s, and he brought this sort of like cool way to look at problems, which you initially think is oversimplified. But there are some simple questions. What are you trying to do? How is it done today? What are you doing that's different? What are the risks to your new idea? When I started at DARPA, I used to think, so simple, like why would you do that? Now I preach it, I use it at home when I talk to my kids, when they're trying to sell me on an idea. So if you are going to talk to a DARPA program manager, think about your problem this way, frame your conversation with us around these questions. We can understand what you're saying more easily, and that initial spark can be brought up. You can go to the next slide. So the characteristics of DARPA, nearly $4 billion in funding. So relative to government agencies, we are rather small. And the reason for that is that we want to continue to be nimble. So we can move where technology is pushing. So we're looking for that push and that pull to bring ideas to life. Again, looking for revolutionary change. We have a high risk tolerance. Like I said, if it's not impossible, some people don't think it's impossible, probably not a DARPA idea. Come talk to a DARPA program manager, and we have these just-in-time topic development cycles. So we put BAs out when they're ready to go. We don't put them out every January 15th and July 15th. Instead, when it's ready to go, it comes out. So that's my part. Jen, you want to tell us about small business?
Yes, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. I have the best job in the agency. These guys will tell you that they do, but I actually have the best job in the agency because I get to go around the country in person and virtually and find the small businesses that work with us. So Blake talked about the fact that what we do is revolutionary. We take lots of risks. We have such a high risk tolerance, and we're not afraid to fail. In fact, our director actually says we probably don't fail enough. And it is the small businesses, it's the startups, it's all of you in the room that we need. And I always like to include this slide. We are closing at FY22, so I will update it then. But if you can see from this slide, we do 28% of our work on average with small businesses. That goes far beyond our SBIR program. We need the small businesses to really help us take those risks. Big companies are really important, right, but they take calculated risks. We need the small businesses because you guys are taking the risks, because if you don't, you won't be here in 3 to 6 months. So we really need to partner with you. Before I get into the SBIR program, I do want to announce that a few weeks ago we announced at one of our DARPA forwards in Washington State reinforcing our commitment to small businesses. We have a solicitation on the street right now called DARPA Bridges, and that is a solicitation where we are basically trying to find small businesses to work with us and help you get cleared so that you can work in some of our systems offices, our STO office, our TTO office. A lot of times we really need your innovation and your risk tolerance, but you are knocked out because you're not cleared. So we have a new program out on the street. It's on our website. You can also come talk to us and we can direct you to DARPA Bridges, but I encourage you to kind of take a look at that too. Let's go to the next slide. So at DARPA, we've got about $130 million, which will go up again next year, for our SBIR program. It's a nice sweet spot where we have just enough money that we can kind of experiment and do some things that are innovative outside of a typical norm for the DoD. But what I like to talk about with my program managers like Blake and Sergey's in the office is that this program is so moldable. A lot of times, you small businesses will have SBIRs and they come to an end with one agency and you don't know what to do with them. We take them, we kind of help you get to that next level. And so although rudimentary, kind of just a toolbox, it's a great way to kind of demonstrate that our SBIR program has so many different variables and our program managers use all of them. I won't go into all the details here, but come find me, come find anyone on the staff and we can kind of talk to you about it, and come find Sergey. Let's go to the next slide, because what I do want to talk about is Blake already talked about how our agency is really different, right? We take lots of risks, we move really quick. Well, we kind of flip the SBIR program on its head, and we do the same thing with our SBIR program. Oh, hi. One of our SBIR recipients here. We run a very different SBIR program than the rest of the DoD. Just like the rest of our programs, we do what we call a just-in-time topic release. And we do that so that in consideration of the program manager's tenure, I don't hold a topic to one of the 3 predetermined times of the DoD. I release the topic when they're ready so that it doesn't hold up their timeline. We also have our program managers develop, evaluate, and run our SBIR program, which is very different from a lot of other parts of the DoD. If a topic is out on the street, it is because a program manager thinks there's an actual there, and they are investing their time and their staff to helping develop that program. To that end, what we do a lot of times, and Sergey is really good at it, and so was Blake, we like to tie our SBIRs to our programs. So when we tie an SBIR to an ongoing or existing program at DARPA, it really affords you guys as the small businesses sort of the same opportunities that other performers would have on a bigger program. It really helps with transition efforts. It really helps create a community and a team of partners. And the final thing that we do that's pretty different is we have a pilot program out, which is our SBIR XL pilot. And that is sort of a turbocharged SBIR. And actually, let's go to the next slide. Our SBIR XL pilot is challenging our performers and our program managers to really think through transition. You heard Blake mention that we are a very early stage TRL. Some of our offices are our Defense Sciences Office, right? They're DARPA, they're basic. We're not exactly sure a lot of times where things are gonna transition in that office. So what SBIR XL does is it forces my program managers and it forces my performers to think through transition at the outset. And in fact, Sergey and Blake actually both have SBIR XLs. And we talk about transition and commercialization milestones at the outset. We do higher dollar awards. Right now we're capped at $4 million, but we're going to go to the SBA later, Michelle, and ask for some increases, as long as there's a $500,000 matching component. We try to give extra money to help speed up that transition and commercialization. The other thing that we've done with all but one of our Super XL topics is we've done a alternative proposal format. A lot of times we'll hear from small businesses, I can't figure out how to do a proposal, I can't figure out how to work with the government. And so what we've done with our Super XL is done a different format for you, where it's a 15-page slide deck and I think a 20-page white paper to make it easier for you guys to join and do work and partner with us. And I will say we have made 5 awards so far underneath our Super XL, and all 5 have been brand new performers to the Super program. So I think it is working. We are very much trying to redirect our SBIR dollars into our programs at DARPA and really help you all get the best benefit of not just the program, but your government work so that we can help you transition. So speaking of transition, let's go to the next slide. At DARPA, we're early stage TRL, and there's not one clear pathway for your work. We try to work multiple pathways concurrently to give you the best, what I like to call legs, so that you can walk on out of DARPA and have some sort of funding or some sort of future with that R&D. We will do lots of meetings with big primes early and often. I was just talking to someone earlier right outside beforehand. If we can talk with you and big primes early in the process, then what we really can do is maybe shift a little bit of the research to make it a little more useful for the end user. Getting that feedback early is great. We also talk with a lot of government agencies, which is why we have John on here, who they kind of help our SBIR performers really think through where their next phases are. It's important because you guys are doing all this research, and as you're developing, we're uncovering different uses for what you're doing. And so in order to really bridge that valley of death, we have to give you as many potential opportunities to transition and have your work continue to go on. Something else that we're doing, which is really innovative, and I'm going to pass or BB has the microphone, is we are really trying to help invest in our small businesses and help you all commercialize and grow. We can't just rely on DoD transition. We have to help you commercialize, because that is how we will preserve the investment and how we will make a successful company. And so at DARPA, we have started a new commercial strategy that I'm going to let BB tell you all about.
Awesome, thanks, Jen. So I'm going to recap a little bit before we jump to my first slide. I'm going to go back to Blake and kind of reset. You know, if you're sitting in the audience saying, wow, that's a lot of information, how do I fit into this, right? So if you're you know, a technologist that has a great idea, right, something that's going to change the world, then that's the kind of idea we want. The DARPA director, head of DARPA Forwards, gets off the stage, get off the stage line with the one thing that keeps me up at night is the idea that there might be somebody with an idea out there that I don't get to hear, right? Somebody with that crazy idea that's going to change the world, and I didn't get to hear it, right? And she says, so what she tells everybody as she goes out regionally is, if you've got that idea, come talk to us, right? And so what Blake tried to explain was, if you've got that idea, put an email together with the how, my, or catchisms. You know, what are you trying to do? Why is it different? How do you think you're going to be successful? And send it to a program manager in that area, right? And we've got several here. But again, we have a program manager that covers just about every area of technology that you could imagine, right? And if you also have the technical chops, you know, and you're at the top of your field, then, you know, send us that idea and say, I want to be a program manager as well, right? Because then, as Blake says, he does have the best job in the entire world, right? It's arguable. It's arguable. You know, what I tell people is these program managers, and again, we've got several here, essentially get to come to DARPA with 10 big ideas. That gets narrowed down to about 3, and then they pitch it to the DARPA director, and the DARPA director says, here's essentially a blank check, right? As much money as you want to spend to show that you can change the world with this idea, right? It is limited. I say blank check because where I came from in Air Force Futures, the checks were all very limited, right? It was, you got this idea and it's limited. And then you see what DARPA can do and you're like, wow, that really is kind of amazing. right? So that was Blake's side of it, and the program management side and the DARPA structure. And so again, I would encourage you, if you have an idea or if you want to become a program manager, reach out to us, right? We want to hear those ideas. And the program managers have been instructed from the highest levels of DARPA to respond to those emails, right? And so if they don't respond to you, let me know, and we will follow up from our side somewhere. Yeah, not that way, but I will nicely ask Blake to answer your emails. Okay. And then Jen's side, right? So once you're in DARPA, once your idea has gotten into DARPA, or you have a program manager that's taken this on, they're going to do seedlings, right? As Blake talked about, how do we figure out the state of the technology? They're going to do exploratory programs. And that's where Jen really comes in, is like, hey, I've got this pot of money, Sivers, and I'm going to get performers that I can actually fund on a regular basis very quickly to take these things on and make it happen, right? So once you're in the door, then Jen can give you that funding that keeps you moving rapidly as you go through the program, right? And then where I'm going to pick up is this next step. So you're in DARPA, you've gotten some funding from DARPA, that unlimited check that I was talking about, and Jen sprinkled some SBIRs on top of it, and now you're coming to the end of your DARPA program, and ideally we do this before the end. Next slide. You know, and the program manager comes to this new office that we created, commercial strategy, and says, hey, I think these guys have a dual use case here. I think there's a real commercial market for the technology that's being created. And these performers, these small business that we brought in, or academic unit, you know, whatever our performer is showing some real potential. But you know, they're not business people. They're technical people, right? And they have no idea how to go start a business, nor do they want to, right? It's just not the way their brains work. And I'll stop there. And I said this to a technologist the other day. She was a finance person. I was trying to explain this to her. And when I got done, she goes, you know, I'm in business now, but I also have 4 technical degrees from MIT. And so I said, okay, your brain works different than most. But generally, the technical side of it, you know, as you interact with those people, you know, all of us have preferences, and their preference is to work on the really hard tech part, right? Not focus on what the business plan is, not the go-to-market plan, not how am I going to go raise money, you know, all of those things. And so our idea, you know, as we look back at how can we make these guys successful, the idea, the hypothesis is you embed somebody that's really good at doing all that, an entrepreneur who has taken a company and scaled it and had an exit, right? Like a quality entrepreneur in their field. And you say, okay, I'm going to bring you in and attach you to these technologists, and I'm going to give you 2 years for you to build the business plan, the go-to-market plan, figure out the IP, because there's always IP issues of who owns the IP and where's it being developed, and start working on the how am I going to scale this and bring it, and build kind of that holistic elevator pitch, right? And then at the end of it, this engagement with top-tier U.S. investors, right? Our boss, or Blake and I's boss now, Shishelle Manning, comes from the venture capital world, never been in government before, and she has got her own curated group of investors, and that list is growing, you know, every time we come to one of these and we talk to new investors. But the idea is, again, you're a performer, you found out that there's a dual market. We embed an entrepreneur with you. He builds the business plan, and then you stand in front of investors at this end of 2 years and you say, listen, DARPA's de-risked the technology, right? DARPA's now de-risked the business plan, and we provided mentoring and coaching. Next slide, actually, I think talks a little bit about that. Yeah, so here's the actual steps. But again, you know, it ultimately is this pipeline of you go from embedding the entrepreneur, he does his work for 2 years, the technology gets developed, and then you stand in front of investors and you've got the sales pitch, and they throw money onto the fire and blow it up, and you go to the commercial world and you sell theirs. And then from my side, where I came from in Air Force Futures, like the aggravating part is the Department of Defense, as I tried to pull DARPA technology over to the Air Force, the Department of Defense can't buy projects. It's a Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. We don't buy projects, we buy products, right? So somebody has to turn that into a commercial product. And that's always been the missing piece. And that's really why I'm so excited about this program, is that we're really trying to do that and find a way to turn those projects into products that then get back into the warfighter's hands, right? And we get to take them downrange. So put a big bow on it. Again, all DARPA PM centric. You've got to be nominated. So my process starts after you're well inside of DARPA, right? You've sent that email or you've connected with them, and you've been nominated. We have senior commercial advisors. So we have a strategic partnership with InQtel, and I think most of the room here knows InQtel. But for those that don't, it is a venture capital firm for the IC, essentially. And they've got about a 20-year history and have done amazing things. And they have lots of experience working with small companies and entrepreneurs and the investment side. So we have, again, a strategic partnership with them. They take care of curating a list of entrepreneurs for us that we embed with our technologists. And they also provide mentorship along that path. After we've embedded it, they continue to work with them to de-risk that business plan side of it, right? And to ensure that there is a product market fit and do that. We do techno-economic analysis, again, greatly helped by InQtel on that. But again, that's just saying we believe the technology is viable, and here's how big the market, the total addressable market could be, and this is what you need to do to the product to change it. DARPA, again, is focused on proving that it's possible, right? DARPA's mandate kind of ends at the end of TRL 3-4, where we showed it was possible, now off to somebody else. And so in the de-risking line here of the third stage is develop an MVP. So we got it to that point where DARPA said, okay, it's TRL 3-4, we've showed it's possible, it's on to somebody else. But you go, wait, it still doesn't fit, back to my original problem, it doesn't fit into the commercial market, right? Because it's still too early stage. It hasn't found its product market fit, and I can't send it to the DoD because it's still a project, not a product yet. So what do we have to do to it? And so we've developed this idea of an MVP, where our office, the Commercial Strategy Office, can spend a little bit more money on it, a different pot of money, and say, okay, DARPA ended their, what they were trying to achieve with the project here. We're going to add a little bit more money just to show investors that there is a product market fit. We're going to show the DoD that this is actually a tangible thing, right? And that's what the idea of the MVP is to get it maybe across that TRL level 5, 6 kind of area, so you can actually tangibly understand what it's trying to do. And then finally, the transition part, right? Which is, again, this idea that we're going to syndicate private capital, right? In order to grow these companies and scale these technologies, we've got to tap into the capital markets, and that's that network we're building. And then my job is, again, to go back to the Pentagon and say, look, we built this. It's no longer a project. It's a product now. I know where it fits. Build it into your palm, and let's get this going rapidly. And then we measure the results, right? Everything at DARPA that we do is measured. And so the next slide actually talks about some of those measurements. We've, the big number here, I think, is in the upper right-hand corner, the $408 million. So of the companies that we have embedded an entrepreneur with so far have gone out and been able to stand in front of that investor network that we talk about, and they've raised $408 million of U.S. venture capital. And while that's important is, one of the reasons we're taking this so seriously is that our adversaries are also trying to bring capital to the table, right? They would love to come in and say, wait a minute, DARPA de-risked the technology and the business plan. Why don't I just buy all the IP and take it, right? So ultimately what we're trying to do is make you guys our DARPA performers, and then make you more attractive to U.S. venture capital when you get that opportunity to scale. And so with that, I'll go to the next slide. Back over to Jim.
Do you want to do that, or because I know we have about a minute, and then we want to pass it to John to sort of go through some of this transition. But I just wanted to kind of draw this sort of little DARPA ecosystem that we have, because you're seeing sort of the program manager side of things, the big projects that we do,
the additional services that we have in small business and commercialization. And so we're really, really focused on developing these technologies and getting them into a transition pathway so that they get in the hands of the right people. And just to sort of cue this up, I'll mention that in 1958, Sputnik went up. And that's when Eisenhower, in a single paragraph to Congress, said, we need to develop an agency. Anybody here in government amazed at that actually worked? But that's where the agency came from. I think Eisenhower didn't necessarily know how we were going to win the space race, but he wanted to win. And so you wanted to find those crazy ideas that were out there that could get you there. But then at the end of that process, it had to be developed and transitioned into the right hands. So as we go through our process, we develop this technology, and then we look for partners like John who can kind of pass that along. So did you want to introduce a little bit?
Yeah, I will. But let me just, just to kind of to close it all up with DARPA, right? There's lots of different ways to get involved, and so we tried to put together a quick little slide as a closer for you, right? We want people to kind of come and become PMs, right? We want you all to become performers, but there's lots of other ways to get involved with DARPA, right? And some of that is to maybe become an embedded entrepreneur, like what BB just talked about, right? Or to become an investor. It's just, there's so many different ways to work with us. And also maybe become a non-traditional transition partner. I loved coming to Capital Factory back in the spring, which is why we're back here again, because we met so many people that were then signed up to be non-traditional transition partners for us. There's lots of different ways to get involved. And that's also why we kind of asked John to come up here, right? I talked about the fact that we want to give our programs legs to succeed for life after DARPA. And John and his office is really key to some of what we need and what we need to do in order to help our programs succeed. So I'm going to turn it over to John so he can kind of talk to you about that next step.
Perfect. Thanks, Jen. Hey, Dan, can you switch up to my second slide? Go ahead and advance one. So I'm John Lazar. I'm the Director of Capability Prototypes and the Rapid Reaction Technology Office. That doesn't matter to any of you, right? Because I've got 5 minutes to make my pitch to you. Just pretend it's like you getting in front of your venture capital folks when they say, hey, we're way behind schedule. You got 5 minutes, go and sell this thing. So I'm going to try to sell this thing. Right? So what I do is accelerate technology that specifically is innovative. So my key is I look out all across the space, whether it's small businesses, startups, large businesses, universities, it just doesn't matter. I'm looking for those things that are really clever and really innovative, that can be matured with prototyping, and then can transition. And the transition is a key point to what we do. So let's go to the next slide, please. So these are the 3 broad areas that we work on. 95% of our time, energy, funding, all of that is focused on prototypes, where we find those ideas that I just talked about, and we fund them, and we transition them to some sort of a reasonable path to market for you. The second one is an innovation outreach. It's a pro bono thing that we do for other government organizations, where again, we invite in folks like all of you to make your pitches to a motivated government audience that has interest in that specific area. And then the third one is innovation discovery and demonstration. And that's where we host venues that are low risk, low barrier to entry for you to bring your gadgetry in a scripted scenario that allows you to experiment with no risk. Right? We don't do reports on how well or poorly you did, but we also do those experiments with DoD users who are motivated in those particular areas. So if we're doing a force protection environment, we bring in people who do force protection equipment, and we bring in the force protection military people. And then it's really a collider, right? Everybody works together. Let's go to the next one. You couldn't probably see on the slide, you don't need to go back. These are releasable to the public, so I don't know if Capital Factory makes these slides available to you all. If they don't, then I will send them to you. You can send me you do? Yes. Okay, perfect. So the metrics on the bottom, I think, say a lot about the impact of the program, right? $100+ million a year, 70 or more new projects every year, a transition rate of, 80% or more to some sort of a reasonable market for all of you. Thousands and thousands of engagements with small businesses and non-traditional, so we're pretty vibrant in the space. This is probably one of the most important slides because it tells you what I'm looking for when we see a proposal and how we run the whole process. The key is that it's really easy for you all to do. So we don't have a scripted call for proposals every year. Whenever you have an idea that's ready for me and my team to look at, send it. And you can send it as an email, you can have a video teleconference, you can call us on the phone, you can scribble it on a napkin, you can send a pitch deck. I really don't care, right? I want to get your idea out of your brains and into our office so that we can take a look at it. And then what we do is we curate it with you, right? We look at it and we say, yeah, I don't understand this part. I mean, this is way too technical. Bring it up a level so that a knucklehead like me can understand and we can see the value of it. And we work with you iteratively until you're ready for us to now take a look at a quad chart and a white paper, 3-page white paper, I think you can all manage that we can look at and say, all right, there's something here. This is the kind of thing that we want to make an investment around. The whole key is to make this fast. We save money from the previous year into the next year so that we always have money on hand to fund your things in as close to real time as possible. And we do whatever contracting is the most expedient. It can be an other transaction authority, it can be an SBIR kind of fund, it can be all sorts of things. The key is to make it move fast. Now, truth be told, we don't move as fast as business does. I won't say that we do. But for government, we move pretty darn quick. And that's what we really genuinely try to do. The blue box at the bottom of the slide, this is the kind of stuff that I specifically look at when a proposal comes across my desk, right? I include this so that you all know what right looks like. It's not a recipe, but it has a lot of the key characteristics in it. And I won't go through all of them, but I will say that the transition piece and the co-funding from a government partner is big because I don't want to waste my time investing in something that's not going to go to market, and I don't think you want to waste your time doing that either, right? You want to figure out, is there a path through us to get there? And if not, then who should we work with? And if this isn't the right product, then how do we tweak it so it is relevant to the DoD customers? Okay, let's go to the next. One more. Okay, so I've only got one example that I'm going to talk about, and that is Alitech, which came to us from a small business, Adranos. They won the Army's next generation tech fly-off for a new formulation for solid rocket fuel. That's all the technical bit I know about that. All I know, it was a really impressive chemical formulation that has applications across the entire sphere of DoD munitions, whether it's a missile or an artillery round, anything that goes has a propellant in it. And this company came up, it was a startup, came up with a really clever way to make this powdery stuff like 35% more efficient. And so the Army was like, okay, we're the dog that caught the car. Now, what do we do, right? We found this thing that's really great, but there's no way to get it to market. And so we came in and partnered with the Army and with the company to do all the studies that had to be done for the end user, the armament office and Army acquisition that buys all the gunpowder stuff for all the different weapon systems, for them to say, okay, this won't lose its vibrancy as it sits on a shelf. It's not going to degrade into a bunch of caustic goo and rot things out. We don't have to put a new liner in all of our missiles in order to do this. All those life cycle things that acquisition PM had to know so that they could make a decision that, okay, this is something that we can do. I found this one to be extremely successful because the company, after our investment and the Army's investment, they went and they talked to the venture community and they got their Series A funded at $20 million. And then that was enough money for them to go and build a production factory so they could ramp this up and go to scale. So to me, that is a path to market where a company can, with only a couple of people, very quickly move from a great idea that works to something that's out in the field. Very last slide, please, Dan. So the contact information is, nope, a couple more. All the way to the end. There we go. So I'm there, John Lazar. You can send me an email with your ideas. You can send me a note and get the slides if you want them. You can search RRTO on the internet and you'll get this brief and a dozen others like it. But feel free to call me, contact me, reach out to me, or whatever, and we'll see what we can do. Okay, so sorry I went over. That was the fastest I could do.
I want to thank you guys all for listening. All of these three people, as well as Sergey, will be on a panel at 3:55, I think, something like that, on how does DoD frame the problem. So please come back and hear their perspective on that, because it'll be really enlightening.
This was an excellent walkthrough of DARPA. Thank you very much. I think that's like applause worthy for sure. Thank you, Dr. Blake, Jen, Colonel Beebe, and John Lazar. So thank you very much. All right, it's break time. So I know, it's going by so fast. So come on back here at 2:45. All right, in about a minute, we're going to get started. So if you want to finish up a little bit of your conversation, that'd be fantastic. Ben, do we need that many chairs up there? How are you? I'm Michelle. Well, I work here. Okay, got it. All right, let's get started. Welcome back, welcome back. I feel like a party pooper, like everybody's together and talking, and I have to break up the conversation, but I hope you got everybody's card or LinkedIn or QR code or... All right, our next panel in our Igniting Culture, it's just been so fabulous, but our Igniting Culture panel with IBM, our sponsor, is titled Strengthening and Collaborating Trust, the imperative for AI, robotics, and survival. You heard earlier they were talking about trust as well. So it is a pleasure to welcome the moderator, Colonel Steve Cantrell.
Yes, hello.
There you go. All right, to the stage and introduce top experts who are helping develop technologies in AI and robotics and establishing guidelines for how much trust should be put into autonomous systems. Welcome, Colonel.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks. Well, please, everyone have a seat. Well, let's jump in. My name is Steve Cantrell. I'm with Army Futures Command. I'm one of the one of the directors of CDIDs. You know, it's the acronym world, Capabilities Development Integration Directorates. There's these CDIDs all over the Army COEs, Centers of Excellence. And my job with Lieutenant General McKean is to look at trust and robotics on one hand, and just the long-term enduring resilience of the human being, the little 6 and 12-year-olds who will join the Army that we're designing. And we hope they'll say, y'all did a great job. Or, what were you thinking? So that is our motive, is to give America the best future Army we can. And that's my intro, and each panelist will just take a half-minute to introduce themselves to you. And we'll kick off. We'll have a round of 3 questions that they've heard, and then we'll have some time for Q&A. And then this is my way I do things. I'm Steve Cantrell. I'm a country boy. I'm a gold prospector. I like to find nuggets and gold, but they have a lot of gold nuggets. And if I ask a question, they have the freedom to shape it or just say, well, let me talk about this. But we're going to have a lot of, in this popcorn session, a lot of fun today. All right, please introduce yourselves.
I got it. See, I had a different mic last time, so it takes just a minute. Ian Eischen, so I'm part of the Chief of Staff Strategic Studies Group, so it's kind of an all-encompassing group that does a lot of weird things. But one of the main things we've done over the last couple of years is we've got a French colonel on our team, a British colonel on our team. You'll hear them later. We also have a German colonel and a Japanese colonel on our team. And over the last couple of years, we worked with startups across London, Paris, and the U.S., startups, VC, and then academia to try to figure out kind of what does human-machine teaming look like in the future. We used that to write a strategy document that was approved by all three air forces, us, the French, and Great Britain, and then move forward on trying to make that happen. And trust was a large piece of that. Because of that, we started working with OSD, and so I sit on the OSD AI Workforce Subcommittee as we build AI practitioners, AI leaders, and AI, we'll call policymakers across the DoD, as well as we stood up the MIT AI Accelerator, mainly to do cutting-edge research, and then at the same time to make sure that we've got a workforce that's ready and educated, and that's where we think the trust comes from. So look forward to the opportunity to sit down and chat with everybody today.
My name is Lauren French. I'm a product manager at Anduril Industries, supporting the counter-intrusion product line. So think ground-based systems doing ground and maritime detection on the surface side. Prior Army officer, did 7 years in the Army, and then took a break, transitioned into industry. Excited to be here and to talk more about, I think, the tactical aspects of how you design products that garner trust and operate ethically.
Yeah, let's see. Indrapal Bhandari, you heard from me this morning, so I'll keep it brief. I'm the Global Chief Data Officer of IBM. This is the 4th time I've actually done the job of Global Chief Data Officer. When I first started doing it, it was in 2006. There were only 4 of us worldwide doing that job. Now, of course, there are literally thousands of us. So I've grown with the profession, and this, of course, IBM is really the most complicated assignment that I've had, because of the nature of IBM with its global reach and its far-flung and also a big legacy footprint. So, in many ways, I'm sure quite like the Department of Defense. I also serve as on the board of directors of the Walgreens Boots Alliance.
Awesome. I'm Sean Anderson. I'm a PM in the Defense Innovation Unit's autonomy portfolio. Primarily, we work on small robotics. Personally, I work on the Blue UAS program, and I work on our AI for Small Unit Maneuver project, as well as some construction scale additive manufacturing project. The Defense Innovation Unit is primarily geared towards leveraging commercial innovation and moving it into the Department of Defense. We work directly for the Department of Defense, particularly research and engineering, with the goal of transitioning as many technologies as we can. Prior to this, I was a special operations pilot for about 10 years, did some work with the Air Force, and then moved on to DIU.
Great. I'm going to kick off just a little background, and then and in a moment, I'm going to ask them what's their approach to trust and autonomy, trust in tech. And I want to give you my answer right up front. So 2.5 years ago, General McKean, Scott McKean, if any of you know Lieutenant General McKean, said, "Chaplain, I want you to look at trust in robotics and examine the human trust factors." And since then, I've met so many people. I've talked with folks at Google and DARPA and all across the Army and the Joint Force, and just been very rich. But here's an example of a question we don't want to ask is, let's talk about defining trust. Oh, that would just be like if you've ever done any spelunking caving. There's these spirals that go off. If you dropped your flashlight down into them, you'll never get your flashlight back. But just 10 years ago, Dr. Kristen Schaefer, she's with Army Robotics, Army Research Laboratories. We call it DevCom now. It's at Aberdeen Proving Ground. And in her research, they found that there were over 300 definitions of trust, and this is in the literature. And so trust is an important bumper sticker that we can use to have many conversations about trust in tech. So our kickoff, so my approach, I'm going to ask them what's their approach, how do they like to think about and talk about trust and technology. My approach is that trust is an important catch-all, a term that just brings us together so we can have a conversation. And over to you, we'll start here. The question, what's your approach? How do you like to think about and talk about trust and robotics, or in Interpol's case, trust and AI? But what is your guide? How do you think about it? What guides you? And just to give people some context before you get into later specifics.
No, I appreciate the question. I think the biggest thing that I've found over the multiple projects, so I got lucky enough to be part of Project Maven right when it began, and kind of work head of product roles on the Air Force side as we were doing hardware integration with NVIDIA and a few different startups, and then software integration with Google and Clarify and a host of other startups. One of the things, very quickly, for me at least, I couldn't spell AI at the very beginning. I just happened to be in the room. I happened to have a unit that was close to Silicon Valley, and we could actually test these solutions. And so I found myself very quickly learning. And it was a lot of a huge educational journey. Lucky enough that I had leaders who were willing to send me to school to learn as much as I could. And I realized that I didn't trust it until I actually understood what was going on. I couldn't have a black box of AI. I had to at least spell it. I had to know what these things were. And once I did, then I could actually figure out, how do I curate training data? How do I move forward with policies and ethics within the organization? And so that was our push from the very beginning. It stemmed from that effort with Project Maven, but since then, we've done a huge push to educate the workforce, because once we educate the workforce, that is where trust can at least begin.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you.
That resonates a lot. I think the black box metaphor, to kind of elaborate on that a little bit more, I think what is fundamental in that is, what decisions are you allowing to be made in that black box? And then what information do you provide to users of your system to give them clarity about the systems that are automatically making decisions in that black box? And I think there are kind of levels of decisions that, based on the amount of trust that you have in that technology, that you're allowing those systems to make autonomously, or to make with artificial intelligence. And I think something that we've tried to do at Anduril is to put a little light in that black box, like you were saying, and we explain, hey, here are the systems we are willing to automate, and some of this is based on constraints, like design constraints. One of the ones that the Department of Defense has is ROE. That becomes a very important design constraint, and informs how you think about product development. And that constraint will allow you to, or facilitate, I should say, it will facilitate the decisions that you are allowing these systems to make autonomously, and then garnering trust in the users to say, I'm willing to allow them to make those decisions. Those decisions are easy if you think about it as detection and identification. They may not be as easy, and you may not have enough trust in those systems if it comes to kind of the right side of that chain. And so then how do you expose enough light into that black box to make people confident and comfortable and have trust in that system to be able to innovate kind of farther and farther down that chain?
So I'm going to take an enterprise perspective, and then you'll have to translate that over to Department of Defense. I'll give you a sense of how we look at trust. Now, just to recap some history, right? In 1995, we had a computer program that actually convincingly beat the world champion in chess, AI program. Then in 2011, we had a computer program that won the Jeopardy championship. So obviously, algorithms, all that stuff, we had that down cold. But the AI in the enterprise, right, is just getting started. And the reason for that is we realized that the algorithms were only a very small part of what we needed to do. And you can encapsulate the gap in terms of trust. I'm going to break it down so you kind of get a sense of what were the missing elements, and then we kind of work to put that into our platform. So first and foremost was transparency. Because if you went into an enterprise and said, hey, here's an AI system, it's going to take your supply chain and do a much better job, or it's going to sit on your financial systems and help you make a lot of money, the executive in charge is going to figure out pretty quickly that this AI system is soaking up intellectual property about our key processes, our crown jewels. So who owns it? Who owns that intellectual property? Whose data is that? The insights drawn from the data? Who does it belong to? What are you going to do with it? In the consumer space, it was, it's much easier to go ahead and not really be explicit about all this, but in the enterprise space, you can't do it. You have to be extremely transparent. So we say right off the bat, your data, your insights, you own it all. We're not going to do anything with it unless, of course, you want us to work with you on it. So transparency is one major aspect of it. The next one is explainability. So think of a smart system that's advising a surgeon and says, you should amputate the left leg. Do you think the surgeon is going to do that? There's just no way that the surgeon is going to take that advice, right? The surgeon is going to have 1,000 questions. What did you consider? What were all the options? What do you think are the odds that we should do this versus something else, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? The system has to be able to explain all that back to that decision maker in terms that the decision maker can understand, right? Because the decision maker may not be a technologist, may not be an AI expert, a data scientist. So that's the explainability aspect of this. Then you come to robustness. Now, these systems are very smart. You train them with lots of data, but you can also fool them. You've all probably heard of examples of the self-driving car that mistook the stop sign or the full moon for a stop sign and just came to a stop. Or, even worse examples. And that's because these systems can be fooled. If you give them kind of adversarial types of examples, they can be misled. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, because when you design these systems, there's a whole pipeline that you go through in terms of preparing the data, keeping the data current, keeping the algorithms current. Finally, the examples you feed the algorithms. You've got to have trust in that whole pipeline to consider that approach robust. And then finally, if the data involves humans, people, then the fairness aspect becomes really, really critical. So if there's a retail operation that's hiring thousands of workers and is applying an AI program to select these workers, and if there's any bias in that program, the whole thing is going to shut down as soon as that comes to light. Or, again, remember, these are AI systems. So you might start with some data, and you'll end with some different data, which will infer some things about that data that you input that system. So you might start with something innocuous about a person and end up with something that's highly sensitive. So that privacy aspect has to be respected for these systems, because they're going to infer things, and if it is something that violates the privacy of an individual, you want to make sure that that doesn't happen. It's not acted upon, the system draws back. So that's the other aspect of this with regard to privacy and fairness when it comes to data about people. So these are the kinds of attributes that we've recognized you have to build into these systems for them to be successful in an enterprise context.
I really like that you brought up the adversarial nature of this and how some of these models can suffer, and then the human nature, because I think that DoD has to deal with both of those things in the worst of ways, right? We are intentionally facing adversaries in every way, shape, and form against any of these algorithms that we try to employ, or any of these agents that we try to employ that would automate detection, what have you. I find that maybe from the very specific project level, when we're working with a lot of our operators, a lot of our autonomy has been around for a long time in a surprising way, right? Like, I'm a pilot, I flew with an autopilot for decades. We trust that autopilot, but we also have learned to trust that autopilot because we know how it communicates to us what it's doing. And we also have a nice one-to-one relationship, or maybe even a 2-to-1 relationship with the autopilot. I can see it, I can react to it. We're in the same boat when it comes to the commercial world and autonomous vehicles. We're sitting behind the steering wheel, at least for the most part, and we jump on the steering wheel as soon as it tries to make the wrong turn, it doesn't stop, whatever. We at least have the controls in front of us. It becomes a much bigger problem when you disperse a series of agents on separate tasks and we ask them to report back what they're doing. Hell, even the fact that we ask them to report back what they're doing is the way that we would talk to people. And that's one of the things that we've done trials, and we continue to do trials as part of these projects, where early and often, we get the operators in the field with the systems and we say, hey, what did you want to see at this moment? What information did you want to inform? What decision are you trying to make? What would make that decision easier? And how do you want to talk to this system? Essentially, communicate with it. But then also, how can the system communicate with you the way that you would expect an operator to communicate with you? Is it failing? Is it succeeding? How often do you want to be updated? Those are all the things. And so I think the best way that we get after this is a part education, like you were talking about. Don't expect a system that's employing computer vision to miraculously solve a math problem for you. Like, expect it to do what it can do. If you don't understand, I think DIU has the responsible AI guidelines on its website. There's a couple terms in there that are really useful. They come from the Defense Innovation Board. If the operator doesn't understand how these systems, the CV system was built, they may ask it to do something that it's just incapable of doing. And so a lot of that comes from getting reps early in the developmental process and late in the developmental process, challenging those edge cases and educating those operators.
Thanks a lot. Okay. So just refresh everybody. This is Ian, Lauren, Inderpaul, and Sean. So, so when we do Q&A, you can pick your target, if you want to direct some questions. I wanted to just ask a question along this line. Why is strengthening trust important to your organization's development of technology? And I want to give a kickoff on this question. That we had one of our autonomous technologies, we had called it leader follower, but it was, so imagine a big, these trucks that take very heavy loads, and the leading vehicle has a human driver that's really driving, sprinkling data fairy dust, and the other vehicles follow along. So when I went to Fort Polk at JRTC to see this technology, and we talked with the soldiers there. While we were there, they said, hey, Chaplain, let me get a helmet that fits you. So they got me a helmet, and I got to ride in one. And I was riding in one of the fairy dust ones, not the one with the human driver. And so the driver's there, and he crosses his arm. And I noticed this is a big PLS truck, big giant truck that can carry, it's got 5 wheels on each side, a 10-wheeler, a heavy vehicle. And it was doing minute adjusting, just like we would, like when we're driving, we do little tiny, the autonomy, and it was designed to be able to bolt on to other systems also. But I had to see if I trust the thing, and I was impressed. And it could stop, and they would talk about, sometimes it'll stop too fast, but I'd rather it stop, And I'm giving a very vivid outright when you're sitting in the seat living it. The only difference is now this was not artificial intelligence, by the way. This was an autonomous system. But when it applied the brake, at the very end of the brake, it would just do a little let up that goes like, well, if you were a human, you would have been a little smoother about that. But I was impressed with that technology. And then one other thing to throw out, we have West Point cadets that will work with like Dr. Schaefer and the Army's research laboratories. And modeling and simulations is very important in the process. It saves a lot of money and it helps you get things right. And so imagine a gunnery crew in a modeling and simulations setting. Now, we've always had pre-surveys and post-surveys and midpoint surveys. Did you trust the technology, and circle all these numbers? But what they did that I thought was a cool innovation, they even looked at facial expressions, what the eyes were doing, having a watch on to check stress levels. So these are ways that our organizations are getting after trust in tech. And now, and I want them to hear it again, and you all to hear it, I'm asking Why is strengthening trust important to your organization's development? Can you share an example, just like I share an example? Can you share an example of how your organization has strengthened trust in the development of or application of advanced tech? So, Ian.
I think we have a similar process. We do this with almost everything. Every new organization who gets a new tool, you put it through its paces. You said, get your reps in. And you do that, and you do it in a sandbox where if you mess up, it's okay. We're meant to mess up in those areas. AI, autonomy, whatever we're talking about, whether it's an entire autonomous system, if it's a new network, if it's just a tool. It is a tool in our system. It's something that we have to practice with. And so putting this where our people exercise, putting them through those reps so they can exercise with it over and over again, so they can actually see where it does well and see where it fails and see where they as the human need to jump in. And at a certain point, and each person is a little bit different, they will start to trust that tool just like they trust a new weapon or just like they trust a new vehicle or a new piece of kit. As soon as we're not at a point, I don't think in most situations, where we are trusting anything autonomous to go out and do everything for us. It's always bringing back data or insights or more information or doing a routine task that we just don't want to do right now, and they're much better at doing it. As long as we're in that stage, it's an exercise. It's a place where we have to get those reps in and bring the tool into the system and treat it like a tool. It's just a tool that we haven't used yet.
I think trust is very important to Anduril because it also drives product adoption. And as a commercial company, that is what we strive for, to be totally candid. But I think in addition to product adoption, what we want to ensure is that we're actually solving the problems that matter to the user. And so what you also get with this trust is a tight feedback loop from a user. So this is not just trust in the systems, but trust in the teams that are developing these systems, and a willingness of those users to give really candid feedback about the shortcomings of these systems. Hey, this is where it failed. Hey, these were the edge cases. Why am I not seeing this type of performance? And that feedback is super, super crucial to anyone who's developing this technology, because if we don't know where the shortcomings are, why they didn't trust the system, there are many ways, like how can you be expected to develop for that? And so that trust in the product as well as in the team and the partners that are developing this, I would argue is just as important, but agree with everything you said as well.
So, I talked about at the level of principles what the attributes are that we look for. That's by design, right? We want to make sure that those attributes go in by design into any of the systems that we're designing. I think the other aspect is we've created an AI ethics board that pretty much reviews anything that we develop or even bring in from a third party, just to make sure that if it's an AI system, it's going to conform with those attributes. I think the final thing, because we do see a lot of regulation that is cropping up across the world. There was data regulation to begin with, things like European Union, GDPR, and then even within the US, there are several states now which have their own data regulations. Following closely on the heels of that, you have AI regulations that are taking shape. In a nutshell, though, what it comes down to is what you can do in Germany, you can't do in Singapore, and vice versa. And so that's kind of what's led us to this notion of a data fabric, which allows you to leave the data where it originated, because you're required to from a regulatory standpoint. But at the same time, you want to make sure that you are respecting the regulations of that particular geographical location. So the data fabric allows you to do this kind of multimodal governance. It gives you, you can think of it as a purveyor of central services, computing services is what I mean, and you're able to execute these services at different points in the globe and also customize them so that you can stick with the regulations of those particular areas. So operationally, that's a key strategic element for us as to how to handle that.
Just to repeat the question to you, I think it was why trust? And I think the DoD in particular is obviously very interested in using autonomy, and in this case, trusted autonomy, to accomplish missions that are dirty and dangerous or repetitive, but I really would focus on the dirty, dangerous missions. And we want to do that in a way where we can essentially minimize the amount of potential risk or harm to our operators, some of our most valuable assets, our people. And so the more that we can reduce that overall cost and that overall risk, that's why we're employing trusted autonomy. The main thing is that we want to get to the point where we can actually depend on the model, the autonomy, whatever it may be, enough that we can actually kind of step back from our trust but verify. We have to get to that trust, and right now we're looking at accomplish the same mission at the same time while verifying that the model's working, rather than trust but verify. So that's why.
I want to, instead of posing an additional question, let's go ahead and open it up. And here's what I'm looking for. You're free to make comments, please. And so tell us who you are, give us a comment and any questions or different, or your ideas about trust. And remember, we're better when we learn together. Then, many people do great things.
Yeah, so I just had a question. So I have a long history of actually developing machine learning AI systems. So they always are going to make mistakes. They're always going to make mistakes, right? You have the rock curve, you have two different thresholds that you can play with. So how do you communicate that to operators? And they certainly do make mistakes in the field. How do you kind of explain that deal?
Yeah, I'll jump on that. So I would push and say that we've done this actually for a much longer time than we would like to believe. We're just doing it with different systems now, right? Like a fire and forget missile has been around for 30 some odd years, maybe plus. We still fire it, we still forget it, and we still check for an explosion, right? Like it's still performing its functions. When it fails, we fire another one, or maybe we double down on the first one, but we don't necessarily do anything different with an AI, a block box, or even a series of different autonomous things now. We're still going to check behind it. I think the way that we train to that is we keep getting after those reps, like understand your thresholds. Your gun's going to jam just as much as your AI, your CV pipeline's going to fail. Know how frequently it's going to happen and apply the right corrective procedure. And that's something that operators do incredibly well, but only when they're practiced and well trained. And that goes back to kind of that sandbox that you talked about, is enabling them to use this frequently enough that they can trust it.
I think it was real interesting in Maven at the very beginning. So we got all excited. Our airmen were very excited because we had Google engineers on the floor, and they just were excited to do this new AI thing. But everybody had a different opinion on what it was going to do. They didn't actually understand what we were looking for. And really, we were going from full motion video imagery, so really fast frame rate imagery at a weird slant range. And so we were building object detection algorithms from scratch. So we couldn't use YOLO, and we couldn't use some of the overhead stuff that already existed. And so even getting 3 object classes up to 60% capability was a huge win, because we had those classes. We started getting and seeing improvements, but the first people who saw it on our operational floor, they were underwhelmed. And it's because they didn't have an understanding of where we were and where we were going. And so we had to bring them into that process and say, hey, once we get our 3 object classes and we can get those to a 90% confidence rating, now we can do a 4th and a 5th. And this is how we do it. And this is what a false positive and a false negative is. And this is where you sit in that process. And this is why we need you to help us through this process. So then they become part of it. Again, I hate to go back to education, but they become educated on the process and what we're doing. And now because they have it, they start to understand areas that maybe problems we can solve that we weren't thinking of because we were maybe focused on some of these. And so it was really making sure they knew what our metric of success was and where they fit into that overall scheme of maneuver, I think, was vital.
Well, let's get another comment question, please.
Hi, yes. I'm Steve Kramer, Chief Scientist at Kung Fu AI, and we actually have a number of DIU projects currently. But I want to ask, so there's been a lot of advances recently in explainability of deep learning systems, and then also privacy-preserving techniques like differential privacy and federated learning. but the explainability and the privacy are, in some cases, sort of competing interests. So I was wondering how you all, in practice, are basically doing the trade-offs between those worthy goals.
And say the two again, explainability versus...
And privacy
and
preserving techniques.
Great. Thanks. Hey, Paul, kick off on that one. That sounds right up your alley.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. I mean, those attributes are key. So explainability is more about the reason for why you're making a certain choice, right? I mean, if you think in terms, and our view is it's human-centered AI. So I do recognize that that may not apply to all situations, especially in the Department of Defense context. But in our view, it's human-centered, which means there is a human in the loop with an override capability of what you want to do. And so in a situation like that, the explainability aspect has to do with why am I recommending a certain choice? And to the extent that there is an aspect of privacy that goes with that, we will walk away from that. We will not touch that. So a good example is facial recognition. We pulled away from that. And just because of what you said, that there are certain, especially when it comes to mass surveillance, and it has to do with where we see there's potential for human rights violations, things like that, we are not going to go there because we appreciate that aspect applies. So if it's pure explanation, if it has to do with the choices and why you're making them, and it's possible to do that in a way that preserves the privacy of the individual, yeah, I mean that's kind of how we would do that. But those are sticky waters, and it depends on how you want to do business there. But that's kind of how we would handle it.
Yeah, actually, we're doing some breast cancer detection work where we're using federated learning, so you can make. Obviously, you can preserve the privacy of the protected data, but you end up with a more successful model because you have data from different hospitals, and it actually goes back to the whole ethics and bias mitigation, because you want to make sure that the different subgroups are not negatively
you've got to
impacted.
build it in the design. So I think with what you said, with the different methods, there's also synthetic data. I mean, there are all those different methods that you can use to preserve privacy. And as long as it's built in by design, and there is some level of, because eventually the person is the last mile of defense. There's a really good example, one of our retail chains, which was looking at shopping cart data, basically what people are shopping for. And the AI program ended up surmising that there was a young lady who was pregnant. So they sent this offer for prenatal vitamins to the house. The dad blows up because this young lady is 16. So obviously her privacy is totally violated. Now, that's that kind of thing, if there is sufficient awareness and training, and I'd like to tell my people, I say, you got to think of it as, what if it was my mother, my father, my brother, my child? Would you still go ahead with it? Because otherwise you're going to essentially lapse on that. So by design, and then I think that last mile of defense has to be there.
Yeah, I'll just hop in really quick. I think the other thing too is to talk to users, and the breast cancer example may be very specific, but I think in the Department of Defense, the facial recognition point is something that I think candidly Andrel gets asked all the time, and the answer is we don't do it, and we don't need to do it because there are all of these other aspects or types of data that you can gather in a privacy sensitive way that allows you to get to a solution without violating privacy as well. So yeah, that definitely hits close to home.
Oh, good.
Awesome. Yeah, so today there are kind of limited checks and balances in place outside of GDPR and some in various US states. And so I'm kind of wondering, firstly, Do you think there's a world in which the industry can kind of lead the implementation of those checks and balances in order to build trust? And then secondly, are you concerned that legislation is lagging behind innovation in the AI space?
So regulation is always going to lag behind in the AI space. I mean, that's a given, right? Because, again, you don't know what you're going to discover. So until you discover it and it's surfaced and somebody exploits that leverage, you won't really know. So regulation is always going to lag behind. I do think that there is increasing regulation that we see, both in the data and the AI space, and we expect that trend to continue, which is why I kind of talked about the data fabric approach, that's going to be critical. When you're dealing with large, far-flung enterprises and the data is residing wherever it originated, it has to be there. But having said all that, the regulations will lag, which is why the privacy by design, that last mile training, that's so critical to operate ethically in the environment. The other thing which which I'm passionate about is we do have to get the broader communities involved in shaping AI, just people in general, because it's one of those technologies that just can't be left in the hands of a few. Ben Franklin, one of our founding fathers, he essentially created these libraries in every neighborhood. That's why if you drive around in the US, you'll find a library in every neighborhood. And he said it's because knowledge is, it can't just be in the hands of a few. It's got to be everybody so they can shape it. And that's the situation that we are in with some of these technologies around data and AI. You just got to have the broader community involved.
I think we have time for one more.
Yeah, Michael Roberts, Chief Technology Officer at Hypergiant. First, I'd like to offer, for your invitation, a framework for talking about trust, and that is that trust is an outcome, and the metric is confidence, and the context is the stakes and the time you have, right? So if you have very short time, very high stakes, lower confidence level is going to reduce trust. Longer time, lower stakes, you have a higher level. And I find that to be a very useful framework to talk about trust when you do have people come into it with kind of different ideas about what it is. That being said, producing trust in these automated systems, I think this gentleman here talked about it a little bit, in terms of simulation and sandbox environments. We have the self-driving car example, but it's a great example. The stakes are very high. You're sitting in a vehicle, your life's on the line. And so it's taking a very long time for self-driving to really penetrate out into the market. Years. In defense, we don't necessarily have those decades, right? Somebody can come and whack us before we fully trust what's going on. How do we deal with that in terms of amping up our capacity for these sandboxes and these simulations?
We are near the end. Do we have time?
Yes, I would like for you to answer that if you have a minute.
Just one.
I mean, I'm not sure how quickly.
Well, let me just do this. One of you jump on that and take about 30 seconds, and let's rally point. Okay.
I think you mentioned it with your confidence rating and your time. How much time do you have? So the bureaucracy and the ability to think and to sit back, that's a luxury of peace. And people will argue this, but we're at a relatively safe time in the US right now. Other countries don't have that luxury. And so we can sit back and we can think and we can try and we can test and we can go through that process. At a certain point, that timing may be threatened and it forces us to move a little bit faster. But knowing that we're going to use these systems and because they're not kinetic systems, but we're going to use autonomy in some way, shape, or form. And so, trying to add some urgency to it without getting rid of safety or reliability or privacy concerns, I think is vital. And then the more of those that you can build, the more of these sandboxes, the more people that can actually test and iterate on this, the faster we can get as a whole to a place where we feel comfortable with whatever we're using. That's my 30-second version. Okay.
Thank you.
That's great. Okay. All right, this was absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Colonel, Ian, Lauren, Inderpal, Sean. We are going to take a break, our last break. And so how about this, because we took a few more, because it was super important, that we come back in 10 minutes, which is 3:40, and we are going to be talking about how does DoD frame the problem. See y'all in a minute. That thing did not work.
People don't, this one is a little bit more intuitive.
Yeah. All right, welcome back. I love our panelists are already ready. Fantastic. All right, well, this is our final panel, and it is how does DoD frame the problem? And our moderator is going to be Dr. Blake Beckstein. And you'll discuss a little bit about how different government organizations define and share the problems that inform their paths forward. So, welcome. It's all yours, sir.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. So first I want to apologize to Sergey for calling people that work on computers nerds.
No, it's a major honor.
Okay. I'm an entomologist, so I work with insects. It's not that much cooler. So with this panel, what I wanted to do was turn this into more audience participation as we go through. You saw us talk earlier. We mentioned that Sergey was in the audience, so it's good that he's here with us as an active program manager that can answer some questions. And so what I want to do is sort of go through quick introductions of who we are, maybe a 2 or 3 minute, where you came from, how you ended up in your position in the government, to maybe humanize us just a little bit. Because one thing that I really want to get across is that we're people. We're interested in developing technologies because we think that's how you make the world a better place. And we just want to talk to you a little bit about, how we do that. So as a point of introduction, my name is Blake Beckstein. I'm a nerd. And I was a DARPA program manager for 6.5 years. I served twice as acting deputy director, and I've moved up into the commercialization space in the director's office. I came to DARPA from the University of Texas at Tyler. So I was at a small university up in East Texas. And I met the founding director of the Biological Technologies meeting at a meeting that I went to. Biological Technologies office at a meeting I went to, Jeff Ling, and I do work in agriculture and food security. And so I said, hey, Jeff, is that an area you'd be interested in? And he's like, yes, but we don't have a program manager to do it. Do you want to move to Washington? And I was a full professor, pretty happy, only taught on Tuesday, Thursday, life was good. And so it was a real jump. But I was in this space where I didn't feel like the funding agencies were funding the right stuff. So I wanted to be a part of that. So coming to DARPA gave me an opportunity to sort of put my money where my mouth was. And it's been a great journey. So I've been at DARPA, as I said, for 6.5 years, and very excited to get to do what I do. So I'll maybe just pass the mic and we'll do that way.
Oh, sure, and high five for the nerdhood. I'm Sergey Bratus. I'm a program manager at DARPA's Information Innovation Office, I2O. An academic in other life. Same story. If you're thinking of PM-ship, then there is an IPA, Intergovernmental Personnel Act, opportunity in which DARPA or other government offices may borrow academics. Now, my research was very largely in the space of hacking, which they now call cyber. And if some of you went to DEF CON, Black Hat, those kinds of hacker conferences, one of which, by the way, was here in Austin, it was an awesome one, you would see me and my students. But again, I had the same frustration. I believe that there were first-class research problems in that area that were not considered as such by academia or by industry. And of course, one way to make people consider a problem, a first-class problem, is posing it right and funding it. And that's what brought me to DARPA as a program manager. My portfolio is what, again, you might think of as cyber or secure systems engineering. What do you need to do to have a system that is not vulnerable? What is it that you need to do to, as we say at DARPA, deliver or prevent strategic surprise in cyber? And if you have ideas in that space, please do come talk to me.
Hi, I'm Colonel Charles Brisbois. Everybody calls me BB. In the Air Force Special Operations Pararescue world, everybody goes by two initials because when you check your parachute before you get on the plane, you put a piece of duct tape on it with your initials on it, and you know that's your parachute when you go to put it on, right? So if you ever meet any other rescue guys from the Air Force, they all go by two initials, and BB is mine. So that's background, first 15 years in the Air Force. Pararescue, combat rescue officer that leads small teams nominally behind enemy lines to pick up pilots that have been shot down, right, and bring them back. And so I did that for 15 years, and then I got the opportunity to go to Air Force Futures, what is now Air Force Futures. At the time, it was AFWIC, Air Force Warfighter Integration, and through few unusual circumstances, ended up running the Air Force Disruptive Technology Team. And essentially there, my job was to pull technologies in. The way we defined it, we stole this from somebody else, but we said, if the technology is going to change society, then it's going to change warfare, right? And if it's going to change warfare, then I want to be out in front of it. And I want to figure out 2030 and beyond, how do I get those things into the Air Force? And so my job was to meet with small companies, academics, FFRDCs, labs, DARPA, et cetera, and try to find those people and programs and get them connected in the Air Force. And we must have been fairly successful at it. I went back to the rescue community last year as a group commander, so recent relevant operational experience. I was deployed downrange as the first expeditionary rescue group commander. I had C-130s, helicopters, and PJ teams that covered the entire Middle East, and did that for a year. And DARPA called about halfway in and said, hey, we want you to do the opposite of what you were doing in the Air Force where you were pulling technology in. We want you to come and help push our technology out, and do that by helping commercialize it, right? We take our projects, turn them into products through the commercial world, and then get them back into the DoD, right? And so I've been there about 3 months, and so my job on this panel is not to talk about DARPA, but to talk about my previous life in the Air Force and Air Force futures. And so that's what I'll represent here.
Somehow I got my own mic. I'm not sure.
Oh,
so before I start, can I just get a quick poll of the audience and a show of by hands of how many people were here the last time all of us and Jen were up here? So not the previous one, but 2 ago. Okay, so only a few, so that's good. So this won't be totally redundant when we start talking about stuff. So I'm John Lazar. I'm actually not a member of DARPA. I'm just in the company of these illustrious gentlemen and ladies. My office is different, right? We are in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. It's a big, big staff, and it's just a totally different prototyping office. But we are part of the same defense ecosystem. And I think that's something that you'll all see over the days of these meetings is how more and more in the present, different DoD organizations are working together as members of really a federated ecosystem where there's not a rigid hierarchy, but they all kind of work together in some way or another that sort of makes sense. So my background is after graduating college, which was not a particularly related technical degree to anything I'm doing now, I went to flight school, and I was a naval aviator, a helicopter pilot for 20 years, retired, and then immediately joined OSD as a government civilian. All of my time as a helicopter pilot was as part of a very small unit, right? We deploy as 4 or 5 or maybe sometimes 6 officers as pilots, and then we'd have a crew of maybe 20 enlisted folks who are our crewmen, but we formed a very tight working relationship together. It's almost the kind of thing you see in the movies. And a lot of that culture has carried on with me, and now that we're in an office of prototyping folks who are dealing all the time with folks like you. So our culture is what I think a lot of your cultures might be like. And so that's, I think, why some of the things that we talk about resonate so well, both when I hear pitches from you all and when you hear talks from me and frankly from other members of the innovation ecosystem. But my whole purpose, both in the panel today, but in the engagement at large, is to get those ideas from you, to establish that same sort of relationship with all of you so that you feel comfortable in bringing ideas forward and not like, is this silly or is this in your field? Well, a lot of times those pitches aren't. I'll get something where I roll my eyes and go, oh, what is this? And then we dig into it, I'm like, well, actually, that's not a bad idea. Or maybe the application here isn't exactly right, but here's something else we can do. But anyway, that's a little background on me and my perspective and my thoughts.
Yeah, thanks. So, and thank you for asking. So we can repeat a little bit of the information that we talked about earlier. For those of you that don't know, DARPA is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, and we are very early in sort of the tech development side of things. We often talk about technical readiness, and most of you are probably pretty familiar with that. We usually start at 0 and sort of push up to 4. So that's sort of our space. John and what he does is a little further on in that spectrum. So we'll cover a little bit of that as we go through. But as a jumping off point, you guys are interested in working with us. We have money, you need money, you want to develop technology, we have problems that can be solved with technology. So the place that I want to start is with Sergey as a program manager at DARPA. You mentioned that you are an IPA. So you're a university professor and you're on loan to the government for a short amount of time. While you're at DARPA, you have a very short amount of time to solve these big problems that you have. So how could people in the audience approach you and talk about their problems? And how important is it that it sort of matches what they want to do, matches your goals?
So it's crucial. It is, in fact, the most important thing there is. My deputy director at my office used to tell me, before you put out any kind of a program idea, go out to the experts in the field and see what is possible, what is the state of the art, what are the pain points. And the pain points are, and the gaps, technological gaps, are the most important, because it would be embarrassing for any program manager, such as myself, or for the agency as a whole, to call for a solution to a solved problem. On the other hand, problems go unsolved because people do not understand that the problem is actually bigger than, say, engineers not being careful when designing something, or users not being careful when clicking on things. And you can have those kinds of trainings that don't click on this, don't click on that, but in fact, the problem goes much deeper, and in fact, as we discovered on one of my problems, has fundamental research challenges, computer science, mathematical challenges, but it starts with identifying the pain points and with ideas that you might hear from others are impossible. Program managers want to hear this. Program managers need to hear this. And that is how things go. Essentially, you just email us or use the web app that gets your information to us. Heilmeier questions are really important because that helps structure the conversation. And if you go to the DARPA website, you will find the history of the Heilmeier questions and the Heilmeier questions themselves. So it's good to be prepared. But we are always happy to give you at least a half hour for an initial conversation and then follow up. The way offices work is typically by the broad agency announcement. And while that BA is being formulated, while the topic is being formulated, we want to hear the ideas. We must hear the idea. This is our due diligence. After the BA is on the street, it becomes more complex because what we tell one potential proposer, we need to tell the others. And there is a formal process for doing that. But before the BA is on the street, we want to hear from the industry. And this is crucial because ultimately no one, not any PM, not any expert, could know what's going on in the entire field. That said, there are open office BAs in all of the offices that are open year-round, and there is the small business program that Jennifer and others presented in the previous panel. And again, they are open all year round, and that's another great way to bring your ideas. But as Blake said, we're on the clock. And of course, if you don't invent the internet, you only get a B. So, but consider how crazy was the internet back in the day, right? In fact, what happened when packet switched networks were being demonstrated? All the executives from major telcos walked out because they thought this was crazy. And who needed that kind of thing when you had circuits? And then look at us now. Think of another example, self-driving cars. There is now an industry of self-driving cars. When DARPA sounded its grand challenge for self-driving cars in the desert, none of the contestants, as I remember the story, actually made it past the finish line. And look at the de-risking that a subsequent series of challenges have brought to it. No one in the industry would touch this before. Everyone is interested in this now. The same thing happened in cyber with the Cyber Grand Challenge. And I will not talk too much about this, but certainly look this up. It always starts with a crazy idea.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, covers it exactly what I wanted you to say. So sort of switching, Bibi, I want to pull on a thread of what you brought up. So you mentioned that when you were in the Air Force 3 months ago, proper active duty, you were part of that pull, right? And I think what Sergey just said is really that push, developing technology that nobody needs, that they don't know they need. They do need it. I've been talking all day. So that push and pull, how do both sides work? How do you merge those two pieces?
Yeah. So let me say that in my previous experience, right, in Air Force Futures, as I came over and I looked at the DARPA technologies and the projects, and I can think of 3 or 4 very specific ones where I looked at it and I said, that's going to change how we do everything, right? If that's a thing, if that's actually, and these were early on programs, right? I said, if you could actually do that, it's a game changer across how the Air Force operates, right? And those are the kinds of things I'd want to pull in. And then I would go over and pull in some others. If it was a cyber thing, I'd grab our cyber guy. If it was an EW, I'd grab our electronic warfare guy, and I'd say, you got to come hear this pitch, right? And they would hear it, and they'd go, okay, yeah, I agree. The guy's got a crazy, amazing idea, and if he can pull it off, then it'd be kind of amazing. But that's 4 or 5 years down the road, and we'll wait and see, right? And so then this DARPA performer with a crazy idea comes to DARPA, and he's doing the performance, and he gets there, and then at the end of his 4-year time, right, he's got milestones, so he's got 2 years to kind of prove it works, and then 2 years to perfect it, essentially. And so at the end of 4 years, he's done, and then he calls me back up, and he goes, hey, BB, remember that thing I told you about 2 years ago that I was working on? It's done, and it's ready, and here it is in this little box, and call your EW buddy back up and bring him over, and let's sit down and talk about how we put this in an aircraft tomorrow, right? And so we get back together, and the thing works, right? It's magic in a box, and we want to put it right on an aircraft. But now the DoD POM process comes in, right? And it takes 5 years from the time that you go to talk to the people with money to the time that they can actually put it in a budget, right? Because all of the money in the Department of Defense is spoken for in a 5-year FIDEP, and the only way to get inside of that is there are very small amounts of money set aside for small things, but really big things you have to POM for, right? And to get those inside of 5 years, you have to destroy another program, right? Creative destruction, which the Department of Defense doesn't do at all in most cases because it's just too difficult. And so then you've got to wait. Now he's got this box, he's proven it, and he's got a performer, right? Because he's a program manager, but he's got one of you out there that is the performer that created this box, and we have to go, yeah, we love it, we want it, we're going to put it in, whatever aircraft in 5 years, right? We'll start the budget process and we'll put it in the aircraft in 5 years. And unfortunately, then the company goes, well, dude, I can't make it 5 years without being able to do this, right? And so that's what we're trying to solve now through our commercial strategies office. And my new role that I was brought in for was to start working with him early on and going, okay, how do we commercialize this? You've got something that's going to change the world, right? Or the Air Force or the Marines or whatever application it is, right? And somebody has to take that and make it into a commercial product so that then the Department of Defense can buy it back. And I'm kind of the concierge service to say, this is how we get it into the commercial world. This is how we tie both the performer to an entrepreneur that can help grow that company and the venture capital that can come in and help it grow, and then be the concierge back to the Department of Defense that says, hey, don't forget about this as it's growing and watching, so that you can start following it, and when they're ready, and at the end of 4 years, you're ready with a POM submission that's already kind of ready to go, or we turn it over to John or somebody else in the pipeline that says, okay, we still don't have the money this year, but it's such a great idea that we're going to pile in. You're one of those special pots of money that we're going to pile in and give it 2 more years while the POM catches up, right? So I think that's kind of where we are right now.
Yeah, fantastic. And I'm glad that you brought John into it, because one of the things that surprised me when I came to work in government was that there is some level of interconnection between agencies. So not just within defense, but sort of across the spectrum. My background is in agriculture and food security, and I found a lot of opportunities to overlap with the USDA, and the research that's being done, can go both ways. And so, but what I found really surprising was that people like John and I talk semi-regularly, and we sort of ad hoc sort of develop this capability across the spectrum of where it is in that TRL cycle. So at your agency or in your office, you have prototyping. So can you sort of explain, along that spectrum of technical readiness, where that prototyping comes in, and where where you want people to enter into your funding, and where you see them exiting?
Sure. So how familiar is everybody with the DoD technology readiness levels, the TRLs? Is that most folks? Okay. So DoD said, well, we have to put a label on everything, right? And they made this spectrum of technology readiness level 0 or 1 is really early, and TRL 9 or 10 is ready for commercial application. And then they make all these wickets, like it's basic research at TRL 1, and then it's applied research. And so I pick it up after the basic and applied research is done, and there's some sort of well, it's called prototyping, right? So it's enough of a concept that it's beyond the sciencey stuff, and it's more in the application stuff. And if you want, you can look up what the formal definition is. I don't even know. It's you know it when you see it, right? I don't want to say what that refers to, but anyway. So the point is that I'm looking for things that are a little bit more mature than basic and applied research, but that are not nearly ready enough for COTS, for commercial off the shelf, right? Things that you're not going to find in the market. But I want to get them far enough along so that other people can pick up the baton when we're done and say, okay, I see how this is ready for COTS, or with a little bit more of development it could be. So, to specifically answer the question that Blake asked, I'm looking for TRL 3 or 4 to start with, and I'm looking to mature that to where I can do a prototype demonstration in either an operational environment or something very much like an operational environment. So what that looks like is that hardware or software is not ready for issue to troops. We don't have the tactics and the instructions and the training manuals and all that stuff ready for it, but it's enough that the thing works, and maybe it's connected to a laptop instead of the processor being inside of it, or maybe the algorithm isn't fully trained to a rich corpus. It's got a limited amount of data that it uses, but it's something enough that shows that the technology is realizable, and it allows me then to go to that market, that program office, the acquisition officials who can buy bazillions of these things and say, there's something here, and here's an artifact that actually works. Now, you, program office, Army, Navy, wherever, you have to do more work to integrate this into your system. And you have to do more work to make this an enterprise solution that any soldier can just pick up and read a training manual and now go. But that's a whole lot better than entering into it with, I've got it's PowerPoint, or it's an idea, or I read about it, or there's a paper. That's all good stuff. It's just too immature for me. So I'm looking to take those things and mature them on and transition them. If you were here for the first time I talked, transition is a key thing for me and for my office. And what that transition means is that it's meaningful for whatever the prototype is. All right, that sounds like double talk. What it means is if it's supposed to be integrated into a DoD deployed system, then that PM who owns that system for lifecycle management is on board and is invested. He or she has got skin in the game and is ready to take the thing on, if it's successful, to the next steps, which ideally leads you to your market of productization and procurement. If it's not going to a formal PM in the acquisition community, if it's going to an end user group, an analyst toolkit is one of the examples I always use to do whatever analysts do. It's something that's sustainable at the work center. So maybe more patches need to be developed, and you've got to make it work with Windows, whatever the newest version is. But that organization can fund that through their regular operations and maintenance funding. That's the kind of petty cash that they use to sustain stuff. So whatever the case is, I'm looking for those transitions. And I think that's important for me because I want to get those capabilities finished, and I think it's important for you because you want something that brings in capital at some point, right? I mean, at some point, you got to start making a profit. And the way you do that most of the time is selling stuff. Maybe you cocoa, whatever, I'm not sure. But that's the kind of thing that we're looking for.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So we have about 10 minutes left in this panel. And like I said, I wanted to kind of turn this over, and if you guys have questions of us, wanted to sort of open it up to the audience. And I have to warn you that I am an old professor, and so I will call on people specifically. So if there are no questions, I will make Eric ask a question in a minute. We have a question. All right, perfect.
I have a question for Joe on the end, the OSD. How exactly do you determine which prototypes you're going to go with? Because what's your criteria, your checklist or whatever, as you can't fund everything?
So fair question. The quick answer is you can find my slide deck online if you Google RRTO, and it'll list some of the key characteristics that we look for different prototypes. But if you don't have the internet handy, thanks to Sergey for inventing it. But the things
Not at all.
So my office is in OSD, right? And that's a joint office for those who are familiar with the Department of Defense. And what that means is that we're not the Army or the Navy or the Marine Corps or the Air Force or Space Force or any of those guys. They all have their own things they have to do. So I look for things that are joint, that transcend that either knit those different services capabilities together or are out-of-the-box things that don't fall in anybody's job jar and they're a gap or a seam or whatever. Look for those kinds of things. I look for things that are really innovative. So if it's just a gradual improvement of whatever capability already exists, then that usually doesn't work. If it's not something that's a high priority for Department of Defense that no one else is doing. So you want a new long-range weapon system, you want new crazy sensors that nobody's ever imagined before, new algorithms to find things or to help make decisions or to automate things. Those are the kind of things that we're interested in because they apply directly to the challenges that DoD faces for modernization across the board. If it's a health management, a health record management system, for enterprise deployment, probably not. That's probably something else. Records management and some of those more mundane things, important, but probably not for me. Training, probably not for me, unless it's a really innovative approach or a new kind of technology, or it's the helmet you put on your head and it programs your brain. Those kinds of things. Yeah, that I can stand in front of a non-partial judge and say this thing is innovative and it justifies me spending money out of cycle, out of this fund, right, in real time and doing that.
Here. Hi, on the left. In the prior session, we heard a success story of the solid rocket booster concept. I think the young woman, she had mentioned that. Can you share some other success stories, perhaps of some from the different offices, or maybe a success story of an office plus the Mr. Lazar, your office as well?
My favorite example, which calls to small businesses and non-traditional performers, is Cyber Fast Track, a program out of ITO that was run by Peter Zatko, whom you might know as Mudge. And that program created a number of small companies that are now providers of cybersecurity to various sectors of the government. Another success story that is also one of my favorites is a Cyber Grand Challenge. We had a concept that computers should be able to defend themselves at the speed of other computers attacking them. And if you look up the story of Cyber Grand Challenge, it was a grand challenge. That is to say, there was a prize posted and several qualifying rounds. But the outcome of that was a series of automated analysis techniques, automated security analysis techniques for software that are now the new normal in the cybersecurity industry. And again, that created a number of companies that could not have sold those techniques as such without that cyber grand challenge, but they were de-risked, demonstrated, and now your typical cybersecurity offering is very likely to have it. Not only that, but this is becoming the new normal for software development at the giants of the industry. So those are just 2 examples of creating new non-traditional performers and raising the level of technological sophistication through a grand challenge.
Yeah, I'll give you just one quick one in the biotech space. So I had a program called Engineered Living Materials, and we were working with bacteria that can actually produce calcite, which crystallizes and hardens and interlocks grains of sand. You can make bricks out of it. So it's a biological cement. This was sort of a very weird new concept that you could spray bacteria on surfaces and they hardened over time. And so we were looking at, well, how do we actually develop not just this concept, but this entire industry? So we had multiple performers, different research groups that were all working towards a similar problem, solving a similar problem. And we actually pushed them up that TRL ladder pretty quick to where we're actually making bricks. So now, as we think about the commercialization part of it, it's like, well, how do we make it cost effective? You know, what are some of the angles that we have there? So as program managers do, they definitely try to protect the technology, because I think that's the other thing that kind of keeps us up at night. If we go out and do demonstrations of this, you know, forward-thinking technology and it fails, do we kill that technology forever if everyone sees it? Do we, you know, do that? So luckily, you know, we're pretty good when we put these demonstrations together. And usually put the good technologies in a really, really bright, good light. So, yeah. Any other questions from the audience?
Thank you. I feel special. So, I heard you guys mention, I think it was Dr. Sergey, that there are like specific pain points and nuances that, you know, it's kind of best to solve for those when creating a solution. But how exposed are those nuances and pain points to the point where, you know, a civilian can solve for them? Are they like, what's the best route for somebody to even find those problems to solve for, being that, you know, some of them are probably classified? If that, thank you.
Yeah. So first and foremost, DARPA funds a lot of fundamental research. And the question with fundamental research is that very often the real nature of the problem is overlooked. Look to the open source software development space. The tools that define it now came out of annoyances, right? Look at GitHub, for example. Well, Git came out of an annoyance that Linus Torvalds had with source control systems. And now look at all the things that have been built on top of that. So being able to recognize something that is actually a fundamental challenge when it masks itself as an annoyance is a gift, right? That said, it is indeed quite hard to get into the classified space because, for example, a classified BA, to read a classified BAA, you need to have a space in which you can do that. I would like to call your attention to the Bridges program that is a recent announcement, and there will be more coming about it in the DARPA Forward series, forward.darpa.mil. Long story short, this program gives a pathway to the small businesses and non-traditional performers to partner with the defense primes who have those facilities and can help solve this chicken and egg problem. You don't know what the classified challenges are because you are not cleared.
Well, unfortunately, we're at 4:15, and we're supposed to be vacating the stage as she walks closer to it. So I just wanted to thank everybody for coming and listening to us. We are going to be around. I think all of us will be here this afternoon for a little longer, and then also tomorrow. So if you see us, we're happy to talk with you guys. I also wanted to point out a couple other of the DARPA folks that are here that you can come talk to. You guys want to raise your hands? I won't name all of you. And also Shachelle Manning snuck in the back, so she's also in charge of our commercialization and tech transfer strategy, whatever we're calling it these days. And she'll be around as well to have conversations. So thank you guys again, and thank the panelists for great comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before some of you sneak out, I'm kidding. I do have a couple of items you will want to know about. First of all, thank you, moderators. Moderator at the moment, but moderators and panelists, thank you so much, and the audience. This has been an amazing day, and I don't know about you, but if you've stayed in this room for a little while, DARPA has some amazing resources, and it seems like all you have to do is take action on your own side. So it sounds like it's going to be pretty easy. So make sure you reach out to them. Okay, here's the scoop. We will need, when I'm finished, you'll need to actually leave the room because we have to turn it over and get ready for our 5:30 innovation showcase. So you will want to come back here. And of course, like any good Capital Factory event, there will be a, see, very good. Good students, aren't they? There will be a happy hour down here as well. So you won't want to miss all of that. There is some other programming around if you want to check that out. But if you don't mind, if we can take our conversations right here to the atrium, there's plenty of space. And again, thank you all for attending. And IBM, you're absolutely amazing. Your partnership and your sponsorship. Thank you.
I thought it was 45, so I beelined back and then I checked the schedule and it's like, nope. No.
What's up, man? Howdy. We're not ready for you yet. I'm just looking for some water. Oh, that's ours.
Oh, okay. Wait, somebody left it. What'd you say?
Oh, yeah, this is our house.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so there at my old office, there was one at ABK who worked there. So we just heard that. And she, yes.
In this
Yeah, I don't know.
All the time I do. That tired? Yeah.